afternoon, evening to the esteemed dignitaries, professors, scholars. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, you're audible.
Okay, great.
Just ask her if you're audible.
We are unable to hear anything. Manoj, I think she is muted. Dr. Mandal is muted.
Let me
From
see.
his.
Yeah, she is.
Now it's okay.
Hello?
Speak, speak.
Hello?
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's me. Yeah, Sayantan Mandal. Yeah.
No, no, no.
Hello? Am I audible?
She is speaking to the conference thing. You can not Shantan Mandals.
So this is mute, and my computer is mute. This
Yes,
computer is
now
mute.
you are audible.
Okay,
Okay.
fine. Aditi, can you restart?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. Hello? Am I more clear now?
Right.
Hello?
You are audible.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, so I'll begin again. A very splendid morning, afternoon, evening to the esteemed dignitaries, professors, scholars, distinguished participants, students, and friends. Namaste. I'm Aditi, and I, along with Shreya, would be your host for this inaugural session. It is an honor for us to welcome you all to the 2 days international conference titled Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education, organized by Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at Indian Institute of Technology, Jammu, JNK, India, the sprightingly fastest growing third gen IIT. Before we begin with the main proceedings, I would like to draw the attention of the August gathering to a brief introduction on our institute and the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences here. The dream of IIT Jammu came to fruition on 6th of August 2016, the day it was inaugurated, and welcomed the first batch of students into the campus in Palora, situated in Jammu under the mentorship of IIT Delhi. Since then, IIT Jammu has walked its path towards the portal of constant progress. In 2018, the primary operations of the college were shifted to the lab of Trikuta Hills, the main campus in Jagti, Nagrota, JNK. Recognized as an institute of national importance under the Institutes of Technology Act of 1961, it is an autonomous public higher education institute funded by the Government of India and functions under the governance of the IIT Council. The Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, dear friends, started its journey with the introduction of PhD program in 2018 in literature. And since then, disciplines like sociology, philosophy, economics, and cognitive science are a part of it. Today, we have gathered as active listeners and speakers in this international conference on the virtual platform to discuss the blazing matter of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in higher education. The agenda is, by and large, to contour a map, a roadmap, through brainstorming discussions on the nuances of how and why of the need for amalgamation and understanding of the way HSS has paved its way into STEM in higher education through thematic sessions focused on multidisciplinarity, societal problems, country's identity, upliftment, and creativity. It is astounding for us to see the zealous participation for this conference, where, based on the list of registered participants, we have 40 plus speakers. We have presenters from 9 countries, namely India, USA, Canada, Hong Kong, China, Poland, France, Singapore, Denmark, Italy, and 35 from higher education institutions like IITs, NITs, IIM, JNU, DU, etc. We have more than 230 registered non presenting participants from more than 45 higher education institutions based in Denmark, Romania, Nigeria, USA, and India, with a diversity ranging from faculty, scholars to industry and non academic sectors. I welcome you all to this grand interview of HSS at IIT Jammu. In words of Swami Vivekananda, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is achieved. Before I open the inaugural session, I request all the esteemed speakers to adhere to the stipulated time for their sessions. The speakers would be notified 5 minutes and 3 minutes towards the end of their session to keep the session time bound and lively. Dr. Amitash is the faculty coordinator for this session, and Dr. Kulleen Kaur is the rapporteur for this session. Participants are requested not to introduce themselves in the chat box and strictly use it only if they have a question to ask to the speaker in the upcoming sessions. Now, I invite Dr. Amitash Ojha, Head of Department, HSS IIT Jammu, for the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aditi, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this first ever international conference organized by Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Jammu. We are delighted to have you all. Uh, I just want to start with one small couplet by Mirza Ghalib. It's in Urdu, but I'll explain it in English also. बस के दुश्वार है हर काम का आसान होना, आदमी को भी मयस्सर नहीं इंसान होना. So what it actually means is it's difficult to be human. Every other thing is easy, but it's very difficult to be human. And as things have evolved over a period of time, every generation says that our generation was better, next generation is coming to an end, and all those kind of issues. But the fundamental point remains is that we have to be human, we have to have that culture and values that we always value. So, in that case, it is important for humanities and social sciences not only as a course, but as a system that we all inculcate in our children, in ourselves, so that we remain human because we are human society. Um, as a matter of fact, when this conference was planned, the idea basically was that humanities as a subject in higher education, especially in technical institutes, how are they perceived, how are they delivered, and how children and students look at it. So it's an important aspect for us that how are we presenting ourselves, especially for those who are in technical education. And we have been trying to modify our course structure depending on the time, depending on the requirement, and but still a lot has to be done. But on the other hand, it's also important that humanity courses are taught for its own sake. This balance has to be maintained. And as we see that humanities, not only as a department but as a school, has multiple disciplines. It has philosophy, sociology, psychology. Now we have got into interdisciplinary aspects also, including cognitive science. How all of that coming out to students, and it's important that we discuss about it, look at it, where we need to make changes so that students also consider it important in their curriculum. So that's why this roadmap for humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education. I am very happy that all of you are here after this COVID pandemic. It's a good opportunity for us to come out of that trauma. Still there, maybe there is a fear that it will still go on, but humanity will not stop, will continue. And I welcome all of you to discuss, suggest, and create a roadmap so that humanities and social sciences are relevant in technical institutes. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, sir, for your opening remarks. Now, may I please invite Professor Manoj Singh Gaur, Director, IIT Jammu, for enlightening us with his words of wisdom. Prior to joining IIT Jammu, he was a professor and head of Department of Computer Science and Engineering at MNIT Jaipur, India. He has published more than 170 papers in reputed journals and conferences and has contributed to a number of book chapters. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you. So, namaskar. Good morning from IIT Jammu. Uh, we already said that it's one of the youngest IITs, and we are growing fast. Um, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Jammu has organized this international conference to discuss roadmap for humanities and social sciences in technical higher education and STEM. Uh, I hope this first conference will remain alive for many more years. Many more editions will come to name and fame. Very timely in view of NEP, National Education Policy 2020 uh, agenda. A lot of expectations by all of us. HSS need not be service or sidetrack discipline, as we keep on saying at our institute. It is very, very relevant, an essential ingredient of education. Uh, if humanity is there, then humans become human. Actually, so it has to continue. So we at IIT Jammu would like to explore technology to bring about change in society. We would like to strongly be known for translational work and transdisciplinary work. We believe technology should solve human and social problems instead of creating new problems or accentuate the existing ones. Uh, in this regard, I would like to just point out it's important that nuances of social issues around us are understood by those who are responsible to develop technology. Otherwise, the institution like us at times become alien to society around us. However, we have seen that with the focus on technology and professional subjects only, uh, that has changed our outlook of education. The importance of traditional liberal arts subjects get ignored in unitary and at times insane focus on generating engineers. It is overhyped at times, as I keep on saying, and lead to some kind of skew in technical education and technical higher education. It's very important to highlight that HSS, Humanities and Social Sciences subjects are meant to broaden the learner's intellectual horizons, improve their critical thinking, and emotional stability. Subjects like philosophy, sociology, psychology, history, along with literature, helps them to understand human behavior, which will lead to becoming a better citizen and responsible member of the community. HSS subjects should be designed, which we feel and which would like to champion, to help the students to develop into a well-rounded human being. We hope that this conference and many more to come will provide a platform and will work as a background to redesign HSS courses for all of our students. And IIT Jammu can take an initiative, which will be reflected in years to come. I would like to welcome all of you, all the participants and invited speakers to this conference. Hope you will all be having an exciting time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I would like to invite the chief guest for today, Professor B.S. Sahai. Professor Sahai is currently serving as director of of Indian Institute of Management, IIM Jammu. He was the director of IIM Raipur, MDI Gurgaon, and Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. He served as the founder director of the IIM Raipur, India. Professor Sahai has published and presented over 200 research papers in international and national journals and conferences, and he has authored, edited over 22 books in the areas of his expertise. Sir, we welcome you to this international conference. Over to you.
Prosai, you need to unmute.
So I have to. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Professor Manoj Gaur, Director IIT Jammu, Dr. Mitas Oja, all distinguished colleagues online and offline. I must congratulate Mitas for organizing this very timely conference, Road for Humanities and Social Science in STEM Higher Education. I remember that when I was young, after doing my class 12th, to pursue, and being the youngest in the family, my brother gave me the application form. He said that this is the application, fill it up, and you have to prepare for the test. And finally landed in engineering college. That time, probably there were just two options, engineering and medicine. And this is probably the story of all Indian family. Parents were more concerned that, so probably arts, humanities, commerce, these were they were for backbenchers. This was the presumption, you know. If you ask me, I was more interested to learn painting, to go to JJ School of Arts, Mumbai, but landed in engineering college. Because I appreciate the parents' concern, because they wanted that life should be really secured, it should be stable, there should be a source of earning. My parents used to ask me that, what you will do after doing painting? So, later when I used to say that, my gari ka number likhunga, like that, And that was the understanding I had. But that time, I was very much keen to join arts, this painting school. And what has happened is that, say, so many options were not available that time. What I'm talking is more than 40 years back, 45 years back, because I graduated in early 80s. So it's more than and that temporarily options were very limited. But what over the period of time, I feel that no, it's really very much important to have the subjects like social science, humanities. Software skills are very much important if you want to bring innovations or anything for that matter. It's important that otherwise what happens is that typically in the IM system, if I talk of, like say around 90% or over 90% of students used to be from engineering backgrounds. So many times we used to wonder that whether we are creating clones, because at the end of the day, if you really want to improve the economy of the country, if you want to improve the social status of the society, it's not only engineering which is really going to help, because many times we may be great engineers, but we miserably fail all time as a manager, as a like a decision maker. So it's really important to respect and understand all domains of knowledge. And that's why, like say in this in IM admission, MBA admission, we said that no, there has to be diversity in the class, and we started giving weightage to non technical background students, whether they are from arts, commerce, literature, drama, law, medicine, anything. Besides that, the gender thing, this was also very much important for us to ensure this thing that I know there is a balance in the class. And when class is balanced, you find that best of the things are coming. When I was doing engineering, there at that time there were just two subjects I remember from humanities. One was that this technical English, and something was related to I don't remember. And then there was some final year course in one of the elective. That was elective, that was not a compulsory course. So what happens is that we are not able to appreciate the views of other points. We are trained like go or no go. Suppose somebody said that, okay, I want to improve the machine performance, or I want to improve the surface finish of a particular instrument. So whether it is 5 micron, and if you make it 10 micron, how it is going to impact the company in the profitability. So probably as an engineer, we think of quality, but we forget about the cost part of it. So what I felt is that, like say, it's important that today's engineers need to be more than individuals who simply like math and science. They, they must be a creative problem solver who can probably help shape our future by improving our health, happiness, and society. The students should get the broad education necessary to understand the impact of engineering solutions in a global, economic, environmental, and social context. The point is that the connection between humanities and STEM have been lost. There are so many separations. Everybody is working silos, but thanks to National Education Policy 2020, where focus is on multidisciplinary education. And I think is that probably we have to implement this NEP as early as possible. And that will really help, like say, we become master of our own technology, but probably we are not applying our minds. And if you really want that thing, then software skill is very much important. And that's why, like say, earlier days, probably Department of Humanities and Social Science, that had less importance. But today you find this thing that all social scientists, great scientists, people from different domains, whether they are from technology, from medicine, from other disciplines, they are coming to that field. And that's a very welcome move. Correcting these fields is necessary to solve, as I said, that world's biggest problems, such as the provision of clean air, water, food, health, energy, universal education, human rights, and the assurance of physical safety. So separating and prioritizing STEM from humanities ignores the fact that we live in a complex social and cultural world, and many different disciplines must combine to address this world needs and challenges. Like say when we teach many times, like say a simple thing in the it is not that only one discipline. In IM system particularly, I would say multidisciplinary teaching is very common. Like suppose if I'm teaching project management, so some faculty from financial part, I would like to my colleague from finance background to deal with. There are behavioral issues, social issues, human issues in project management, because it's not only that time, cost, and resources. What is important is that okay, working in a team, in a cross-cultural team, in diverse team. So this behavioral aspect comes into picture. So it's a course which is taught by different discipline faculty members, and students like that thing. They give very good feedback about this because they understand the whole thing. So working together in a multidisciplinary groups is to then contemplate the development of future innovation. At the same time, they discuss the ethical and social considerations that might affect the successful production and adoption of these new uh, technologies or new approaches or new subject. So I would like to say this thing that soft skills are really important. And uh, uh, I know that a lot of changes has taken place in BTech education, and I'm sure that and students also, if you really want to have overall growth and development of the students, then it's important that we focus on that. And I'm sure that all of you, that like the IIMs and IITs are going to be neighbors very soon. We have already entered into MOU. I think that we should try to take advantage of each institutions. And while we are teaching technology, science, or engineering, we must give due importance to humanities and social science. With this, I would like to close, and I'm thankful to IIT Jammu for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an interesting talk and for sharing your experiences with us. I now request Professor UB Desai to kindly take over. He was the founding director of IIT Hyderabad and at present is Professor Emeritus at IIT Hyderabad. Professor Desai served as a faculty at Washington State University and IIT Bombay. He also served in the capacity of Dean of Students at IIT Bombay and has been a visiting professor at Arizona State University, Purdue University, and Stanford University. He is the author of nearly 300 peer reviewed papers in international journals and conferences. Today, he'll be expressing his views on the topic HSS and the vision of human development, IIT perspectives. Sir, this virtual stage is all yours.
I need permission to share my screen. It says the permission has been disabled. Uh, Host disabled participation screen sharing.
Yes, sir, the
Yes.
permission has been granted. You may share your screen.
Granted? Okay, let
Yes.
me see. Yeah. Okay, let me get my. Okay, I'm trying to get this full screen going. Taking a little time. Okay. Uh, I hope
We can
everybody
see
is
your
able.
screen now, Professor
Okay,
Desai.
great. Okay, thank you. So, Professor Sahai, Chief Guest, Professor Gaur, Director IIT Jammu, Professor Amitash Ojha, uh, the coordinator and the brain behind this conference, Professor Ramchandran, Virgil, Vidya, and co-draft committee member for 2020 NEP. You know, I'm it's in fact my honor and privilege to say a few words on this particular topic. Uh, I must thank the organizers for accommodating my request for a change in time. Not that I wanted to be the first speaker.
Professor Desai,
Are you able to hear me?
uh, yeah, there's
Hello?
something actually going in a delayed loop. Let me check actually.
Oh, I don't know what's happened. Okay, let me. You're able to hear me, or there is some issue in hearing?
Professor Desai, if you can hear me,
Uh-huh.
the recording is going in loop, so I would request you to currently disconnect and connect back again. So maybe that will solve the
Professor
problem.
Desai,
So
Yeah,
you want me to log out at the moment?
yeah. Log out and log in and log back.
there is something actually.
Okay, I will log out and log in. Let me sharing the screen. Okay, I will leave. You're able to hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So let me again share my screen and see how things go this time. Okay, okay. Is it things better now?
Yeah, it's not replayed in a loop.
Oh, good. Okay. And you're able to see the screen. So I won't repeat what I said earlier. I was just being so. I'd like to thank the organizers for accommodating my request. You know, at the last minute, I had to change it because of another meeting that I have with CERB, you know, Science Education and Research Board. I mean, something about which I didn't have much of a control. So thank you very much, Professor Gaur, and thank you very much, Professor Amitash, for accommodating my request. And uh, so first of all, I'd like to congratulate IIT Jammu for taking a lead in this very important topic. I think this is a very serious issue, okay, and a lot more work is required out here before we'll be able to resolve it. And I'm very happy that NEP has highlighted this and brought this up right at the front to tackle this issue. One quick comment, the title in what I had given, what was there was HSS in the Vision of Human Development, IIT Perspective. When I thought about this title, I thought, look, there's not much of a debate, right? Human development is critically dependent on HSS. You cannot have human development without humanities and social sciences. So there is no other perspective for me to give. So it's a one-line seminar, and I thought I'd talk about something which would be a bit controversial and generate some kind of a debate. So I changed my title, and I hope the organizers will not be offended by it. It's called Collaboration Between HSS and Engineering. Something I feel a little more home at also, because I'm basically an engineer, but having led IIT Hyderabad and trying to do a lot of things with introduce different aspects of HSS. First of all, I would like to say, at least, my understanding based on the education that I got as an engineer, HSS was always part of engineering education. It was not that it never was a part of it. Even today, it is part of it. At least all the IITs, NITs that I know of have a reasonable amount, and the extent of engineering HSS component may vary between 15 to 20%, maybe sometimes 12%. It depends on the institute and how much emphasis that they give on it. Okay. In the early days, I remember at IIT Kanpur, typically it used to be one course per semester, and those were 5-year programs. So typically all of us took about 10 courses from humanities and social sciences. So the degree of how much social science is incorporated into engineering education varies from time to time and from institute to institute. Okay, but it is there. Perhaps we need to create a greater interaction. See, typically, if you look at it in a IIT framework, you have a bouquet of courses: English, sociology, economics, microeconomics, logic, psychology, linguistics, philosophy, Indian philosophy of life. I myself took that course way back when I was a student. Literature, poetry, etc., etc. In some sense, all these do exist. Maybe among the young IITs, all the components don't exist because we are still in the process of hiring faculty. But if you go to older IITs, which have been around for more than almost like now 60 years, okay, most of these disciplines exist in one form or the other. Sometimes we may have more faculty in maybe psychology and economics, and very few in say linguistics or philosophy, etc. But they are all there. But what is this? So what I thought, I'll pose some questions out here. Questions which perhaps have been bothering all of us, from time to time. And I think this particular conference, I hope a lot more deliberations will take place. And if not answers, maybe they'll highlight some more problems and questions that we need to tackle. Are the students not interested in SHS? Obviously, the answer is not. They're not terribly interested. The question is why? Has the delivery of HSS courses not kept up to changing times? The HSS courses which were delivered, say, way back in the 70s, and as Professor Sahai talked about in the 80s, over the last 40, 50 years, a lot has changed in the society. The way we interact, the way we behave. Have things kind of kept up with that? I mean, these are questions which collectively one needs to answer. As an engineer, may I have one answer, but I would like to look at these answers more from humanities and social science faculty. Has technology become so dominant in our day-to-day life that engineering students do not feel the need for HSS? We are very much governed by it. And in the pandemic, one has seen technology has become even more dominant than it was before. Is it that they only realize the value of HSS when they enter the real world? This is typically what I've seen. Even my batchmates and all, when I meet, then we feel, oh, this I'm not talking about now, but even 20, 30 years ago, we used to feel maybe, when we were students, we should have given more importance to HSS, because in real life, this matters a lot. Is the interplay between HSS and engineering not been brought out by a curriculum and delivery? So the problem is not simply with the students, problem also with the curriculum and the delivery and how we like to look at it. It is also with the faculty in some sense. I'll come to that as I go along. Aren't we not having courses at the intersection of HSS and engineering? I think this is something which is very, very critical in my opinion. I'll say a few more words as I go along. Are the students at fault or the educators or both? Okay, this is the question we have to own up to. I think we should, the faculty and the educators should not feel holier than thou that we are, doing the right thing, but the students are all at fault. Frankly, students are rarely at fault. The fault lies with the elders, and we better own up to it. Are we caught up in the blame game rather than solving the problem? Are we expecting students to mature too soon? Can there be a new domain which combines HSS and modern engineering? For example, many of the institutes in the country are looking at something called digital humanities. Should importance be given to that, or should we stick with traditional, classical HSS? And there are many more questions. I'm sure there are there. I just thought of putting 10 of them. the fundamentally what I feel, the two have to intersect, HSS and engineering. You cannot have HSS being taught completely independent of engineering. It just doesn't gel, at least in engineering institute. Student has been taking a large number of engineering courses, math, science, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, and suddenly has to go and sit and learn sociology. And it looks there is a big disjoint between the two. And I'll say a few words maybe how we can bring it together. Also, I think HSS has to be extended to liberal arts and creative arts. It's not simply humanities and social sciences. I think creative arts are as important in real life. All of us like to go to music concerts, classical dance, but we know very little of it. Okay? We simply go sit there, enjoy the overall feeling that we get and come out. But if we are asked to talk about it or say something in a very intelligent manner, we normally use some adjectives and words, but really one can gather that, look, the person doesn't know much about what classical dance is about or classical music is about. And this is because I never had any formal exposure to it. On the other hand, most successful scientists and engineers are also good at HSS. This is what I've seen, liberal arts and creative arts. Just engineering will be developing a one-dimensional personality, and that I can say for unequivocally outright out here. And the fact is, someday engineers are going to become CEOs, CTOs, CEOs, MDs, chairmen, directors, etc., etc. Okay. Now, when you go to this position, what you find the most important skill is managing people. And managing people does not necessarily come from basic engineering, but it comes from a good knowledge of humanities, social sciences, and liberal arts, and to some extent the creative arts. Okay. So what to do? Now, I don't have complete answers. These are very difficult questions and difficult issues that one has to deal with. And I guess this conference hopefully will shed a lot more light on it. I'm just sharing a few of my thoughts based on my experiences by interacting with people. You have to keep in mind my thoughts are biased because all my life I've been an engineer and still I'm an engineer. Okay, so this is an engineer talking, and I think the humanities and social science faculty should not feel disturbed by some comment that I would make. I think humanities faculty needs to win over the students with novel teaching styles and novel content. Time permits, I can talk about some experiences and some examples that we have. Should we focus on digital humanities and social sciences? That's what I mentioned a while ago. Maybe that might excite at least engineering students. I'm really not sure. Teaching HSS plus LA plus CA in an IIT is far more challenging, partly because the students have a very, very different perspective as to what they want to do in life. Okay. I think a lot more choices are required. We need a lot more electives. The trouble is the bouquet is not as large. And if we make the bouquet large enough, there will be something that I will like as an engineer and I will take it. It is not necessary that I must take one course in sociology, one course in psychology, one course in logic, etc., etc. I think things can be brought out. The humanities and social sciences aspects can be incorporated and brought out through a large bouquet of and a large variety of courses. I thought something which I tried, which I'm very passionate about. I've talked to Professor Gaul many times about this, and he has been appreciative. We talked about something called fractal academics, is what I introduced in IIT Hyderabad. I won't spend too much time on it, but I think that kind of a module, that approach, gives a lot more advantage to incorporating humanities and social sciences into engineering curriculum. These are basically 14-hour modules. So you don't have a long, 42-hour course on sociology or a 42-hour course, on psychology. Many a times it is good to sample a little bit, and then at a later stage, maybe in fourth year or in third year, you go deep into it. So if I like something about, say, social anthropology, maybe I'll go a lot deeper into it as I move along my curriculum. So some such things have to be talked about. I'm not saying, again, this is a final solution, but we need to rearrange it. We are still going in a more traditional manner in terms of semesters, exams, quizzes, midterms. Does that fit in the social science curriculum? Okay. Let me give an example at IIT Hyderabad that we did. For example, creative arts. And actually, this creative arts became extremely popular. So we started a series of creative arts courses. These were 14-hour modules. They were not taught by design IIT faculty. We had people coming from all over the country. So we had people coming from Delhi, one Mr. Raina, he teaches at the Delhi National School of Drama. Initially, when he started, there were about 10, 12 students who registered for his course on theatre. After about 2 or 3 years, we had 120 people registering for his course. And I remember Mr. Raina coming and saying, look, you cannot teach theatre to 120 at a time. So we are going to break it. And I will come multiple times, but we'll have batches of 30, 40 at a time to teach this. We started a new course AI and humanities. AI is working in very dominant, and this particular course on AI and humanities was actually led by faculty from humanities, or what we call at IIT Hyderabad liberal arts. It was not led by faculty from AI. Of course, faculty from AI were involved in it. They would come and conduct classes. So one thing we found that if we can create this collaboration courses which are collaborative courses where the faculty from engineering or technology and the faculty from humanities social sciences come together and conduct courses. They could be small modules, they need not be 42 hours, they could be even a 42-hour module. I'm not saying no, but this collaboration is lacking in the sense the two have to come together. The twains, right now they are not there. Each one is operating in their own silo, but the two have to interact. And whenever they have interacted, the courses have become very popular. For example, a course on human-computer interaction, something which is there practically even in a civil engineering student's mind, doesn't have to be computer scientist. And I know of many social scientists who kind of focus on that, because for social science also, this human-computer interaction has become very important. And I've seen that both look at it from a different perspective. Typically, if you look at IIT, such courses are taught by the design department. Why not have several design, engineering, and humanities and social science come together and teach this? Courses, for example, I taught a course along with my colleague Kriti Ramarmitran, Professor Kriti Ramarmitran from computer science, ICT for socio-economic development. Okay, this was way back, sometime in the 2005, 2006 time frame. Now, what we did was, we gave very few lectures. We actually invited faculty members from humanities and social sciences, faculty from economics, both within IIT Bombay as well as from IIT to come and teach it. A colleague at IIT Bombay used to teach a course on logic. So we had a professor of electrical engineering, professor of humanities and social sciences teaching a course on logic. At IIT Hyderabad, I had one of my former professors from IIT Kanpur, he's fairly senior, Professor Sharan, teach a course on democracy and engineering. So all I'm saying, why not have a course on gig economy? Every student hears of gig economy, but we really don't talk about it in a curriculum. It is left to newspapers and whatever, WhatsApp and other articles that you see in the digital media. Why not courses on anthropology of Uber, Ola? This is a big thing all of us use, so we can teach anthropology along with what is happening in terms of Uber, Ola, anthropology of Airbnb, anthropology of Swiggy, Zomato, etc. So I think there is time to kind of integrate the two disciplines and bring out the nuances in humanities and social sciences rather than just having humanities and social sciences in a silo. Okay, so I think that's what I meant. The collaboration between HSS and engineering faculty is very vital. It'll give a strong message to students. The point is, we are asking students to learn all these things, but in our own daily lives, we don't interact with humanities, and the students are smart enough to see this. So what kind of a message are we advocating to the students? That, hey, I'm going to remain separate. I will work in my silo, but hey, you as a youngster must do all these things collaboratively. It doesn't work that way. If you want to give a message, if you want the student to do something, we should be the first to actually implement that concept. Okay, that's the thing. It's very easy for me to say this. I've tried very hard. It is not easy to bring engineering and humanities faculty together to teach a class. It's a very hard thing. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it happens for a short while and then it goes. But this is something, unless we tackle this, I don't think we will solve the fundamental problem. This is my belief. Others may have a different perspective. I think, to conclude, I think out-of-box courses are required. So there are two key messages I want to give for my talk. One is out-of-box courses rather than traditional conventional courses. Two, the faculty in engineering and humanities must come close to each other. Somehow they need to start interacting and give a very clear vision that, hey, we are talking to each other, kids, and you better start learning both the things, engineering and humanities. Okay. Fundamental change in HSS pedagogy, in my opinion, is necessary. It is happening, by the way. There are many institutions. I know of many social scientists who have looked at this particular thing. Along with HSS, I think creative arts is very important because many students, actually, as was mentioned by Professor Sahai, he wanted to do painting. Now, we actually had a course on painting at IIT Hyderabad as part of our creative arts programs. And who taught painting? We had somebody coming from Patna and teaching Madhubani painting. We had another lady coming and teaching Kalamkari painting. And I have actually Kalamkari painting right here in my home with the students that painted, and you can see it is pretty much professional. Unless I told you it was done by a student, you would not be able to tell the difference. I think this aspirations that the students have, which they come with, and they were forced into engineering for whatever reason, that's a societal thing. Okay, I think we can fulfill it by being a little more creative in our own way of thinking. So I'll stop at this particular point. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I wish I could spend more time and look forward to the deliberation in this particular conference. Anyway, I'd like to see if there are some minutes or some kind of an abstract or something that you draft after the conference is over. I'll be very happy to read them and look at viewpoints of all the speakers that are there in this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your resourceful words and for suggesting us a way forward. We will send you a report, and we're sorry for the technical glitch on our part.
Oh, no problem.
Now I
That's
invite
yeah.
now I
So I'll stop
invite
sharing.
Professor Kannan Iyer to share with us his views for today's conference. Professor Iyer is Dean IIT Jammu, a professor of mechanical engineering. He is an inspiring academician as well as a researcher. With more than 100 published research papers and articles, he has served as a member of Advisory Committee of Codes and Guides of Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. He has also served as a member of Prime Minister's expert group to review safety of nuclear reactors at Tamil Nadu. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible. All right, see, when Amitash called me yesterday night that I have to be participating, though I was aware of this conference, which is going to take place, and typical of engineers, as a few people have already pointed out, that is there an issue? Okay, so therefore, particularly a person who is totally in. Is there some problem? Okay, sorry. Maybe there are some minor glitches, so I hope you please pardon us for that. So therefore I was wondering how, as a totally non-technical or non-humanities person, and try to talk to luminaries in humanities, it's going to be a hell of a job to see what exactly to say. Many times I have also wondered what is the role of opening ceremony. Particularly I understand that people who have vast experience of just like the director who talked just now, I think that makes a lot of sense, because he has substantial amount of exposure. And whereas a person who is very very narrow, so I was quite wondering as to what is it I'm going to do. Particularly you already have a good laid out program, and then some 10 minutes are given only because I'm a dean. I think that's probably not very appropriate. But at any rate, I have taken it up on myself to at least say a few things, and I started looking around. Typically, what is humanities? I had my own perception, but still, I wanted to see how the world looks at it. And as I googled around, I basically found that it is nothing but an amalgamation of several fundamental disciplines in philosophy, history, sociology, psychology, put together in an appropriate form. So if I wanted to see one thing about what exactly humanity is supposed to do, yes, there are individual several subjects. So what is the ultimate goal of a humanities? And if I could summarize myself, it was basically to get an articulate person, a person who can articulate things well. You can only articulate well when you are taught many fundamentals, because you start connecting one versus the other and your conversations become much more meaningful. And it is extremely clear that an articulate person always succeeds. If you really see the persons who have succeeded, or you see the speakers who have been before me, they've all been very nicely articulating. So the bottom line is the purpose of humanities courses, apart from giving facts and figures of individual subjects, should create people to articulate. And if that is done, I think humanities is doing its job well. So this is what my perception is. True of any subject, the technology is developing, and therefore the humanities as a subject would also develop. And particularly with all internets, what is the right way of teaching, how the resources can be taken, and many visual impacts are made so that the teaching is much more effective. So to that effect, we have to always focus on ourselves as to how we can probably improve. Just giving lectures is probably not appropriate. Give some visual materials and then put it together and integrate it. It will always be a very good idea. So therefore, yes, a conference like this will eventually maybe address all these issues which it's going to be. So when I went back and see what did I learn when I was a student, And we were only told the following, that see, you are a mechanical engineer, you have been taught a lot of mechanical engineering, and now we don't want you to become a machine. So we want you to be a human. So therefore the purpose of humanities is to bring to you that it is just not the technology which matters, you also have to be appropriately human. So therefore it is how this humanity is ingrained upon an individual by teaching diverse courses is something which humanity should address. That it's not facts and figures. It is something to make him a very good person and subconsciously build this in his psyche. That is, it is not a rote learning. You say something, questions, answers, then the purpose is defeated. So I was wondering how to present it, and interestingly, I just found a clip, very, and how some subconsciously when something goes, how the person reacts. So I don't know if I have the permission. I will try to. You might have seen this clip in social media, but I'll just allow me to make this clip for a minute, and it gives you a tremendous lesson of what humanities is. So let me just try that. Can you share the screen? Okay, I think the voice, I have been muted. Can I open the voice here? Or it will. Hmm. Okay, I can just narrate it. That's not a problem. So here is a thing which you might have probably seen. Here is a criminal who is being taken to a police station, and then what happens is the policeman who has handcuffed him is going to take him to the police station. Suddenly he was eating a chewing gum or whatever, it eventually got into his throat, and he is unable to breathe anymore or struggling for breathing, and the guy is struggling. So the criminal could have simply run away because he's being taken to the police station. So here is a golden opportunity for the guy to run away. So he tries real hard to remove his handcuffs. He first asks the person to help him to remove it, but he's unable to do anything. So slowly you will find that he manages to remove his handcuffs. And after he removed his handcuffs, maybe I will pass a little bit, then he immediately tries to pick that fellow up and helps him out, and so that ultimately he realized that something he has swallowed, so he has to be shaken up quite a bit perhaps. So he just takes him to the car and bangs him a few times up and down, which what you will see. And essentially what eventually happens is, after banging him a few times, you will find that the thing will eventually what do you call that, the thing comes out. Just I'll show that there. So okay, now the thing has come out, you can see, and now slowly the person is able to breathe now. And then the fellow inquires that everything is all right. So the policeman eventually finds that, yeah, everything is kind of becoming all right for him. And remember, even now, the fellow does not run away because he's overwhelmed with what he has done or what has happened in the scenario. And then he says, okay, fine, yeah, you do your job, just handcuff me, and fine, I'll go from there. Then this guy says, enough is enough. I think you probably have become probably a matured individual, probably a changed individual. He says, that's it, you can go. And I think the guy embraces him and eventually says, fine. And you know what probably this must have done is, probably the policeman will start thinking that now he has to be humane, how to deal with probably even criminals. And the criminal might have seen, even such a small thing has given me such a wonderful feeling, so maybe I should take up a job and maybe do something which will make the life wonderful. So therefore what I see is, nobody has taught him humanities perhaps, but the whole thing what he learned all over went into his psyche, and instead of running away, he basically went and the humanity took over. So therefore the humanities courses should eventually build the psyche and not the facts. That's all I want to say. With that I'll conclude. Thank you so much. I'll just unshare it.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your perceptions on HSS, re emphasizing the real essence of humanity, and for doing such a wonderful voiceover for such an interesting video clip. Now it's time to get acquainted with the insights from Professor Vijayan, Dean Research, on the topic HSS in Multidisciplinary Research. He was the former head, Reactor Engineering Division at Baba Atomic Research Center. He's also headed Reactor Engineering Division and Thermal Hydraulics Section. Sir, may we please have you on the virtual stage?
Thank you for the nice introduction. Uh, Good morning and welcome to this international conference. As told, I am going to give a brief talk on the role of humanities in social science in multidisciplinary research. See, we in academics tend to impart training in specified disciplines. We also tend to branch people as chemical engineers, electrical engineers, and based on their disciplines. These may seem watertight compartments, and one is rarely allowed to switch to other disciplines. However, once outside the academic world, the real world is actually multidisciplinary. Just now, Professor Kandanaya showed a beautiful video. I worked in atomic energy for almost 2/3 of my life, and where I think I have forgotten what is my original discipline, and I remembered it when I actually came back to this academy. For example, I remember, my boss asking me some 30 years back, Vijayan, you are a chemical engineer? Yes, sir. You are trained in nuclear engineering? Yes, sir. You did PhD in energy systems engineering? Yes, sir. Now, tomorrow onwards, you go and teach mathematics. So this is the kind of, world where we were working on. So we have to get a taste of every discipline. And nuclear engineering, for example, needs all those disciplines. They need mechanical engineers, they need physicists, they need chemists, they need material scientists, and all sorts of technical and mathematical talent. Of course, even biologists were there, but I did not find any humanities and social science discipline over there. That is for sure. However, what I want to say is, because I'm supposed to talk about multidisciplinary research, and you will know that any industry, be it nuclear or be it any other product development which you are involved, or let it be chemical industry, let it be petroleum industry. In all these areas, there is an involvement of multidisciplinary people, and especially see, nuclear engineering, as you know that it is evolving every day. There are new technologies that needs to be developed, new products that needs to be developed, which is almost always multidisciplinary. Now the question is, we can, so we can have or we can embark on a new design or new product development or new plant development. Then before we actually need or embark on that, we need to answer several questions. First of all, the question is, is the new plan, the new process or new product, what is the need of it? Why do we want it? Or why do we want to reach? Where do we plan? What is our destination? What is the social implication? What is the societal impact? What is the environmental impact? And many, many other questions, we have to answer. And we all know that if I develop 10 new products, 10 new technologies, out of these 10, only probably one is going to become popular. Now the question is, what do we need to do to popularize a new product or a new process? How do we convince people, who are investing money in the development? How do we convince our opponents? For example, not everyone is going to, especially in nuclear power, we had, there are a lot of people against it. There are some who are for it. And then question is, suppose, if it is a product, uh, especially a region-specific product, which is important for IIT Jammu because we are in the Himalayan region. Sometimes we actually tend to develop products which are for the region. So how do we know, or how do we assess what is the prospect of success of these products, technologies? And as I already said, on an average, only 10 new products developed, only one gets, popular. And even though the new product may be environment friendly, good for the planet, good for the people, still it does not become popular. Why? I think these questions cannot be answered by researchers alone. And here we actually need involvement of our HSS colleagues. Someone need to look at why people like this, why they dislike it, and which actually comes in the way of popularizing a new product or a new technology. And I believe they could actually, established by several surveys and, on the proposed new product process, or, to establish whether this would be a good alternative to existing techniques. And then what kind of a societal impact this product is going to make, and how is the lifestyle going to be affected with this. And I think I would expect, the role of multidisciplinary research is well known, but whether these proposed products or plans or processes will they succeed, that needs really involvement from the human HSS department. They need to actually make a in-depth survey of the region specific products, or of the people around, to whom we are targeting the product. I think these things can very well be done by HSS. So which means, they have a lot of jobs on their hand, if they, that makes the link between the multidisciplinary research and HSS in some way, feasible in my view. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for giving me the opportunity in this talk in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your views on multidisciplinarity and multidisciplinary research. And for these insightful words. Now, I would like to invite the convener of this conference, Dr. Syantan Mandal, Assistant Professor Sociology, Department of HSS, IIT Jammu, for the formal vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Uh, Thank you. Depending on wherever you are in this planet. And both, I want to thank all of you who are present here in person and also those who are present also online and joining us from different parts of the world and definitely different regions and different higher education institutes of India. Dear friend, it is indeed a matter of pride for me and I, Dr. Shantan Mandal, the convener of this two-day international conference titled The Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education, feel excited to propose a formal vote of thanks in this inaugural ceremony. It is exciting for all of us, especially in HSS, considering that this is the first of many, I must highlight, international conferences organized by the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Jammu. On behalf of my colleagues, first of all, I spread my most sincere thanks to the director, Professor Manoj Gaur, for his constant encouragement and support towards the department and its activities. Today, we have with us Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu, Professor UB Desai, Founding Director IIT Hyderabad, who gave vital time from their busy schedule to grace this academic event. Thank you, sir. In the same manner, I want to thank all the deans, registrar, and respected speaker for adorning their necessary work and sharing their graceful opinion. I am fortunate to thank the dedicated faculty members of HSS, Dr. Amitash, HOD, Dr. Kulin, Dr. Jobi, Dr. Varsha, Dr. Suchishmita, Dr. Bhaskar, and Dr. Shukenya for their cooperation and continued support. Further, a big or a huge thanks to our research scholars of humanities and social sciences for their relentless efforts towards making the conference a success. They have been working day and night, and I know that personally because since I was convening, I was in close interaction with many of them or all of them. They have been working day and night and always surprise me with their dedicated dedication towards every detail regarding preparation of the conference. All of us at HSS, especially us, the faculty members, are very, 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 very proud of you. I would like to place my hearty thanks to the administration and the C3I team for their technical support, because of whom we made this online conference a virtual reality. Finally, the conference wouldn't have been possible without you, experts, faculty members, scholars, students, working professionals from over 9 countries and over 45 higher education institutions who are invited, who have submitted their papers and are attending the conference remotely. And I must put this on record that so far more than 245 participants have registered as non-presenting participants. So thank you all once again for your interest and support. We thank all of you for being with us, and I promise you that this is going to be the beginning of a sustainable network, a friendship, if I may call it, which will start with this two-day international conference, but go a long, long way. Have a great day. Listen to the great speakers, ask questions, engage in discussions, and above all, enjoy the exciting 2 days ahead of us. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Dear dignitaries, professors, faculty members, scholars, students, and all the viewers, I am profusely elated to take the opportunity of once again welcoming you to the opening session for the 2 days online international conference titled Roadmap for HSS in STEM Higher Education, organized by the Department of HSS IIT Jammu. William R.I. once said, and I quote, "The aim of education is the knowledge not of fact but of values." To establish and re-establish HSS, it is necessary to invest in subject-specific and interdisciplinary research, innovative courses, and curriculum development. In the backdrop of this, the present conference includes varied themes like the roadmap of HSS in technology and professional world, cognition and the development of a critical knowledge society, locating the literary in the STEM higher education, sociology for a better social world, economics for life, role of philosophy in making the technology and professional world more ethical and well informed, and building a better and more equitable world. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of brains think about these very dynamic domains. Before coming to the close of these remarks, I would also like to remind our esteemed speakers to kindly stick to our time schedule. The speakers would be notified 5 minutes and 3 minutes towards the end of the session to keep the sessions time bound and lively. Participants are requested not to introduce themselves in the chat box and strictly use it only if they have a question to ask the speakers. Further, the faculty in charge for this particular session is Dr. Varsha Singh and the reporter is Dr. Kulleen Kaur Bijral. Now, may I please request Professor K. Ramachandran, the keynote speaker for the opening session, to give his valuable insights on the topic education policies and the focus on HSS with a special emphasis on NEP 2020. Professor K. Ramachandran is currently Senior Advisor, Unit of International Cooperation, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NEPA, New Delhi. He has been a member of the drafting committee for the National Education Policy 2020. During the period 1990 to 2008, he worked with UNICEF as a senior education specialist, senior program coordinator, and deputy country representative. Prior to this, that is from 1975 to 1990, he was a member of faculty of NCERT New Delhi. Sir, this virtual platform is all yours.
Thank you for your introduction. I get about 30 minutes. It's 10:45 now, 10:41.
Yes, right, sir.
Okay. Is there a chance for getting some questions from audience? In that case, I can stop 5 minutes before.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, great. Great. Professor Manoj Gaur, Professor Sahai, distinguished speakers in the inaugural session, and friends. A question already came up this morning. Why study humanities and social science in IITs and other engineering colleges? Humanities and social science have one thing in common. They are centered on human life. And while humanities subjects are mostly analytical and philosophical, social science subjects are more scientific and experimental. This is one difference. You know, the idea of social sciences and humanities as part of engineering and other aspects came long back. In India, this was practiced 1400 years ago, and there are references to that. They called it what we call kala. In India, we identified 64 kalas. Kalas means art, math is an art, science is an art, dance is an art, music is an art, engineering is an art. And those who mastered 64 kalas were considered to be holistic personality. So that means as early as 1400 years ago, India had thought of this, that we want to develop a holistic personality. What does that mean? A holistic personality means you nurture or foster the capacities in all areas of human life, intellectual, aesthetic, emotional, physical, social, ethical, and moral in an integrated manner. These capacities cannot be developed through one discipline, like mechanical engineering, electronics, and so on. It needs a variety of disciplines. That's the reason that National Education Policy recommended a multidisciplinary approach. The reason for that is to provide a holistic education. It is not just for the sake of it. If you really want to produce a holistic personality, we need all capacities to be developed. Now, the engineering idea came. There was a survey to find out what are the degrees acquired by some of the world's top chief executive officers. I'll give a few examples of that. Now, if you take this as a case, I'll name a few of them, not all of them. Now, very interesting to note, like CEO of Dell, the main computer company, he graduated in biology, not in management. In fact, many did not have a management degree. Then JP Morgan Chase, in fact, is my bank. The CEO had psychology and economics, not management. Then CEO of Walt Disney, he had English and theater as a professor. So I talked about creative art. And then he is a CEO. And again, no management degree. So next, if you look at HP, Hewlett Packard, CEO has philosophy and medieval history. That is his qualification, main. Then if you look at Procter and Gamble, French and history, they are the main subjects. Now, American Express, CEO has history as the main. And then look at CEO of Sherwin-Williams, sociology. CEO of IBM, not computer degree, history. Look at this. Those who had humanities and social sciences reached the top, and many did not have a management degree. And that happened because of some reasons. Number one, these subjects deal with a few things. They help develop research mindedness. Then analytical thinking, creative designs, teamwork, critical evaluation of any phenomenon, communication skills, a skilled communicator, self-motivation, debating ability, problem-solving ability. I'm not telling engineering would not develop this, but there is a value addition if you and I also deal with humanities and social science to IIT students and so on. It was mentioned, they are not interested because they don't know why we teach it. We need to become an advocate. We teach this not for facts, but for making you think differently from textbooks. And that is the purpose of humanities and social science. If you have humanities and social science, you create an adaptable individual, huge variety of what are named today as transferable skills, like complex problem solving, critical thinking, creative thinking, team play, team player, excellent communicator, cognitive emotional well-being. So that is done through humanities and social sciences. When the discussion took in the US and other parts on the need to have what is called liberal arts education, in fact, in 1921, Albert Einstein made a statement. The statement goes something: the great thing about a degree in this subject is that it develops a huge variety of skills, transferable skills, and that is one thing. I had the privilege of meeting once Steve Jobs, the former Apple CEO. We asked him that what produced the Apple Macintosh change in the computer world. And he made a nice statement. He said, I think part of what made the Macintosh great was that the people working on it were musicians and poets, artists, sociologists, zoologists, historians, in addition to being excellent computer scientists. It means that multidisciplinary background through the study of humanities and social sciences made them design the Apple Macintosh computer. Now, and he said further that it is in the Apple's DNA that technology alone is not enough. It is technology married with liberal arts, married with humanities. That is the results that make our hearts sing. So you can see that the importance of humanities and social sciences. One reason why students are not interested in is also this. We are teaching 4 credits of humanities, history or the arts and so on. We should teach a full minor, maybe 18 credits, so that they can be skilled artist, skilled musician, skilled economist, a fantastic historian, and not just a 4-credit program. So one milestone forward for IITs may be not just humanities and social sciences as courses, but can we offer it as programs with clear-cut graduate attributes, program learning outcomes, within which we also have what we call the course outcomes. Now we are focusing in IIT and engineering colleges on courses. Can we shift our focus to programs, a minor, so that they can, if they want to take up some other thing, they can do it. Like I have a son of a friend of mine, he did BTech from IIT Delhi. He is now seeking admission in the US for statistics. he got interested in that and not doing MTech in the US. Now, that is a spirit of teaching humanities and social sciences. Since time is short, let me get on another topic. What did we do during the drafting of the National Education Policy 2020? We looked at a variety of programs of study. And one thing we noticed is some courses or some part of courses taught in engineering colleges are irrelevant. We found that about 30% of courses we teach or contents of courses we teach are irrelevant. Can we replace that time to spend more time on developing generic skills, 21st century skills, as what is called problem solving, critical thinking, and so on? When I say this, I remember an example from industrial and organizational psychology, which goes like this. Once in a company, a machine went out of order. The CEO of the company called 21 engineers to find out what went wrong and how do we make it work. They could not diagnose the problem and do it. Then an ordinary mechanic came. He looked at the machine for 5 minutes. Maybe he found there was some kind of a jam. He asked the CEO, "May I have a hammer?" He was given a hammer. With the hammer, he hit 3 times. The machine started functioning. He went back and sent a bill for $1,000. The CEO asked him, "For hitting 3 times, you are charging $1,000 too much." He said, "Sir, I charged only $30 for hitting 3 times. $970 I charge to find out where to hit." That where to hit is more important than hitting. The feeling we have today is in engineering college, including IITs, IITs are much better. We create graduates who can hit but don't know where to hit. They don't have the diagnostic abilities to make it better. It means a real life problem cannot be solved. Now, through humanities and social science studies, that is possible because they look at variety of perspectives. For instance, artificial intelligence. An engineer in IITs bothered about how to make robots function, whether they reduce jobs or not. In a country like India, the social issues are not looked at it. And we know a country like India, where manufacturing process is labor intensive, employing robots may not be a right thing. In certain areas, we should. That means a person with humanities and social science will look at different aspects of a problem and not just enhance profit by employing robots, reducing employees. So that is the aspect of humanities and social science. And there's a statement on this that learning for life and not just for learning for livelihood. Quite often, many of us think about learning for livelihood. I must get a good job, forgetting that more important is learning for life. And that is what the NEP 2020 is talking about it. that we want to create a holistic individual personality, which can be done not through study of one area of study, but through variety of subjects. And therefore, can we think of in IITs and other engineering colleges, mechanical engineering major, but minors. Maybe somebody is keen to have music. Somebody wants to do sociology, not just a course, but a program. I think that is one pathway, I would say, for future. Can we look at our curriculum and see we can do it? Next element, the policy talks about this in future, including in IITs and engineering colleges. There will be nothing called curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular. All will be curricular. Sports and wellness, also curricular. Music, performing art, also curricular. So that there is nothing called scholastic and non-scholastic. Everything even I do in IITs and engineering colleges or STEM education programs, all are curricular to create an individual to handle variety of tasks and so on. Like for instance, there's a saying, if you look at international response, Indians are fantastic as individuals, but as institution, we are not very good. I'm not being a critique, but I looked at it very carefully. Even IITs now, there is a need for a reflection. IIT's USP is what? The undergraduate program. But can we have the same aspect, master's, doctoral program, and so on, and not just undergraduate program, students of which are the cream of this country? So they are the ones at the undergraduate level. We must create what we call a rounded personality. And therefore, I'm not saying only human social sciences, all aspects given option. And therefore, the national education policy talks about what we call flexibility in choice of courses, flexibility in curricular structure. Like you find many students from IIT do drop out. Can they come back later? It means we create what we call multiple exit and re-entry option. If they leave after first year, can they come back later after 2 years? And how we do it? I think that must be the avenue we should look for. That can we create multiple entry and also multiple exit and re-entry that is possible in engineering institutions like IIT and so on. Now, sometimes I notice, including children of some of my friends, highly stressed in IIT engineering colleges. How do we promote their emotional well-being? And that is not done through study of physics or mechanical engineering or electrical engineering. The pathway for that is humanities and social sciences, learning for life, and not just learning for livelihood. So in India, what are we now talking through policy? By 2030, that's a pathway, a target, milestone. All institutions, undergrad institutions in the country, including engineering institutions like IITs, NITs, and so on, will become multidisciplinary nature, multidisciplinarity as the focus. And my suggestion is not a course, a clear-cut program, maybe 18 credits, maybe 12 credits, and so on. And not just a 4-credit program, so that variety of options given to the students in addition to the engineering. That means we may have to expand IITs. IITs may need to have music department, performing art department, in addition to sociology, economics, history, and so on. Then we can move forward on that. So that is in the STEM education, one aspect the policy talks about it. That the idea being to create competencies, to develop competencies that are useful across subjects, not just in one subject. I repeat that, like complex problem solving, critical thinking, creative thinking, team play, leadership readiness, if not skills, communicator, an excellent communicator, and so on. And these competencies are found to be extremely useful in jobs. I think one of the earlier speakers talked about bouquet of courses. I call it a basket of courses. Quite often we say IITs create entrepreneurial skills. I agree with that. We all create in engineering colleges entrepreneurial skills. But unfortunately, we don't focus on entrepreneurial mindset. What is more important is entrepreneurial mindset to take risk. And that must be the focus in engineering institutions, management institutions, and so on, and not just aspect. I think there was a presentation on the management earlier. I've been a critic of the management education system in India. Why? We still borrow Western cases. We pay crores of rupees to get Western cases from Harvard and so on. Why don't we design our own cases? Use that to teach the Indian style of management. How do we do it? Indians are very good at managing large situation, large crowd, and see how we can do it. Research and management. I have been attending the Indian conferences since 2011. We discussed this. What kind of research should we do in these institutions? And we decided problem relevant to India context. Like there are some engineering colleges in Maharashtra doing a good job. The students of these colleges, their institute projects are based on problems identified through a survey of localities within a radius of 50, 100 kilometers. The problem may be malaria, problem may be drainage problem may be poor construction. Use that as an opportunity to do research and provide an innovation. Can we try this in IIT engineering colleges more? That more field-based learning, and that will help the marriage between humanities, social sciences, and engineering, science, technology, and so on. The STEM education, well linked with some of these aspects. So that is the approach the NEP 2020 is talking about it. That we must try this, and that is the reason the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach to research, and because there is a saying, human life itself is multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. A life is not just subject-based. And this idea that it can be life-centered can come only through learning through humanities and social sciences. So one milestone we have is by 2030 in India, all institutions, including engineering institutions, will move towards multidisciplinary institutions. And second, to do this, we had to revamp the entire curriculum. Can IITs, engineering colleges, medical colleges have a relook at it? And can we make an attempt to redesign, revamp the curriculum to make it truly multidisciplinary so that we can create a holistic personality who will have the intellectual, social, physical, aesthetic, emotional, and I think what I'll do is the time is getting up. I'll stop at this stage and I'll be glad to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us on a verbal ride on the road of multidisciplinary approach and NEP. We have a few questions in the chat box, so I would take it if it's fine.
Yeah, please.
Yes. So the first question is by Jobin. It's a comment followed by the query. So he has written that there is a problem in the evaluation system, which often tests the memory, the rote, memory of, focusing on memorizing everything and not taking in consideration memory. So he asks, and I quote, what do you think about changing our evaluation so that we test critical thinking and the ability to pose questions rather than learning a lot of facts by rote?
Very good. Thank you for asking this question. The ability to question also comes again through humanities and social studies. Now, let me give an example of this complex problem solving versus memory oriented rote learning. My best teacher now is my 7-year-old granddaughter. Very tech savvy. 2 years ago, when she was 5 years old, she was coming to India for the first time from America. I asked her, where are you coming to? She said, Grandpa, to India. I said, no, the city. He said, I don't know. My grandson told her, you are going to the capital city of India. The moment she got this cue, he said, Grandpa, give me 20 seconds. Opened her iPad, the 5-year-old child, Google search, capital city of India, and got the answer, New Delhi. Now, a little later, I asked a question to her, what is 10 plus 20 plus 30 equal to? I said, Grandpa, give me 5 seconds. Opened iPad, plus 10, plus 20, plus 30, 60. My son asked me a question. What kind of question should we ask her to create problem-solving behavior? I said, something like this. I gave a question to her. There is a river. On one side of the river, there is a school. On the other side, there's a village. 3 students from the village normally cross the river using a boat, which can take weight of 60 units, 10 plus 20 plus 30. 3 students, one weighs 10 units, other 20, other 30. They take a boat, come to school. While going back in the same evening, a problem came. The big boat capsized. There was only a small boat, which could take only 30 units of weight. I asked her how all 3 children can cross the river and go home in the evening. Immediate reply was, Grandpa, Google doesn't give answer to this. I had to work on it. She worked 50 minutes, came with an answer. She said, Grandpa, first, 10 and 20 will cross the river using the boat, which can take 30 units. 20 will remain and 10 will bring the boat back to the school. Then 10 remains, 20 goes back. Then 20 comes back, and then 10 and 20 go again, 5 times. Got answer. This is what we call complex problem solving. After 2 months, I asked the question again to her. He said, Grandpa, give me 5 seconds. She answered. I said, on that day, you took 50 minutes. Today, you took 5 seconds. How is it possible? He says, Grandpa, what you told me on that day, what we did on that day, it is in my memory. Now, I learn by rote. I'm just reproducing that. It is no longer solving a problem. This is the mistake we commit in evaluation. If you really want to test problem solving in IITs and engineering colleges, never repeat a question. If you had a problem solving question, never repeat that. But we do that. As a result of which, what was complex problem solving 5 months ago becomes now simple rote-based learning, memory oriented. So my colleague is correct. What is required is great reform in examination. And what would that be? The NEP 2020 talks 3 things. Assessment of learning to find out where the student is. Assessment for learning, formative evaluation to correct and take forward. Assessment as learning. So 3 things: assessment of learning, assessment for learning, assessment as learning. This is the reform we need. More emphasis on formative assessment, continuous assessment to make mid-course corrections after finding where they are, and organize what we call learning enhancement program. I'm not calling it remedial program. The word remedial is a bit denigrating. Learning enhancement, you have a learning already. Can we enhance that? This is the purpose of evaluation. He is right. We need to completely overhaul the evaluation procedures in all higher education institutions, including in engineering, medical institutions. Thank you for asking this question.
Thank you, sir, for giving us this meticulous solution to the problem. There are a few more questions, and there are also some thanking comments on your presentation, which we would take towards the end of the session. So, thank you, sir. Now, I would invite Mr. Roger Chow Jr. to share his views on internationalization of higher education and the need for multidisciplinarity and inclusion of HSS, a policy perspective. He is an international education development consultant who is currently a member of the CHED expert panel on internalization of Philippine higher education and the International Board of Advisors for the International Center for UNESCO ASF Net. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good. Well, it's good noon to you. Let me upload my slide first. Okay.
Sure, sir.
There. Okay, so I was asked to talk about basically internationalization of higher education and why there's a need for incorporating humanities and social science, basically from a policy perspective. So what I'll do is I'll talk about, because I'm only given 15 minutes, so I'll talk about different aspects, primarily from global regional levels, and present why there's a need, and basically people do understand that there's a need to incorporate humanities and social sciences. The problem there is we actually haven't fully incorporated it. There are academic circles and some certain policy circles have already talked about the need for multidisciplinarity, primarily in Europe, where there's a mandatory requirement for multidisciplinary aspects for any projects that are proposed. Now, wait, how come it's not use slide? Okay. So everyone has been, since 2015, late 2015, everyone has been talking about the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, this is a global project, but this is not new. This is actually an ongoing project all the way from EFA, Education for All, the Millennium Development Goals, and now the recent goal is the Sustainable Development Goals. I actually would like to point out that all the 17 goals are interrelated, and it has been highlighted that education is the one that actually connects everything from poverty elevation all the way to incorporating partnerships to achieve the goals. And for the education sector, which is SDG 4, it actually talks about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Now, underneath those, there are 10 sub goals, but I only highlighted 3 because these are the 3 that I think is relevant for this particular presentation. 4.3 talks about equal access for women and men to affordable and quality tertiary education, including technical and vocational. I highlighted keywords, primarily equal access for men and women, affordable and quality tertiary education. Now, 4.5 talks about gender disparities in education, ensuring equal access at all levels, and particularly for the vulnerable population, people with disabilities, indigenous persons, children in vulnerable situations. Now, 4.7 talks about to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. Take note, it's not about skills and knowledge needed to enter the labor force or to do business or be an entrepreneur, but it's basically to promote sustainable development through basically education for sustainable development, for human rights, gender equality. And take note, this is very important, particularly in relation to humanities and social sciences. The appreciation of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. So this is just a glimpse of what the 17 sustainable development goals are, but I highlighted what I think is necessary. Now, we all know that there's the United Nations, but UNESCO, which is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which was founded after World War II, is the only UN agency given a mandate for higher education. But their primarily mission, which we should all remember, is to build a culture of peace, the eradication of poverty, sustainable development, and intercultural dialogue. Okay, take note. Culture of peace, eradication of poverty, sustainable development, and intercultural dialogue. Why is this important? It's because we are not only living in our own countries, but we're living in regions, and basically we're part of the same world. Now, outside of this, and in relation to higher education and internationalization of higher education, there are a number of regional recognition conventions, which has some of which have been revised. So I presented here the different recognition conventions from Africa, the Arab states, Asian Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and the Mediterranean. And take note, although some of them has been established in the 1970s and the 1980s, there were recent developments to revise it. Particularly, it started in Europe in 1997, in the Asia Pacific in 2011, Africa in 2014, and Latin America in 2019. Furthermore, in 2019, UNESCO decided to build on the 1993 UNESCO recommendation for recognition of qualifications in higher education to make it into a global convention. So the importance of internationalization of higher education, and particularly for this case, recognition of higher education qualifications, has been recognized not only in the region, but at the global context. So essentially, the importance of internationalization of higher education is now one of the core policy dimensions and focuses in the higher education space. But we have to remember it's not just about recognizing higher education for students to move from one country to another country, but it's also in relation to access to the labor force and recognition for further studies. Okay. Now, since we're talking about internationalization of higher education, one of the most cited definitions is the one by Knight, J. Knight, which basically defines it as a process of integrating, take note, an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. The keywords are international, intercultural, and global dimension. But you also have to consider the purpose. What do we talk about when we talk about the purpose of higher education? Teaching, research, and community service. So we have to understand internationalization of higher education into these broad dimensions. And according to both Hans DeWitt and Knight, J. Knight, there are supposed to be four core rationales why we internationalize higher education. Basically, in terms of political, economic, social, cultural, and academic dimensions. I will not go into this because this will take at least an hour just to talk about these four. Now, when we talk about internationalization of higher education, most of the time we talk about internationalization abroad, which I'll present in the next slide. But one of the things I would like to highlight and point out is that there's such a thing called comprehensive internationalization. In Beelin and Jones' book, 2015, titled, oh no, it's not a book, it's a chapter, Redefining Internationalization at Home. There's something which was coined as comprehensive internationalization, which was defined by Hudzik in 2011 as a commitment confirmed through action to infuse internationalization and comparative perspectives throughout the teaching, research, and service missions of higher education. And NAFSA in 2014 also defined it as the planned strategic integration of international, intercultural, and global dimensions into the ethos and outcomes of higher education. Take note, there are similarities. We talk about teaching, research, and service missions of higher education. We talk about intercultural and global dimensions as well. So aside from that, we do have to understand that internationalization of higher education are normally seen in two broad strands. Internationalization abroad, which includes international and intra-regional student mobility, international faculty and researcher mobility, and basically satellite branch campuses or even franchise programs which are offered to other countries. Now, one of the things that is less focused on, with a few exceptions, is internationalization at home, which includes comprehensive internationalization, where curriculum internationalization is part of it. Recently, we talked about virtual mobility. It has started in Europe to a limited extent, but now with the COVID-19 pandemic, people are doing a lot of things offline, doing things through virtual mobility. And there's also such a thing about the regional higher education hub approach, where branches of foreign higher education institutions are opening within certain regions. So one thing when we talk about internationalization of higher education, I would like to highlight that it's not all about international mobility. Although to a lesser extent, it has not been, it was not, that there's not much focus on internationalization at home. There is a need to focus on internationalization at home, essentially to bring the international experience to majority of the students who really cannot afford to travel outside the country and study in international programs in different countries. So essentially, these are majority of the students who remain in our country, but they don't have the capacity to actually have the international experience simply because of majority for financial reasons. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the focus of internationalization of higher education has been too skewed towards international student mobility, undertaking joint research projects, developing and offering international and joint academic programs, and a significant focus on global higher education rankings. In short, the main focus is revenue generation, mostly in terms of tuition fees, research funding, or getting a share of research funding grants from different countries, and enhancing the global reputation of the institution or a consortium. Now, why did I mention these things? It's because one of the things that are important is that the line here in
I'm
brown.
sorry for the
Hello? Okay, the line in brown is actually showing a significant increase
Sir,
of
I'm sorry
international.
for the interruption. You have 2 minutes. It will be great if you can conclude your session. Thank you.
Okay, okay, so I'll move around. The core thing there is we have to find the right balance between what is ideal and what is utilitarian in internationalization of higher education. Essentially, in terms of humanities and social sciences, the core thing there is humanities and social sciences are key to critical thinking and complex reasoning, effective participation in civic life, and supposed to be general participation in the entry into the workforce. Essentially, we talk about developing and getting 21st century skills. And this one's lifelong learning framework. I'll skip this. Okay. In terms of global rankings, the core argument now is that there is a need to incorporate universities' commitment to better outcomes to social dimension, primarily, essentially, which involves humanities and social sciences. Now, one of the things I would like to highlight in particular is we have to learn from the tuning projects, mostly in Europe, which has been done under in different countries. We have to know that learning outcomes and competencies are seen in terms of generic and subject-specific outcomes. Humanities and social sciences contribute significantly to the generic competencies, mostly in interpersonal and systemic generic competencies. Subject-specific competencies are more those in relation to the profession you want to work on, the programs that leads to a certain profession. Now, competencies, as we all know, is a dynamic combination of knowledge, understanding, skills, and abilities. Now, why do we need to incorporate so, uh, why do we need to incorporate humanities and social sciences? Because it gives a better understanding of oneself, your role in society, and the responsibilities in society. You have to understand the past, the current, prior to understanding where you're leading to in the future. In whatever professions you have to be to humanize everything. You have to understand that the products you develop should actually correlate and be useful both from a practical experience and from a humanistic experience. Now, it also enhances cultural awareness and understanding of multiple cultures and practices, basically supports building a global and peaceful community. Now, it develops generic, particularly 21st century skills and promotes and encourages lifelong learning. And at the end of the time, incorporating multidisciplines and incorporating humanities and social sciences into internationalization of higher education actually supports the achievement of the UN 2030 development goals. Take note that these goals are not only at the global level, it's translated at regional and national levels as well. So at the end of the day, we have the role of humanities and social sciences is to humanize each and every one of us and to contribute to society in various ways. It also supports the achievement of UN Sustainable Development Goals and helps build a peaceful and a sustainable global community. Thank you, Ren. Sorry, I had to rush.
Thank you, sir, for your astute words and your intensive insights on internationalization of higher education and multidisciplinarity. May I now invite Professor Ashok Sarkar, Dean IIT Jammu, to deliberate on the topic how to mainstream HSS courses in engineering programs. He is the former director of BITS Pilani. It is his administrative expertise and teaching insights that has helped our institute, IIT Jammu, flourish. Sir, please.
Good morning to all of you. The topic I have chosen is how to mainstream HSS courses in engineering programs. And what I'm going to discuss is based only on my experiences. So no literature review or nothing is involved in that. Now, what I have done is, regarding importance of humanities, it is well established. So I'll not spend much time on that. But I'll talk about over a period of time, personally, how I have gone through, because when we were just graduating or we are studying in the institution, engineering institution, we are not in those days, we are not aware of the importance of HSS or economics and other things. So with my professional life, at the same time, my higher studies, etc., how one by one I got exposed to the importance of different aspects of humanities. Very briefly, I will tell that. Then I will be raising some issues on what are the things the students think about the HSS courses, what the faculty of other disciplines think about courses, and what the humanities department faculty members usually think about. So I have got experience of teaching in few institutions, technical institutions, technological institutions. So I have seen them. So accordingly, I have come up with, and at the end, I will be asking a few questions or pose a few questions to the HSS to take them forward. Some of the questions they must have already looked into them. Some of them maybe, it will be useful for them to ponder upon and take some decisions about. Now, why HSS courses? As I have mentioned, I'm not going to spend much time. Science, mathematics, engineering provide facts, answers, knowledge, and truth. They give certainty. But over a period of time, there is a feeling that the tremendous progress in technology with the tremendous progress in technology, science is becoming increasingly dogmatic. That is a perception. On the other hand, humanities gives uncertainty, doubt, and skepticism. Thus, we need humanities to foster a healthy anti-dogmatism. Also, humanities is subversive. They challenge all authorities, political, religious, scientific, and there are more about questions than answers. So even in engineering field, when we started our career, some of the things I think we are never thought that we'll be coming with some answers, and those are the questions we never thought we'll have to solve them. It appeared at that point of time that this doesn't make any sense because we cannot do anything about that. But over a period of time, many of those questions have been answered. So that is the great strength of humanities. They pose questions. Some of them may look absurd at this point of time, that over a period of time, some of the questions maybe some solutions might be coming out by the scientists and engineers about those questions that are being raised. For example, so what is meaning of life? Though we have not come to this question, answers to this. Should happiness be our goal? How do you know something is true? How do you decide whether something is wrong or right? Being engineers or scientists will conduct a survey, and some probability studies will do and say, okay, 99% they're saying that 1%, but that is not the truth as such. So these questions cannot be answered in black and white. So this teaches us, humanities teaches, that we don't have answer to all the questions in this world. And that is a great learning for any human being. A stage comes with science and engineering background, we start thinking that, that all the problems can be quantified and solutions can be developed. But humanities teaches that we cannot answer all the questions. But some of the questions we may be in a position to answer over a period of time, but not all of them. Now, again, my own experience, as I told you. So, our undergraduation, we are hardcore engineers, and we are very much used to be look forward to go to the field, and my area is civil engineering, so we are thinking how to design bridges, buildings, and kind of thing. If you can do that, it will be a great achievement. But when I went for my master's, a problem that was given to me in British Columbia, that is transport inventory model. So log transportation in the through the rivers, which will be the cheapest mode. It was a project which is supported by the department. So I could understand the importance of economics there first time. Then my PhD work was on model choice behavior. That is, if you have got 4 or 5 options of going to office, which one do you choose? We cannot come up with, with certainty. Someday I might travel by bus, next day because of my, that means human behavior is very much involved in that. So we try to quantify. In earlier days, comfort, convenience were not considered in that model. But gradually people are using that. Even then, it is not possible to exactly predict the human behavior. Today I am going by bus, tomorrow I may take my scooter, day after tomorrow I may go by car. Prediction is very, very difficult. So that taught us the importance of understanding how the human behave, which is not being taught in engineering mostly. Then I got attached with PMGSA program, that is the rural road program in the country. I think I was at with the national level. I was there for about 20 years. Now, for alignment selection in the rural areas, we are supposed to interact with the MPs, MLAs, panchayat leaders, common villagers. So I understood the importance of negotiation skills and effective communications. Many a time when we talk about communication, to our students, they think that just how good they communicate, effectively they communicate during the interview, that is communication. Communication will have to do in different levels. To the villagers, it will be different language altogether. To your colleagues, it will be different. To students, different. So that kind of understanding we develop. Then when doing some projects, again in rural areas, we had to carry out economic, environmental, social impacts. So when you are writing them, that gives us a lot of strength in writing skill as well as understanding the economic and environmental and social impacts. What are the parameters by which you can measure them? All of them cannot be measured. Now, as a faculty and administrator, I'm not talking about the personal life at all here, only professional life. There will be ups and downs in life. When you either a faculty or an administration, some decisions you'll have to take, difficult decisions, how to take them, ethical values one should maintain, interpersonal skill, which I personally consider is very important, dealing with people having different backgrounds. And we had to do both nationally and international kind of people having different backgrounds. Then communication already I have mentioned. I'm sure this is a very small description of what I have gone through, the how I have understood the importance of HSS. And I'm sure all the professionals over a period of time would appreciate them. Now, a bit of prior exposure in some of these, it cannot, everything cannot be taught. We learn many things with experience. But we didn't know that such kind of subjects even exist. In our days, it was many of the subjects were not there. So bit of exposure in some of these topics would help us, the engineers. And usefulness of humanities in engineering education is accepted fact at the policy level and have also been implemented. So there's no issue on that. Even NEP, just now you heard that, also underlined the need. Now, some of the US universities are very limited. I have seen the literature, the 14 to 21% credits, earmarked for humanities courses. In some cases, it may be more or less. In fact, some universities have started engineering and humanities, a 4-year program. Even all the IITs particularly, we have added HS courses in the curriculum quite some time back, quite some time, at least 30, 40 years back. But this is the area I would like to concentrate. There's a perception that the courses have not got their rightful place, recognition rather, as yet. It is not a natural integration. That is the perception of the students, sometimes even the faculty members from other disciplines. So how to achieve that? So if we talk to the students, I'm not saying again, I'm talking in general. There are few students, they take a lot of interest. In general, the question asked by the students, why do we need to study HSS courses? Why so many HSS courses? What benefit in the professional growth? Do not require much effort to get a good grade. That is the kind of feelings the students always talk about. I'm not talking about this institute. I have taught in many institutions. Faculty from engineering and sciences. Why so many HSS courses when engineering departments are unable to offer required number of courses? There is a common complaint from if you talk to on the corridors, you will hear this. Also, the perception is that the students take HSS courses as they consider the courses light and also for easy grades. And many of the courses, they feel that the students should learn by themselves. This is I'm just giving some general idea. Don't go to one person asking, is it your idea? It is not like that. Then faculty from HSS departments, streams, the students do not put efforts to take the courses seriously. And feedback is always good. Generally, HSS faculty members get good feedback, but their contributions are not recognized. And importance of these courses are not understood, and the department is looked down upon. There is a common complaint. So you have got different groups having different perceptions and opinions. So how to bridge this gap? All of us, we have got, being administrator from the other departments, we have got certain, responsibilities. But I will discuss about what is the responsibility of the HSS department and the faculty members to mainstream them. The courses are there, but I don't think they're mainstream as yet. Like science and engineering, nobody questions. So it is almost integrated, but HSS has not got integrated in the whole system as yet. Now, these are the questions. If you have already, pondered over that, there is no issue on that. I thought these are the questions I can raise for the HSS faculty members. Have we explained the connection between engineering, science, and humanities to the students? Engineering and science, it is very easy to understand, and students, it is well established. They do some basic courses of sciences, then go for engineering. But what is the need of, there are many papers nowadays that they are integrated together. Engineering, science, and humanities cannot be considered separately. So have we explained to them, the students? Have we thought of offering a core course for engineering programs of humanities? And if you are asked to do that, what course are you going to introduce? We are happy with some elective courses. Do we offer courses integrated with engineering and sciences? That means we'll have to understand the whole picture of what they're trying to achieve in engineering. The sciences do that. Okay, they have done this mathematics courses, so then they can take up this particular course in engineering. Have you done that kind of study? So that you get integrated into the education system of engineering study. Are you interacting with the students, faculty of other departments, and industry to understand their needs and expectations? So most of the institutions we get, say during recruitment, many people come from industries. Maybe some of the faculty members have interaction with them and find out what really they are looking for in these areas in humanities. What is lacking in the students other than the engineering skill as such? In the future, what are the trades the student should have? Have we offered any course in collaboration with the engineering faculty? I can give example. I think in MIT, they offered a course taught by two engineering faculty members, one humanities, a great success. People are sitting on the floors almost, that I read somewhere. I have seen few cases in India also. It is a joint collaboration and students like that. Are we offering the right kind of courses to the engineering students? Because when you're teaching some humanities university, traditional university, mostly the students are interested in humanities. Here, the students are not really interested and they are not convinced even. So, are you offering right kind of courses for them? Are you explaining how a course is going to be beneficial to the students? In fact, you can start the class with an example, that, okay, such and such I read in the book that, he was a hardcore engineer and later on he understood the importance of certain things. So then the students will get interested. What is the, importance of that course? Not necessarily immediately, maybe after, long time, after graduation. Are you asking conceptual or challenging questions in the examination assignments? I think my previous speaker already mentioned about that. Repetition of the courses, no challenges. Many times students say that there is no challenge in the course, not only in humanities, many of the courses. It is not no challenging, so there is no point in studying. Have you experimented enough to find the right pedagogy to teach engineering students? Because as I told you, their expectations are different. Ultimately, they are not going to do exactly in humanities. They will be doing engineering. So the same kind of way of teaching that we do for arts or commerce faculty or sciences even, will it work? Or let us develop some techniques. Let us try and see which one really attracts the students. For that, lot of interaction is also needed with the students. So based on this, I'm few suggestions. I don't put it at conclusions. There may be few more. Department should come out of the mindset of supporting department. That is the first thing we'll have to take a call. Make ready some courses that it may not be successful immediately. May be considered as core courses for engineering programs, aligning with the objectives for the program. Let us look into, suppose, mechanical engineering program. Talk to the mechanical faculty. Because what are the areas where you do think that, in humanities courses, you can support you? As sciences do that. So if we don't do that, automatically it will not be integrated in the system as such. Interact with professionals in different engineering disciplines to get their input, which is very important. A person who has graduated after, say, 15 years back and very successful professional, we can talk to them. Which are the things he feels in the curriculum it was not there when they studied, he or she, and which are the courses could have helped him? Not only in problem solving, I'm talking about, as a human being, and taking decisions, and even solving problems. personal problems, or say interacting with the people. So what are the things that was lacking with them when they graduated? And continuously experiment and evaluate on new pedagogy to make the courses attractive to engineering students. Okay, I will be teaching in this way, the students don't like it. And it is not true for HSS only, I'm talking about. And it is for all the departments, but particularly for HSS, it is very important. Keep on experimenting and see which particular model works. I think I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Uh, Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sarkar, and thank you, Roger. It was first of all to Roger. It was very nice seeing you after a very long time. We studied together, although in different cohorts. So very nice to see you here, and welcome once again. So the questions I have, meanwhile, others can think of questions, and if you have questions, please do ask in the chat box, or you can open your mic. You can switch on your mic and then ask directly. Please point it out to the speaker you would like to, your questions to. Meanwhile, I have a small questions which I already asked Professor Sarkar few months back. Very pertinent points, sir, you have raised. Also, one important thing that we often find in institute like IITs, IIM, or any non-social science institute is that there is a kind of different attitude towards social science, and you have rightly pointed at why things are so, because things are, HSS departments and the courses are not properly integrated and not serving or not properly integrated with the system. It should of course work more, but changing the perception also should come from both sides. Of course, from HSS sides, faculty members, students, scholars, we are interested to more to integrate, but also the change should come from other side, and how to make that change, or how to go with that change in the other faculty members of non social science faculty members, technical and science faculty members, how to change their perception. What would be your suggestion based on your experience, if you can share that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, in fact, I have mentioned here that I am only mentioning the points that HSS can, consider, but others also, all of us have got responsibility. I think lack of knowledge, that is the issue. That is, what is the importance of those who are working in the industries, maybe, or those who are in the administrative position. They understand automatically the importance of some of them, but the hardcore teacher, because they might not be going through these experiences what I have gone through or others are going through, so it will be difficult. So one option is to meet them, try to understand, okay, this is your, for example, as given the example in mechanical engineering, okay, you go and see what do you teach. These are the courses you teach. Now where do you think that they lack, where humanities kind of things can fit in there, so that we can also club in as sciences. As I've given the example, it is well established now, it is also well established that humanities also should be a part. Humanities, science and engineering should be together, but I think we have not got that particular foothold as yet to impress them the importance of that and what kind of courses will be needed. So until and unless we interact with them, maybe group wise, department wise, you can call them, some of them, and have the interaction. It cannot be one day, it will not be happening, because the mindset, as I have discussed already, it is that easy to change. But we'll have to keep on working, as main onus would be on the HSS department and the HSS faculty members.
Yeah, sorry. Is a problem contextual? Because I think that in Western countries, especially in US, the picture is not like this. There are cases when people are majoring in any engineering subject and having minor in any humanities subject. It's very common there, but in the Indian context, we never see this. So, I mean, is it something very cultural?
Yeah, you see, definitely culture is very important because you see, we are from the kind of society we are coming from. Students come to engineering institutions to primarily to get a job. It may sound very odd, but that is true. Hard truth is that they come here to get a job. If they are not interested, the parents are more interested in getting the kid a job. So they really don't understand the importance of other things to learn in life as such. So they are more interested in her. But as you have seen, the NEP has introduced many such kind of. So those who are interested, they can now opt for that. So that facility was also not there much earlier. But some of the things I can tell you, because since you have mentioned, I usually don't talk about bits pilani much. People may, but I can tell you that the NEP, what they have come up with. Many of the things we have implemented long time back. We had a music department 40 years back maybe, and some of the things we have. For example, biology recently has been made compulsory in some of the IITs in the first year. We have done it 40 years back. Not we, the BITS have done. So I am not part of BITS anymore. So there are many things. We're talking about flexibility. I have seen many students, not a large number. Just I'm give you an example. One of the students, he did his masters, sorry, BTech in mechanical engineering, and I took his help for making the New Year card, etc. In the arts and craft department. So before leaving the institution, he came to meet me. I asked him, "What are you going to do?" He said, "I will go for arts, painting rather." And he's doing there. There are many such cases, many, and even one of the most popular teachers in biological sciences, his basic degree in computer science. Also, I can give examples in IT Delhi, at least I know one or two, Bits Pilani. The HSS faculty, their basic background is in engineering and sciences. They worked on that and they joined HSS department. There are a few cases like that. So I think it will take some more time because as I told you, our main focus is to get a job. And that's why people are students are more towards that, how to get a good job. They'll be doing courses where it will be easy to get a job. That is one of the reasons, I suppose.
Uh, I have one question for Roger, sir. So, if I may ask. So, what is the international perception about the integration of HSS or humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education? And if it is integrated, what would you like to suggest for a developing country like India?
Uh, okay, the first question is a little bit difficult because I cannot put myself in their context. I can put in my opinion though. From an academic perspective, in different parts of the world, there's understanding that there's a need for multidisciplinarity in research or a research-based teaching. So that means there is some sort of acceptance of incorporating humanities and social sciences, mostly social sciences. Though. There's still a long way to incorporate humanities. Um, but then multidisciplinarity is there. The Western countries, I think one of the speakers earlier mentioned that in the Western countries, there's more openness to have incorporated courses from humanities and social sciences into the program. And I think the last speaker mentioned that as well. So there is, but in terms of actual acceptance, it's still a long way off. It's difficult even if you just write it on paper and actual implementation. And the culture of where engineers we have to look at numbers, and that's also the the environment I grew up here in the Philippines. So if you're an engineer or an accountant, you have to work on numbers and the basic competencies. We tend to forget that we learn a lot of things in the humanities and social sciences, which actually connects us to our world and the world we live in. So essentially, I cannot comment on international acceptability, but there is acceptance among certain circles.
Thank you, sir. Are
Okay.
there any other questions from any other participant?
Yeah, so there's one question from Ruchi Sharma, and this is to Professor Sarkar. Sir, what are your views about AICTE's new proposal of keeping maths and physics as optional for engineering courses?
If I don't know whether it has been done or not, but I don't really agree with that. Though I don't know the real background as such, so I should not comment. But my immediate reaction is that I don't agree. But until and unless look into the full, document, what is the background in which particular area? Because sometimes, newspaper headlines are not really the true reflection of what is there in the document. So until and unless you look into that, should not comment. But if it is true, just like that, then I think there is something wrong in that. That is my personal view.
Can we expect some more questions? If not, we may like to close the session. It has been a wonderful session. The first opening session of our conference is quite really a success. Thank you all the revered speakers. I will hand over the mic to Shreya to compare the rest of the session.
Thank you to all the distinguished speakers and participants for being active listeners of the inaugural and the opening sessions. Now let's break for the lunch. We'll resume for the upcoming thematic session on cognitive science, which is at 13:25 IST, for which we'll be using the same Zoom link meeting. I would request you all to join 5 minutes before we begin with it. See you after the lunch. Thank you.
हाँ आप ठीक है हेलो यस अनम्यूट किया मैंने म्यूटेड नो नो आई एम अनम्यूटेड प्रेस ऑल्ट टू अनम्यूट अभी अनम्यूट है स्पीकिंग यस हेलो 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 no you cannot hear right no my system hello hello करते ये हेलो हेलो सुनेंगे कैसे? तो बाकी जो या जस्ट स्टार्ट द हम लोग ही सुनना है ना. Screen doesn't have a speaker right here. No. हाँ वो तो देते हैं सर. वो दे दीजिए उसमें काम बन जाएगा. बट अगर रूम पे जब कोई बोलेगा सर आपको तब स्पीकर की आवाज बढ़ानी पड़ेगी ना उसको सुनने के लिए. अब लाइए देखते हैं किस स्पीकर होगा उसमें तो बंद रहेगा. हेलो हेलो इसमें वॉल्यूम ऑफ किया हुआ है ना. सर आपको वहां से अलो करना पड़ेगा ना. आपने परमिशन दी है ना म्यूट ऑल की. आपको वहां से अलो करना पड़ेगा पहले. अलो करोगे फिर. हाँ अब मैं कुछ बोलता हूँ. हेलो हेलो आ रहा है आवाज. बट बहुत ही कम. तो स्पीकर सर आपको सुनना ही नहीं है ना. आप तो यहाँ बैठे हैं ना. नहीं नहीं बाकी स्पीकर जब बोलेंगे बाकी दूसरे जब वो बोलेंगे सर उस टाइम क्या करना है आपको. स्पीकर जो है ना सर उसको कर देना वहां से सुनाई देगी आवाज. देखिए अगर हम यहाँ से बोल रहे हैं यहाँ से सुन रहे हैं तो वो इको करेगा. हेलो जब सर बोल रहे हैं तब हमें स्पीकर ऑन करने की जरूरत नहीं है ना. हमें वहाँ क्या सुनना है. वहां से बोलेगा तब हमें. तो दूसरा कंप्यूटर ना आप मोबाइल से भी ट्राई कीजिए देख लेते हैं ना. आ रही है आवाज. बाकी लोग ऑनलाइन हमको सुनना है. मोबाइल से ऑन कीजिए. आई वुड सजेस्ट रिमूव टू सेटअप रखा एक ही जगह पे रखते हैं. और एक मोबाइल पे रखते हैं ना. ये वाला जो सेटअप है ना here we remove this setup and connect it to this. हाँ ठीक है. Only one single laptop. That is fine. ये तो कनेक्ट देखते तार आता है. केवल मोबाइल से तो देखना पड़ेगा आपको. इसको उसको ताकि पार्टिसिपेंट्स है कोई बात नहीं. कर सकते हैं हम तो सुनाई दे रहा है इतनी. हेलो हाँ हाँ नीचे ही है नीचे ही. मैं आ रहा हूँ नीचे 10 मिनट में. जी ठीक है. ठीक हो रहा है. कोई बोलेगा तब ठीक नहीं होगा. तो इसलिए होगा सर हम यहीं पे है ना यहीं से बोल रहे हैं. हाँ जब स्पीकर बोलेंगे ना वहां से तब इको नहीं होगा. इसको इसका स्पीकर जो है यहाँ पे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं सर. हो जाएगा ना. आई काम कीजिए सर आप यहाँ से बाहर जाके बोलिए. हम देखते हैं यहीं खड़े होके हम बोलेंगे ना तो वो इको करेगा. अगर हम कॉन्फ्रेंस भी करते हैं तो हम जो बोल रहे हैं वो हमें नहीं सुनाई देता ना. आया नहीं अभी आया नहीं सर आपका. पोस्ट मुझे लिखा रहा है. अच्छा मेरे पास होगा. मैं तो आपको बना रहा हूँ. एडमिट कर रहा है. इस कंप्यूटर को पोस्ट बना दीजिए. हाँ चलिए आप ठीक है. इसी को साउंड यहाँ पे है ना. इसका साउंड को ऑन करना पड़ेगा ना. हाँ सेकंड वन. हेलो 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 हेलो. ये कोई भी है ना यहाँ से तो आई नहीं है. इसमें क्या रहना चाहिए. सर वहां से हटा दीजिए, वहां से इसको एग्जिट एंड कर दीजिए यहाँ से। दिस कंप्यूटर होस्ट है ना, हाँ होस्ट है। हो गया स्पीकर, यहाँ का स्पीकर सामने वॉल्यूम को खुले नहीं, हाँ खुले लिखा हुआ है इसके लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे, हाँ वहाँ पे स्क्रीन दिखा है ना। साउंड कहाँ से होता है? स्क्रीन को दिखा ही नहीं रहा है। Unmute your speaker, increase volume to hear. ओके, यहाँ पे मेरी आवाज आ रही है, अभी काउंट नहीं हो रहा, इको नहीं हो रहा है। वो बट इसका साउंड कैसे बढ़ाएंगे? हम सिस्टम, ओके 1 सेकेंड। तो चल साउंड आपको बोलना पड़ेगा एक बार, यासिन। हेलो, यस बताओ, कुछ बोलिए तो यासिन। हेलो हेलो हेलो, आवाज वहां पे जा रही है, वॉल्यूम जीरो की होगा, वॉल्यूम जीरो है। प्लीज इसका अपना सिस्टम पे अगर हम आए तो ऐसा है ना सर, फेस से इसको स्टॉप, अब थोड़ा इसको बंद करके वापस चालू कर लीजिए। वो वाला भी लॉगआउट कर दीजिए, डायरेक्टर ऑफिस वाला क्या अकाउंट नीचे से कोई है क्या नीचे? There anyone in the office? आवाज तो आपकी यहाँ पे भी आवाज ठीक है, ऑफ करना पड़ेगा शायद एक ही आईडी से दोनों जगह में होता है। मधु को कॉल कीजिए, तो वहां से लॉग आउट कर देना। आपको पता भी, हाँ मधु का नंबर बोल दीजिए ना उनको।
हेलो 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 हेलो, am I audible? हेलो 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 हेलो
तो फिर से बोलिए तो। इसका साउंड हम लोग
हेलो 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 हेलो
माइक्रोफोन ये इससे माओ आप एक वो वाला माइक लेके आए ना गोल वाला
हेलो 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 ठीक है ठीक है पास आने से तो नहीं स्क्रीन शेयर कर दीजिए अगर आएगी तो सर इसको हटा के ना छोटा वाला माइक्रोफोन दे देंगे वहां रख देंगे सेंटर में इसी से आ जाएगा
यहाँ से कोई नहीं बोलेंगे दैट्स द पॉइंट जो बोलेगा जो भी कोई यहाँ से बोलेगा हम लोग खाली सुनना है बाहर से दैट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट
यहाँ से कोई नहीं बोलेगा यहाँ से बोलेगा ना माइक एक दो मिनट
के लिए खाली
वो ऑफ कर देंगे म्यूट कर देंगे इधर से इसका वो रिमोट में सर मैं ना आपको दे देता हूँ छोटा वाला माइक्रोफोन उसकी वाली में वो होता है
वही
वो बेस्ट है क्या उसमें बटन भी है बंद करने का उसी टाइम बंद हो जाएगा मैं एक बार ट्राई करते हैं स्कॉलर से कमिंग
let me join once more and check last time
because after this is your session so
we are here now, you can go now. This is last minute check. Just relax now, write your answer. Water नहीं है यहाँ पे। जिनसे खाने का पहले वो पानी की बॉटल उठा देंगे। Something like that.
you don't need to go just call this और नहीं तो मेरे रूम पे ऑफिस है नोट्स के लेके आ जाए कितने खुला है लॉक ओपन है कोई बोतल है दोनों के घर के यहाँ पे रखें तो हो रहा है भैया हेलो
at least we should have that whole wala speaker
just for visual is fine
Do we need extra chairs? I have 3 chairs in my office.
हाँ सेट कर लेते हैं
the point is some eco should not be there with
yes
the online users should not be for us also we should be able to hear them.
yeah
Nothing goal wala leke aaye
yeah
I'm basically ordering 7,000 for एक microphone attached directly to the laptop. Very good quality. हमें जरूरत है।
ringtone
Yes. Let's see the तो हमारा चल रहा है ना काम उसके बिना भी चल रहा है इस तरह हो रहा है
नीचे गोल वाला आप लोग कर वो मिलेगा क्या? ऐसे आप लेके आ रहे हैं वो वाला गोल वाला? That's good morning session. Yeah, very good. पाँच हो गया ना कितना? 25. हम लोग भागते हैं हम लोग यहाँ।
भाग जिस छोटे है ना 10 मिनट 5 मिनट में खा के आ जाए। हाँ मधु जी एक कॉल किया था इसलिए कि हम लोग का जो वहाँ पे मीडिया सेल से लॉगिन था ना डायरेक्टर्स रूम में वो उससे लॉग आउट करना तो वो कर दिया प्रीति ने कर दिया। ठीक है या ओके।
कॉग्निटिव साइंस यहाँ होगा राइट?
सोशियोलॉजी भी है।
सोशियोलॉजी इकोनॉमिक्स का कब होगा?
कल सारे सेशन यहाँ पे ही हो रहा है।
पहले सेशन है ना हमारा
ना पैरेलल सेशन होगा इकोनॉमिक्स को उस रूम पे होगा।
उसकी सेटिंग अलग से करनी होगी
तो बैठ के हो जाएगा वो तो बैठ के हो जाएगा लैपटॉप से। दैट इज नॉर्मल जूम सेशन।
Hello? 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 Is it echoing? Hello? हेलो ये आवाज अभी भी कहाँ से है? ये आवाज है कहाँ से? ये साउंड अभी इस स्पीकर से आ रहा है या उससे आ रहा है? इसी से आ रहा है ना? वो बंद कर दिया ना? हाँ सुनाई तो दे ही रहा है हम लोग।
दिस इज स्पीकर का माइक्रोफोन।
दोनों काम करेंगे ये अगर इको करेगा शायद बंद कर देना।
हेलो 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 हेलो
उनको
ठीक है
तभी हमने बोला
हेलो इज इट ओके? ओके देन फाइन
Hello. You can? Yeah? Okay. All right. Over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Audible, right? Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Look here.
A very warm and pleasant morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. I, Tanu Gupta, along with my co-host, Pami Sharma, welcome you all to the second session of the two-day international conference on Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education. The theme of this session is Cognitive Sciences, which majorly focuses on cognition and the development of a critical knowledge society, brain, mind, and consciousness, social robotics, the innovative pedagogy of cognitive sciences. And the speakers are Professor Vipin Indorekhia, who is a visiting professor at the Jagiellonian University, Poland. His research interest includes cognitive sciences, cognitive robotics, usability engineering, human-computer communication. Next, we have with us Professor Georgy Stojanov, and who is a professor at the American University of Paris. His primary research interests are cognitive development and creativity, analogy and metaphor, and languages and translations.
For the third speaker, we have Dr. Abhishek Pauri. Dr. Pauri is working in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Madras. His research interests includes memory studies, masculinity studies, and post-humanism, among others. And the last presenters are Dr. Anjali Sharma and Dr. Sukanya Singh. They are presently working at the Central University of Rajasthan. Dear presenters, we would request you all to adhere to the time limit of 15 minutes. Further, there will be two prompts given before 5 and 3 minutes. Speakers are requested to conclude their talk in the stipulated time period. For the discussions, questions, and comments, the faculty in charge of the session, Dr. Amitas Oja, Head Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Jammu, will be moderating the entire session. We request you to kindly post your questions, if any, in the chat box. Dr. Kulin Kaur Vijal is the reporter of this session. Professor Bipin Indrakhia, we invite you to start with your presentation. We welcome you, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have to, I'll share my screen. 1 second. Where is the share screen thing? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, here it is. 1 minute.
1 second.
Yeah, okay, just 1 second.
Sir, please try now. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Sure, sir. Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so, well, thank you for inviting me, and yeah, I'll keep my time limit. Yeah, I know. So I will give you a brief overview of usability engineering and UX design. So it's actually, I teach a whole class on that, so we can spend a whole semester, but I'll just give you a little bit of overview, and some resources that you can use, okay? So let me see, wait a minute, something funny happened.
Yeah, okay. You go to the next slide, right? You can see the next slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. If there's any problem, tell me, because somehow I can't see my mouse has gone actually, but anyway, so I don't know. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit of prehistory of usability, usability of everyday things, user experience, cognitive science and usability, and broadening the scope. So each one of this is a big topic, but I'll try to give you just a little glimpse of it with one example each or something like that, okay? Okay, so this what I mean by prehistory of usability is that if you look at the term usability, it started basically around early 90s. I'll tell you a little bit about it in a minute. So, but actually, even before that, there were a number of usability studies were done. They were not called usability. And I give you a very interesting example I found from 1960s of this. I hope you recognize this. This is Sesame Street, a very popular children's show. Anyway, so again, I'll be brief. So how this thing is started. So in the early 1960s, this is a quote from this guy, E.L. Palmer, who was one of the academic involved with, or maybe the producer of Sesame Street. I don't know who he was, but some guy. So he said, he wrote this, one of his colleagues received a grant to research the question of what holds children's attention to television. Remember, this was in the 1960s, and the Sesame Street was a program for children. So first, they thought of various ideas, like maybe have two children, two TV programs, and you put a child in one room and see which one they are watching. But then they didn't. There was some methodological problem that. There's a thing called narrative pull. Again, I won't have time to explain to you that, but a narrative pull is something that can interfere with this methodology. So they decided to use a distractor. And again, to make a long story short, basically what they did was that they would have like a child will sit in a room. Maybe next time I had to give this talk, I'll make a picture of what it would be like. So a child sits in a room. On one side, there is a TV showing Sesame Street. On another side, what they call is a competing audio-visual stimuli. So it's some kind of something, they're showing them some slides with some similar kind of pictures and some audio. And they are just watching that, whether the child is looking at the Sesame Street or this other one. And again, in those days, they did not have eye trackers and all. So there will be a researcher who will have this chart, and every like 7.5 seconds, the researcher will make a tick mark whether the child is watching the Sesame Street or the distractor. Okay. So so that's how they did. And again, just to make it short, basically what they also they tested the validity of this method. So this was an interesting idea, but how to test that if it really gives them real data? So they used there was another children's show called Captain Kangaroo, and they used that show, and they chose one episode which was particularly boring because this captain one of the character, Mr. Green Jeans, he explains to how the government worked, and of course it's very boring for 4-year-old children. So it's something they knew it would be boring, and they wanted to test if this method of measuring user response will confirm that. And they found that it confirmed that, as expected, as soon as this character started talking about the Constitution, the children looked away. And as soon as Captain Kangaroo said, "And now word from Mattel," I don't know, you probably don't know what Mattel is. It's a toy company, and that meant that it signaled advertisement. So children are, they're smart, and they say, "Oh, now advertisements will come." And of course, advertisements are designed to be attractive to children. And okay, so that's actually an example of. Sorry, again, my thing froze. I'm sorry, it's technical. Okay, wait 1 minute. Now I'm back. Okay, yeah, here. Okay, so this is actually I found an early example of usability testing. So they really were testing the children's response to the Sesame Street. And as they noticed already at the time that much of the value in the distractor technique came from the the level of detail they were getting, like every 7.5 seconds, and they could take the data from many children, and it looked like a stock market graph going up and down. So as the graph climbed, the producer could say, oh, the show is getting more interesting to the kids. And if the graph dropped, they could see, oh, they left the animal too long or whatever. So the thing is that maybe if you watch Sesame Street, it's a very popular program, but I'm just showing you that it actually goes through this rigorous round of usability testing. Then this was before usability was like recognized as a field or something like that. Okay. Okay, so I'll go quickly forward. So actually the usability as a discipline started with this work of Don Norman, and he wrote this book. Well, the initial title was The Psychology of Everyday Things, and then the publisher, you can probably find an old edition of this, but then they changed it to The Design of Everyday Things. It's a very popular book. You can find a new revised edition. It's an interesting thing to compare the old edition and the revised edition, but I won't talk about it. It's another interesting topic. I just want to mention that in this book, he mentions these 5 principles of usability: visibility, feedback, constraints, conceptual model, and mapping, and affordances. So these are psychological principles. And the point is, he was trying to show that usability it's just about everyday objects. And I'll just give you 2 simple examples. So this is an example of mapping. So if you see, for instance, on the left, I've lost my cursor. If you go on the left, that kind of, it's not clear which knob turns on which gas. But if you go on the right, the arrangement is it's mapped, like the knobs are mapped to the arrangement of the stove. So you know which knob controls which one. You don't need any signs, okay? So 1 minute again. Yeah, okay. And this is another example of another principle of affordances. So you can see that normally in the doors, they put signs like push or pull, but the way here you can see from the design that the push one is obvious, that there's no way to pull it. You can only push it. And the other one, well, you can technically push it but it's a little bit uncomfortable thing to push with your fingers, So it's natural to pull from that. So you don't need any things there. Okay, so that was that. So this was in the early 90s. Now, but in the late 90s, there was another thing was happening, that people started to recognize the importance of emotions. And so the Don Norman, then he wrote another book called Emotional Design. And in emotional design, so the idea was that in the usability, you normally just look at for example, if it's a chair, the usability of the chair is that how, what happens if you sit on it for a long time, and you can do various kinds of user response. The color of the chair has nothing to do with the usability, but it has everything to do with the user experience, so this is the shift, as I say here, from usability to user experience. And I'll just give you some quick examples. So like, for example, in the motorbike, they usually show, pretty sexy girls, and they have nothing to do with the motorbikes or usability of the motorbike, but they are there to attract the attention of a young man to whom the advertisements are targeted. This is another example of color on phones or things like that. Color of the phone has nothing to do with usability of the phone, but it makes them attractive and people like them, This is again another story I won't tell you now about the cup holder. So in the cars, the cup holders have nothing to do with the usability of the car in a way, but they have to do with the user experience. That if you have a nice cup holder, this thing, like, you feel good about it. At the end of it, people ask you, well, how was your ride? How do you like riding the car? They say, oh yeah, I like it, and this is the reflective level. So this is actually, from a usability point of view, these binary watches are actually hard to tell time with, but they find them interesting. They are very expensive actually, and you target a particular level of your audience, Okay. So this, again, I'm just showing you 2 books. This is Steve Krug, who had coined up this word, don't make me think. So one of the things about usability is to basically not make people think. And these books are very good, and I recommend you to read them they are for web usability largely and web testing. Okay. Again, just to tell you, cognitive science. So cognitive science is one area where usability kind of intersects with it. The reaction time experiment, psychological behavioral experiment, eye tracking studies. So for example, you see here on the right, now you can do this heat maps from eye tracker. And this was like when they did the Sesame Street thing, they didn't do these things. They were really recording it by hand, but nowadays you have very good eye trackers, and people also actually use EEG and ECG and stuff. Okay, yeah, I'm on time, don't worry about it. And broadening the scope. So the thing is that the usability is not just about objects or things like that. So nowadays there is a term called shikakeology that comes from Japanese, or another word is nudge theory. So this is, for example, the signs that are put there so that the man do not urinate against this wall. You see that in India as well, that people put like pictures of like Shankarji or Krishnji on the wall, because then people will not urinate against that wall. You can put signs there, nobody follows them. But if a picture of gods and goddesses, people will not do it. And if somebody does it, other people will yell at them, what are you doing there? And so it's kind of considered insulting. Also, another thing, like, for example, this is another book, more recent book by Don Norman. So he also considers, you can think of design of weighting system, for example, shoes or things like that. So there are different approaches to design solution for weights and things like that. So the idea is that usability is not just about objects or websites, but you can consider usability of a restaurant, usability of a park, usability of a weighting system, whatever. Okay. And nowadays, this has led to what is called interaction design, or it is called user-centered design, because in usability, you test usability of something that already exists. But in interaction design, you actually design something involving user from the very beginning. So these are some steps, like you ideate, blue sky thinking, state-of-the-art survey, user study focus group, then down to earth thinking, prototyping, user study tool, and things like that. So that's another area that has come out of usability. So this is another very good book actually, but this is for design, how to design things, considering usability from the very beginning. And this is my last slide. So basically the idea is that many of you are engineers, that logical engineering does not work. And engineers think that, okay, I designed it logically, there's all these things, and it should be usable, but things doesn't work like that. You have to understand the needs of the customers. You have to talk to them, watch them, and this is the only way to understand their interests, their motives, and their needs. So that's the end of my talk. So thank you very much. Okay, I think I was on time, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you for such an insightful talk. We learned so much. For next speaker, we have Professor Georgi Stohanov. We invite you, sir, for the talk.
Sir, your mic is on mute.
I said, Anya, can you hear me, guys? Hello?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, excellent. Yes. Let me first thank the organizers, and especially Amitash, for the invitation to talk to this conference. And so the title was quite generic of my talk. It just says social robotics or something. So I gave myself the liberty to actually present to you something short and hopefully sweet with some conclusions from my experience in teaching at the liberal arts institution for about 15 years now, and the ways, the difficulties, the opportunities we as instructors encounter when we want to introduce social sciences subjects, topics to STEM students, and vice versa when we want to introduce STEM topics and skills to social science students. Okay, so I guess I have to share somehow my screen with my presentation here. see PowerPoint, it says.
Sir, now you can share the screen. It's enabled.
Share.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, can you see my screen, guys?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Oh, I see. There is a. Oh, sorry.
Sir, can I help you with that?
Yes. So it's. I guess it has to do with the system preferences on the Mac and not with the Zoom. So I have to give somehow Zoom the.
So if you could mail the presentation, then we can do it from our end.
Oh, excellent. Yes, that would be better. Yes. So,
sir, please send it to Dr. Amitash's email ID.
Excellent. So Amitash, I'm sending you to this Gmail.
Sir, could you send the email?
I think I set it. Let me try again.
Okay. So if it's going to take some time, then we can have the next speaker.
Maybe it's better that way. So I don't want to do. Let's go another after the next speaker. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's all right, sir. No problem. Dr. Abhishek Parui, if you're there, can you start with your presentation? Hello, sir. Dr. Abhishek Parui, if you're there, can you start your presentation, please?
Yeah, hi. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I was supposed to blog, but I'm happy to start now. So thank you very much for this very kind invitation. I'm very, very honored to be a part of this wonderful conference, such a rich interdisciplinary field. And there seems to be some intolerance at the background, or is it just me? Yeah, I think it's better now. So the title of my presentation is Memory, Mindfulness, and Distributed Cognition in Humanities Research for STEM Students. So before I begin, I will just very briefly talk about the research that I do at IIT Madras. So we have a Center for Memory Study at IIT Madras, and we look at memory from a very interdisciplinary perspective. So obviously there's this cultural, historical, materialist view of memory. There's also this machine view of memory, this psychological view of memory, and also the clinical medical view of memory. And part of what we do in IIT Madras, in the Center for Memory Studies, is to look at remembering from a rich interdisciplinary field, remembering and forgetting together. Now, how do you teach that to STEM students? More importantly, how do you teach memory as an activity to STEM students? Now, the lens that I take is a lens of literature, fiction. So how is fiction important in memory studies? And in what ways is fiction an important instrument to teach mindfulness and distributive cognition? Now, what is distributive cognition? So we have different models of cognition, and the model that we tend to take in memory studies today is the enactive model of cognition, right? So there are these 4 E's of cognition, according to Andy Clark: the embedded, the embodied, the enactive, and the extended, right? We look at cognition as an enactive model, as a process that happens. Now, what that also means is, if you take the enactive model and apply that to memory study, then memory becomes an act of reconstruction, right? So we look at memory as an act of reconstruction, which is textual in quality, which is material in quality, and most importantly, which is incomplete in quality. That's a very, very important thing. And this is why I'm going to connect this to literature and how literature becomes a very important pedagogic tool to teach memory studies. Now, we know through scientific, empirical, neuroscientific research today that memory is an act of reconstruction, is metonymic in quality. It operates in fragments and partial fragments. So memory is always a partial production of what happened. And not just that, we also know through research of scientists such as Joseph Ledoux, who has this magnificent model of memory called the reconsolidation model of memory, which says essentially that what we remember is not really the original event, but the last remembered version of that event, right? So we can see how there's a degree of slipperiness in terms of memory. It's always a text, the last remember, the last saved draft, as it were. So this is hardwired quality about memory as well. So we know that memory is textual. We know that memory is an act of reconstruction. It is incomplete. It's a process of partial production. And more importantly, remembering, the act of remembering or the activity of reconstruction, it also depends on unremembering. We also know that today in scientific research. So unremembering and remembering operate simultaneously. Now, what that essentially means is that forgetting is not really the ontological opposite of remembering, but rather a cognitive component of remembering. In other words, if you have to remember something, you must be able to forget. So forgetting is an ability. The brain must be able to forget certain information for normal reconstruction process to work. So this is a theoretical model that we are looking at. So how do we use literature? How do we use fiction? So what purpose does someone like me, who is a literary person, who is a student of literature, what can we offer to memory studies, and how can we teach that to STEM students, people who are working on, let's say, computer science, people who are working on artificial intelligence, etc. Now, first of all, let's define what fiction is. Let's define what literature is. I mean, these are some very working definitions, but it will serve some purpose in terms of getting some clarity, some ontological, functional clarity about what is literature or what is fiction. Now, fiction, if you read a work of fiction, whether it's a novel or a piece of poem or a short story, anything of that sort, fiction is always an entanglement of what really happened, the material reality, the material historical reality, with imaginative possibilities. That's the combination of fiction, the combination of what really happened, the medical, so the material framework, the historical framework, and the imaginative possibility. So it's the combination of actuality and possibility, right? So there's always an imagination component in fiction. So we are imagining a world, there's a different world order that is being created in a fictional universe. There are fictional characters, there are fictional events, etc. But in some sense, it's also connected to reality. It's connected to what really happens. It's connected to what really takes place around us. So it is a combination of production, the material production, the materiality of our existence, with imaginative insertion. Now, this being the case, fiction becomes a very important instrument to articulate absence as well, what does not happen. So it can tell us about what does happen, the historical reality, the material reality, but it can also give us a glimpse of what does not happen, sometimes what could have happened or what should have happened. So fiction becomes a very important instrument to articulate absences, to articulate interruptions. Now, if you take that together, a fictional construction of memory, a fictional reconstruction of memory, a fictional representation of memory often becomes a very, very fertile field for memory studies. And, taking a look at a work of literature, taking a look at a work of fiction can sometimes give us a very, very key quality, a key glimpse of how the mind works. And this brings me to the title of my paper, which is about memory and mindfulness. So what is mindfulness and how is it connected to, let's say, cognition? The mindfulness, as the very term suggests, it has a cognitive quality, it has a sort of connective quality, but it also has an emergent quality. And this is something I want to stress a little bit today. The emergent quality of the mind, it emerges from the mind. At the same time, it is a connective quality as well. It connects to the world around it. So mindfulness has this dual thing. It is emergent as well as connective, right? There's a very strong, interesting psychological quality about mindfulness. What it also means is that a brain or the mind is a situated machine. Okay, it's a situated, simulated machine. So the simulation of the brain is situated simulation. And what do I mean by situated or situatedness? It's a cultural location of the brain. So every brain is situated in a particular context, in a particular material reality. Now, when we do something like cultural studies, when we do something like literature, that obviously is located at a particular cultural context. So the imaginative universe, the fictional universe that is represented in a work of literature is also representing that situatedness. Right? So in a certain sense, mindfulness, which is situated simulation, that becomes, that gets a very, very key representation in literature, which is a work of fiction, which is also situated in a material world, right? So that becomes, and the reason why literature is, pardon?
No, chat.
Hello. Hello, can I just carry on? Right, I think there was some interference from somewhere. But anyway, so looking at literature as a simulated activity, as an act of simulation, it's a mimetic world. Literature or fiction is sort of miming the world, but at the same time, it is situated simulation because it is situated in a particular world and it's also reflecting it, reflecting the political condition of its times, reflecting the cultural conditions of its times. So this unique combination of imagination and situatedness makes literature a very important instrument in pedagogy, not just for literary students, but also for people working in AI, also for people working on, let's say, simulation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc. Because the other thing that literature foregrounds is cognitive bias. Every brain is a biased machine, and the bias of the brain is something very, very important. For example, if you take a look at colors, all of us have color bias, all of us have sound bias, all of us have emotion bias. There are certain colors which we're attracted to, there's certain colors, certain sounds we're attracted to. And that bias, that inherent bias of the brain is something which also affects representation. So taking a look at representation, literary representation can tell us a lot about the human mind, about the human mindfulness and how the situated simulation works. Now, just to conclude this session, there are 2 or 3 more terms that I'm going to talk about. And one more term which is connected to this idea of cognition, inactive cognition, mindfulness, and memory is the concept of defamiliarization. Now, what is defamiliarization and why is literature an important instrument of defamiliarization? And this is something, again, which we learn from neuroscientists today, such as Antonio Damasio, Joseph Ledoux, and V.S. Ramachandran, the work of literature as an act of defamiliarization. So you take a familiar reality, you take a familiar material reality, and then you defamiliarize it. And this defamiliarization is not a fantasy, it's not a production of fantasy. You take the reality and you re-encode it. So the encoded reality is re-encoded in literature. And this is I have this joke that I have with my computer science students sometimes. And I tell them, let's say you have 2 books in front of you. One is the recipe for cake, baking a cake, and the other book is Great Expectations. Which of these 2 books do you think is a more coded book? And some of them would say it's a cake making book because it's a recipe. But then I say, well, if you look at the level of language, a great expectation is actually a book of coding, because it's actually a very heavily coded language and you can only read between the lines. So the whole point of reading between the lines, that is the exercise of mindfulness. And because there's a very heavily coded language using metaphors, using metonymy, using a figurative speech. So that makes literature a very coded activity in language. And that coded activity in language is often productive of defamiliarization. It can defamiliarize the reality that we know. So the reality that we know is re-encoded through a very coded program. And that gives us a sense of encoding. That gives us a sense of mindfulness. So that's the reason why literature also becomes an exercise in empathy. That's why we empathize with characters. We empathize with fictional characters, characters who die in a work of fiction, characters who fall in love with a work of fiction. In other words, a good book of literature and a good study of the book of literature through this cognitive parameter can generate very rich research on mindfulness, very rich research on memory, and very rich research on enactive cognition. And just as a takeaway for those of you who are interested in this kind of research, there's a very interesting genre of literature which has come up in the last 10, 15 years or so. It's called the neuronovel, right? And the neuronovel is about, the themes of those novels are about neuroscience and literature, in terms of how the brain remembers, in terms of how the mind remembers, and this difference between the brain and the mind. Because the brain is neural in quality, a set of neurons which are firing away electrochemical reactions. But the mind is more complex than that. The mind has a more extended function, because the mind connects to the social reality. The mind connects to the material reality. And the mind is also capable of ambivalence. And that's another very key category in literature. And I look at ambivalence as a connected category with mindfulness. You can only be ambivalent if you're mindful. So again, just like remembering and forgetting are not ontological opposites, ambivalence and mindfulness are not ontological opposites. You can only be ambivalent if you're mindful. And ambivalence, we normally use ambivalence as a confusion, as a category of confusion. But actually, if you take a look at it etymologically, ambivalence is a production of possibilities. Ambi means two, valence means value. So two values, both values can be simultaneously accommodated and articulate. And literature, as a very coded activity in language, is capable of articulating and accommodating ambivalence, which is a very, very key feature of cognition and mindfulness. So just as a way of conclusion, I think this kind of research and memory studies should look at literature more seriously, is looking at literature more seriously in collaboration with neuroscience, in collaboration with psychology, in collaboration with machine learning, in collaboration with AI. And I welcome all of you to, if you're interested in knowing more about this kind of research, I welcome all of you to write to us. We have a series of events coming up in IIT Madras about memory studies. And this is a new and exciting field of research. And I'm very, very glad I got this opportunity to talk about this in such a rich conference like this. So thank you very much again. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an amazing talk. We will have the question at the end of the sessions.
Sure.
Professor Georges Tohanov, if you are ready, can we have your presentation, please?
Absolutely. I hope you hear me.
Yes, sir. Professor Oja would be sharing your presentation.
We just talked and I can share the presentation.
Okay, perfect.
And it's all good now.
Okay, sir.
So because maybe there is a silver lining there with the initial can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Excellent. So if silver lining would be the nice context that was provided by Bipin and Abhishek with for my presentation. So let's look at that as a silver lining here. Again, just to repeat, I've been teaching now for about 15 years in a liberal arts institution, that's the American University of Paris. And I wanted somehow to connect the overall topics of the conference with my experience in introducing social sciences topics to STEM students and vice versa, like STEM subjects and topics, some of those to social science students, and specifically students in global communication. So the overview of this would be something like this, like again, this is not what I'm presenting, a result of a long project. These are my experiences, and only about a month or two ago, we started a small project, sort of an assessment project of the effectiveness of what we, how are we doing in our attempts to introduce STEM subject to social sciences students. So, and this would be the summary of my experiences. So the best subjects to expose STEM to social sciences, and the opposite, best subjects to expose social sciences to STEM students. Some data that we gathered in the past 2 months or so, and my concluding remarks. Okay, so trying to move on with the next slide. Yeah, so again, my experience, not only that I teach this social robotics, I teach other stuff like operating systems, but I found that teaching social robotics and human-computer interfaces or interaction and the UX, the topic of Bipinstock, were quite actually natural, a gateway and exposure of in my case, computer science students to psychology. I mean, by the very nature of the topic of social robotics, and overall topics from cognitive sciences, social norms theories, philosophy about that. In general, working with human, not as a collaborator, but as a user of this technology. So they're not used to that, obviously. And ethical issues that come with all of the above. So those were my experiences in me teaching STEM students or exposing STEM students to some of social sciences subjects. The opposite thing, it was quite novel to me, actually. The exposure of social sciences students, and in my case, these are students in global communication, which comprises things like journalism, public relations, and related fields. So these are students you may know it, but for me it was a bit unknown. Like, what does it mean, global communications? Like, there is a department, but I didn't know what is in the department. So again, these are students who study to become journalists, or to become writers, or to become public relation professionals. So we, together with the Global Communications Department, we've introduced this course about 4 years ago, and we went through several iterations, and it's a co-taught course with one professor from the global communication department, and and myself, and I'm from the computer science department. Another issue here was that not only students but faculty did, and still overall don't know much about some STEM subjects. In our case, so I remained the constant, but like 4 professors changed from the global communications department. So, and I'm very happy with the last one, who seems to be very enthusiastic about the topic of introducing STEM subjects to his students. And we found that these topics, like HTML, CSS, creating maps, for example, or exploring social networks, with very little coding, and that is Python that we're using. You have to understand that these are students that have never, ever, in 99% of the cases, did anything with the computer except using it for like a general machine, not to program or create stuff except writing essays in most cases. So, as an attempt to some conclusion, so STEM students seem to be faster, and I don't have data here to show you that, but to acquire these topics that come from social sciences. But in long term, as I continue following their careers, that this seem to wear off, like the effects and what they know, how they continue with their careers. On the other hand, and with the short amount of time that we have, like this course was only introduced 4 years ago, the course for global communication students, they have a lot more difficulties with STEM subjects, but interest and knowledge increase over time. And I'll show you some examples in the next slide, and I think I'll be right on time with this, I hope. So just to show you something that they've created within a semester without prior knowledge of anything related to coding or programming. Oh, I don't think you can see the hyperlink.
No, sir. No.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Well, anyways, so you can find, I don't know, maybe but you don't have access to this.
Maybe you can type it in the chat box, sir.
Yeah, I'll just type the link in the chat so you can see a project done by communication students only in a semester. So this is the project. You'll find the link to that. And the topic is quite interesting, that they wanted to research the level of violence in 3 areas, metropolitan areas in the States. They found the data, organized the data, visualized the data, drew conclusions, and sent actually letters to the officials as how would they proceed to tackle that. And just as some proof of my claim that there are longer term effects on this, we did a poll with one question only. Continued to use some of the tools that you've learned about in the digital tool course. So as you can see, these are percentages. So the first things are no, not at all. Only less than 4% said that they never used it afterwards. The rest, as you can see, the majority, they go from somewhat, they've continued once or twice for specific tasks. Yes, every now and then. And yes, I have used the tools that I've learned about, and I went on to discover and use new digital tools. And these are students, some of them maybe even from like 4 years ago, because the course was introduced 3.5 to 4 years ago. So that would be my 2 cents regarding my contribution to this conference, and I'll be happy to take any questions afterwards. So with this, I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for the talk. We'll take the question towards the end of the session if we have time. Now we are going to invite Dr. Sukanya Singh for their talk. You will have 15 minutes to present your presentation, and after that, if we have time, we will have a question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kanya?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your slide.
Yes, ma'am. So,
yeah, start.
Okay. Myself, Suganya Singh. I'm a research scholar in the Central University of Rajasthan. And today I would like to deliver my talk on the growth mindset pedagogy, attitude building with the metacognition. So, this is the overview of the yesterday introduction. I have categorized this presentation into category theoretical context and the framework context, and in the last conclusion. And I would like to introduce this background of this framework, the innovative pedagogy of the cognitive science for developing the cognition and critical knowledge. Society covers a journey description. So we know, and we start with the cellular and molecular neuroscience. We all know the attempts to the neuroscience and understand the mechanism of the brain at the primary level, because how the brain works, how the brain how the neuron bond and move and connect, and after connecting this create the synaptic formation, and this field how they explain the synapses work and experience plasticity to gain insight into the molecular basis of memory formation in the brain. So that is very necessary to know about brain mechanism or the neuron mechanism to understand the brain grows and replies to the outer stimuli. So neuroscience explains the development of the neural circuit and the pattern of the neural connection that produce the neural activities, and those pattern of the neural activities bring about the overt behavior. So this is the background. We can take the cognitive psychology and the cognitive education. Cognitive psychology is that how we think, and education we merge in this cognitive psychology in the education that seeks to improve the cognition or the or the mental skill in the student in order to student can lead the constructive and satisfying lives. So that educational approach that include the cognitive science focusing on the mind and brain function in the comprehending learning and in the implication in the education field. So study of the mind and the brain, it is significant in the education in the reflective debriefing. So on the basis of this concept theoretical background, we have take this idea in concept of the growth mindset. So I would like to introduce the concept of the growth mindset. In 2006, Dr. Carol Dweck, psychologist of the Stanford University, worked on the self theory and gave the idea of the mindset as a fixed mindset or the growth mindset. So this idea, growth mindset, we have taken, and it have also the 5 key dimensions: so a challenge, obstacle, effort, criticism, and success of the others. So these all 5 dimensions are very relevant to the growth mindset, and this concept of the growth mindset we have taken to create our own pedagogical framework to teach the student as well as improve their learning. So after this background of the cognitive psychology or the cognitive education, involve in the idea of the growth mindset, involve in the idea of the neuroscience, and create the one comprehensive pedagogical framework to improve the student or learner learning. So after giving this background, the discussion moves in the innovative pedagogy of the cognitive science. So this growth mindset pedagogy is an innovative pedagogy and all about the things on based on the Carol Dweck theory of the belief system. So I would like to say that and I would like to offer that this promote the attitude building with the metacognition about among the learners to realize their fullest potential and colors in the every spheres of the lives. So we have taken this idea of the growth mindset and put into the create the pedagogical framework. So we have created the one growth mindset pedagogical framework, which comprise the 3 significant realms. In that, if the teachers know, this is very challenge to the teacher, that this is not only to teach, but to set the student mind, it is very challenging to the teacher. If he is able to set the student mind, so he can success to learn everything to the student. But first thing is that ready to take the challenge, ready to put the criticism or take it as a positive, that is very necessary to the teachers to create this type of environment to the students so they can learn own by self. This is not necessary to give them the task, to give them the content, to teach them well. Create the environment and have to only set their mindset. So in this pedagogical framework, we have involved 3 realms. First is the focus, mode of operation, and the feedback. These all 3 realms that portray how the growth mindset pedagogy works for the attitude building with the metacognition among the learners. This dialogue also includes the steps, guiding principle, and the action plans that are built through the growth mindset pedagogical framework. So I would like to show this skeleton of the framework. We have created this own framework of the pedagogy. And in this framework, we have created the realms, 3 realms, I have told this, and models of the steps, instruction, guideline, and the action plans. So the 3 realms, as I have told, focus, mode of operation, and the feedback. So in this focus, what the teacher have to need to do, because when he is going to into the class, so firstly he need to change or take the student, check the student mindset. This is very necessary, and their mindset is a fix or growth mindset. He need to check. So first thing is focus. So in the focus, from shifting from the fixed to growth mindset. Second, designing instruction environment through the content, problem, task, creative, and subject. And the second realm is the mode of operation, in that the driving knowledge from the different practice or the practicals. In the last, teacher need to take the feedback or to need to take the feedback by the teachers, peers, and the self. In the focus, firstly, we have developed the 5 steps for creating the mapping cycle. Teacher need to create this mapping cycle as a guiding principle. We give this guiding principle for that. So in this step, we have also put the 5 sub steps. First is, I would like to give this details. First is in the mapping learning cycle, teachers need to analyze the learner's need or the mindset, because this is very necessary to change the mindset, because some students, they always feel dull and they have a tendency to avoid the challenge when uh, they have any difficult task, they have any difficult assignment, and they have lose to tendency, they give up, they don't want to do this type of things. And when they feel like it is okay, you have done this very bad, your assignment is not good, this type of feedback they doesn't do want to do again. So that type of things teachers need to create this type of environment is very necessary. So in the first step, teachers need to create the mapping cycle. In that, the firstly, teachers need to analyze the learner's mood or mindset. Second, whatever the content is going to teach, whatever the problem, whatever the things is going, so need to establish a big idea or framing the learning outcome. And third one is the pigeonholing the content. It can be any task or the problem. Divide the content into the chunks for the problem.
Sukanya,
Yes.
please short it, brief it,
Okay,
because we
okay.
have only 5
And
minutes.
yes,
Come to the
yes. And
tetrahedral
fourth
model.
one is the development. Yes. And development the instruction strategies in the learning activities. And the last one is the designing the assessment and value feedback strategy. And in the second step, mode of operation, we have developed the steps.
Come
In
to the
that, the
figure.
promoting heart.
Sukanya,
Yeah,
come to
ma'am.
the figure, tetrahedral model.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have developed this tetrahedral model for the mode of operation, and in that teachers need to firstly develop the creating the environment for promoting the heart, because a student should able to develop their critical thinking, problem solving ability, and other type of skills. And after that, they need to whatever the success they teacher need to encourage them to create their own success folder or their own personal goal on the daily basis. After that, teacher need to track their student progress, and whatever the progress is going on, so teacher need to track step by step, because this is very necessary to check their effectiveness or the teacher's effectiveness of the instruction. And last is the celebrating success in can be in any task. So we have developed these tools for the teachers, and this is the tracking progress tools, celebrating success. And in the third step, we have also for the feedback assessment, assessment of the intent can be included in that. So it can be in the form of the growth mindset portfolio assessment. We have developed this also the portfolio. I will show this. This we have developed to teachers when they will use this pedagogy, they can use this portfolio framework for this.
So come to the
And
conclusion.
yes, ma'am. And this is the conclusion. So do I pioneer figure out this concept of the growth mindset? So we have taken this concept for create this pedagogical framework for this. And in that, we have
Hello.
I think she lost this internet connection.
It's
So
all right. It's all right.
let me conclude it, because we developed the this framework, pedagogical framework for the on the basis of belief theory of Coral Dweck, and specifically to develop the attitude building with the metacognition. And because in this we are promoting HOTS, as we develop the tetrahedral model for that. And as the earlier one speaker K. Ramachandran also talking about the formative and the assessment as learning. So in this portfolio, we also included that. And finally, we just developed this framework and for developing the classroom culture that is promoting the growth mindset oriented classroom culture, and for attitude building and metacognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this meticulous presentation. We will only take one question because of this time constraint. Dr. Pooja, the question. Dr. Varsha would be taking the questions.
No, I will just ask one question. Not visible, no?
Visible.
I have a question to Dr. Abhishek Parui. Are you all right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm happy to answer your question. Yes.
Yeah. So actually, I have two questions, and you could answer them briefly because we are running short of time. My first question is that memory, I believe, is a function of practice and repetition, right? In the world of today's, ICT information, and there's a lot of information bombarding happening around us. There's always a Google search engine available to find out things. What are we doing to memory when we are not using it too much? Do you think we are just letting it go? Yeah. And my second question is according to you, is time possible without memory? I mean, is construction of time, as you talked about construction and consolidation and how we fictionalize things. So is it possible to construct a sense of time without memory? Can time exist without the understanding of memory? My two questions, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. These are excellent questions. I'll take those two together because I think they're connected questions. So in terms of looking at technology and memories, there's a lot of research going on in terms of how memory has become a plastic activity, a more extended activity, because we have machines remembering for us. We have reminders coming from machines. So it has become more and more prosthetic in quality. So I think the only technical term that I can use is that it's been a prosthetic extension of memory. So the inactive model of memory is becoming a more extended model of memory, and it's also more shared and collective as well, because we have events. For instance, if we take a look at an event like this, so all of us who are participating in an event had remembered it through our machines, through our different micro devices, which had reminded us on this very day, or organically. But then this collective machinic quality of memory is something that we are witnessing today with the ITC, as you correctly mentioned, the technology that is extended and plastic in quality. So that is that. And there's a lot of research on post-humanism in AI, micro devices of memory, remember for us instead of us. And whether it's utopian or dystopian, that's a different debate to be had. So I'm ambivalent about that. Your second question is more philosophical in terms of the location of time and memory. We have this wonderful concept in literary studies called chronotop. Chronotop is a combination of chronos and topos. Chronos is time and topos is topography, place. So memory always operates as a capsule of space and time together, put together, right? So memory operates in chronotops. And we have this wonderful concept called chunking as well. So chunking is the way in which we remember information. So information always appears in our brain through chunks. Again, each chunk is a capsule of space and time. So time is absolutely integral, organic, and essential for memory. There'll be no memory without time. It is how you process time, how you make time in some kind of a narrative quality is what defines remembering, I think. So my final conclusion, my final response to your question would be, in terms of how we narrate time, is what memory is. So there's a structural as well as functional convergence between memory and storytelling. So memory could be seen as the way we storytell time. We turn time into a story. That's memory, right? So time is absolutely essential. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. May I ask a question?
Yeah, yes, sir. Is it directed to me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, if I have heard you well, I understand that you said memory is textual in nature. Is that correct?
Right. There's a textual quality about memory. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So by that, I guess you mean that it is propositional in form or format. So if that is correct reading of you, then I would like to express that this is the view in which is espoused by Fodor and Plishin. But there are contrary views that memory and representation, this is in pictorial or imagistic form. And in embodied cognition, Lawrence Barsalou gives us detailed account that how sensory motor cortex and affective centers, they are representing our knowledge structures as well as memory. What will be yours take on it?
Yes, no, thank you for that. By textuality, I mean I mean, I'm talking about the philosophy of memory. I'm looking at memory as a metonymic activity. So by text, I mean a combination of organic and inorganic entities. So how the brain remembers is always a textual process, how we encode information. And each bit of encoding is textual in quality, right? So by textual, I mean the constructedness of encoding, right? And whether you narrate it through words or whether narrate it through a pictorial graph, that's obviously dependent on the quality of memory and the nature of memory. But by textuality, I mean the chunks of encoding through which memory operates. And each chunking, each act of chunking always entails inclusion as well as exclusion. So there are certain bits which are left out in each bit of chunking. So my philosophical response would be memory entails a process of chunking, which is inclusion as well as exclusion. So absences and interruptions also play a very important role in memory in terms of the textuality of it. So by textuality, I'm trying to highlight the metonymic and incomplete quality of memory, whether it's micro-remembering in the brain or cultural remembering in terms of how a culture remembers. Because even culture can be seen as an act of encoding. Every culture has stories which are encoded and retold over and over again. And equally, there are stories which are forgotten, which are dismembered, right? So this interesting convergence between, let's say, psychology and narratology is where the concept of textuality comes in. How do you convert memory into stories? How does a brain convert memory into stories which are operated in chunks? And how does a culture has a cultural memory through storytelling, which also operate in chunks? So the textuality is in chunking, I think. But I do take your point about those references. Those are excellent references, I think.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any more questions from the audience?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my question to the professor who was just talking about the memory is that how memory, I mean the capacity of our memory, influence our other cognitive skills like making decision and I mean the problem solving. And do you think the memory, the more capable students with regard to their memory are the better in cognitive skills?
Right. Can I respond to that? Yeah. So I'm not sure if I'm qualified to respond to that from a clinical psychologist perspective. So I'm someone who studies memory studies from literary, cultural, historical, also from slightly AI, machine learning perspective. So the clinical component of your question is something I'm not qualified to respond. So I do admit that. But in terms of looking at the relationship between memory and cognition, there's a lot of good work done, and I do recommend Antonio Damasio's work, looking at emotion, memory, and cognition. And he makes this really interesting claim, which is also philosophical in quality, about how the emotive ability and the cognitive ability are connected together. So when emotive ability disappears due to trauma or any incident of that sort, even the cognitive ability begins to disappear as well. And that it manifests itself in a change of personality, in a change of the cognitive schema, and a change of the subjecthood, etc. So, emotion, cognition, and memory, they are very connected categories. So I think, and this is again where literature comes in as a very useful instrument, because literature is affective representation. It's not just effective representation, it's affective representation. We are moved by pieces of literature. We're moved by a piece of poetry. We're moved by a lyric, right? So emotions are already always embedded in that representation, right? So it has a very high cognitive quality as well. So again, reading a good book of literature is also a cognitive activity because there's a question of competent reading and non-competent reading. So a competent reader will be able to decode more. And that's the whole idea of reading between the lines. You're decoding a good piece of literature.
चीनू 10 मिनट में फोन करना प्रेजेंटेशन चल रहा है मेरा IIT जम्मू में.
Right. So I don't know if the answer is the question. So again, I say I'm not qualified to comment as a clinical psychologist, but from someone who studies cognitive psychology, I think there's a very strong link between emotion and cognition. And that is why literature as an affective medium comes in as a very useful instrument of investigation.
Yeah. Because the shortage of time, we are concluding this session. Thank you, participants, for this amazing talk and invited speakers for this wonderful talks. We will be back at 3 with Professor Shah Menon, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University, Delhi. He will be giving his keynote address on Beyond Disciplines, some experiences in institution building. So be back at 3 and stay tuned. And we are not closing the link. We'll be back at 3. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just 1 second. This is Amitash, and I was the convener for this session. Thank you very much, Professor Bipin, Professor Abhishek, and Georgie. It was nice listening to all of you, and Dr. Anjali and Sukanya for your great presentation. Cognitive science, anyways, is an interesting field which is coming up, and it would be nice to collaborate. In IIT Jammu also, we are starting cognitive science lab, and we are working on social robotics, human agent interaction, and many other aspects of cognition. It would be a great platform for us to continue in future also. And I thank you again, all of you, for joining this session. Looking forward to seeing you in the next session. Thank you very much. We are back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Amitash ji, can you hear me, Amitash ji?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the confirmation. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Welcome back after the short break to the day one of IIT Jammu International Conference, Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education.
Can you hear me? Yeah, 3 o'clock we'll start. We'll start at 3 o'clock. There are still 3 minutes left.
All right. Okay. So we shall wait.
Hi, Parushi. You can start now introducing the speakers.
All right, sir. So, all right. Good afternoon again to one and all present here. Welcome back after this short break to day one of IIT Jammu International Conference, Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education. We begin by the keynote address of our distinguished speaker, Professor Shah Menon, titled Beyond Discipline, Some Experiences in Institution Building. And sir, I must mention here that I've done my master's from Ambedkar University, Delhi. So I'm really looking forward to this talk. We welcome you, and uh, Professor Sham is currently a professor at Central University of Education, Delhi University, and the founding Vice Chancellor, VC of Ambedkar University, Delhi. I kindly request you to please enlighten us with your thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Thank you very much for that for that introduction. And it's so heartening to know that you are a graduate of
So kindly unmute yourself. You're on mute again.
mute again, sorry. Well, repeating myself, I'm very happy that I've been introduced by a graduate of Ambedkar University. And I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm thankful to the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences of IIT Jammu, particularly Dr. Sayantan Mandal, for asking me to be here and giving me opportunity of collecting my thoughts. It's interesting that I'm neither a STEM person nor a social scientist. I'm a teacher educator. So in some sense, the discipline, the Department of Teacher Education is located in the periphery of a university space, just in the same way perhaps as the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences are located in an IIT. So I call these departments Cinderella departments. So we belong to the Cinderella departments, and yet we are this is an attempt to transcend ourselves and then reach out and assert ourselves. And I'm very happy that the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Jammu have taken this initiative of this international conference. I intend to, in a way, although I gave Shayantan the title Beyond Discipline, some experience in institution building, but prior to that, I will actually also speak a little bit about humanities and social science in a STEM ecosystem. Although I'm sure that must already be, sufficiently addressed by our other speakers, but I need to have a foundation for my own discussion, so please bear with me. I understand fully the pragmatics of their focus on STEM, but it needs to be acknowledged that even here, the arrangement of these alphabets, S, T, E, M, in the S and M are in the margins, in the periphery, and T, E, and D are in the center, and not. And this is not accidental to my mind, because even basic sciences and mathematics are in some sense a little bit marginalized, and the focus is largely on the technology and engineering. This needs to be corrected. But what also needs to be corrected is actually the distinction and separation that is attributed to STEM from HASS, the Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences, or HSS, because I feel that there are some basic problems in such a perspective in which I think these two entities are seen as distinct and separate. The major thing is that it's a bit like information and knowledge without wisdom. I'm invoking T.S. Eliot and his famous 4 lines, which says about where is the wisdom without, where have we lost the wisdom? What is it? What is the wisdom that we have lost in knowledge, and what is the knowledge we have lost in information? So I think it's a situation where we are losing ourselves in information and a bit of knowledge, and the wisdom is completely not seen anywhere. And in this truncated focus on STEM is also creating, in my opinion, what may be called, we are creating minds without a conscience. Because we assume the self-sufficiency of a techno-managerial approach to solving social problems. Recently, some experienced engineers are coming forward and saying that I've been a good engineer, so I can be a good chief minister in one of the states. And I was quite reminded of this particular assumption of a techno-managerial approach to solving complex social problems. And I'm reminded of this anecdote from the Nuremberg trials after the World War II, where one of the Nazi officials, high officials, was a director of a concentration camp, his testimony was being taken in the Nuremberg trials, and he was asked about why he did what he did. And he said that, look, I mean, I don't understand what wrong did I do? Because I did everything very efficiently. My team and I worked extremely efficiently. Our turnout was the largest among all the concentration camps. We processed the largest number of Jews through the gas chamber than all the other concentration camps did. We extracted with utmost exactitude the gold from each dead person's teeth, and we accounted for every ounce of that gold. We did not allow any pilferage. We were completely honest in the way we did it. Then what wrong did I do? So this apparently innocent immorality is what it's an extreme kind of a stark extreme kind of a extension of what may be called the techno-managerial approach. And one doesn't go as far as that to illustrate this problems of this particular approach with examples. There are many in our own neighborhood, but let me not get into that at the moment. All I'm trying to say is that there is a certain immorality, and I don't even attribute any kind of greed or power hunger or any kind of base emotions to these things. It is actually an inability. There's a certain opacity of seeing. You can't. It's the moral issues are opaque to you. You don't see them, because you're trained so much in the questions of efficiency. That is what probably the pure STEM approach, which is completely separated from a HASS approach, lacks. Yuval Noah Harari mentions in one of his books about in the context of artificial intelligence and driverless vehicles, where he thinks that the algorithms are going to determine the decisions which the vehicle has to make in critical instances, whether to hit an old man or a child, if there is a possible way of avoiding collision with one and choosing another, what would the vehicle choose? And it's what the vehicle chooses is what the algorithm maker has chosen for the vehicle. And therefore, he says that it's important for automobile companies to hire philosophers to also build algorithms which actually work with such philosophical questions. I'm not particularly sure whether this approach of a dash of ethics in engineering is what really is needed. It's a bit like, I mean, if we take a parallel, it is like in the MBBS courses, we have one paper on social medicine, and in the BTech courses in many universities there are science, technology, and society course. But this doesn't seem to be altering the perspective of a prospective doctor or an engineer, because this approach is actually sprinkling a little bit of social perspective into a highly technology-oriented program, which is, I'm not sure whether that is the kind of approach that we need. It's if I may use a metaphor, it's a bit like a salad and a soup. I mean, whether in a salad bowl we put things together and then toss them, and however well we toss, these elements will actually remain distinct and separate from each other. Whereas I think what we need in programs like this, like engineering or whatever, is a soup-like approach where I think we brew together, we stew together various elements, and that needs to get synthesized in the minds and conscience or consciousness of the graduates. That's probably what is required. So in other words, there is probably a need to build the edifice of engineering and technology training programs treated in an ethical and philosophical and socio-historical perspective. It is not a lot of engineering with a dash of social sciences, but actually engineering which is actually refashioned, reprocessed, oriented in a in an ethical perspective, with a socio-historical perspective. That is what is probably that is needed to be done. There is always this wrong assumption that I think the natural sciences, training in natural sciences and particularly engineering, and trains people to be analytical. And it's also it's assumed that cognitive abilities can be developed in abstract and can be applied in any particular context or situation. Ability for abstract analysis doesn't mean an ability to be analytical in a embedded concrete context. Concrete context. It's if that's indeed the case, the mathematicians would have probably been the best of would have occupied all the important decision making positions, because they are the best trained in the analytical abilities. So there is a difference between abstract analysis and embedded analysis. And analytical abilities that are embedded in a context as opposed to abstract is what is probably needed in the training of graduates. Similarly, field-dependent thinking as opposed to field-independent thinking. You have to think depending on the field in which the whole thought is in a context is located, and ability of synthesis, not just analysis, but ability to bring together diverse bits and pieces of analysis into a synthetic whole. Ability for sympathetic imagination, ability to take step into somebody else's shoes and imagine the kind of human condition that that person or that set of people are actually going through. The ability to see the interplay of structural constructs like power and stratification with human agencies. So it's not just human agency, but also these underlying, they are not visible, but they are constructs all the same, like power, social stratification, and so on. The ability to see those interplays is a very important one. Ability of deep listening. I think that is probably something which I think we need to work on. Ability to work in teams, understanding and addressing contestations, not to just push contestations under the carpet, but addressing them and resolving conflicts. Thinking in metaphors, ability to think in metaphors, divergent thinking and creativity, empathy and compassion, aesthetic sensibilities. All these are also important attributes that a good program of, particularly those which are creating social leaders are need to readdress themselves. I'm particularly addressing this to an IIT audience because I know that in today's leadership positions, there are many of your graduates who occupy important positions, and it's important for you to recognize the responsibility of having to develop these abilities in these people. So we must concede that the social realities are different somewhat from natural realities. So the deep appreciation of the ontological difference. There's an ontological difference between the natural and social realities. And there is therefore an epistemological shifts that one needs to take while understanding social realities. It is not as though, the same kind of approach to solving problems, which works in a natural phenomenon, works in a social phenomenon as well. Even within the natural, you have seen the difference between physical and the life sciences, the physical sciences and the life sciences. There is a major shift even in the complexity of the phenomenon, and from the natural sciences to the social sciences, that is even much more. For example, let's take this application of STEM into public policy. We all assume that effective public policy is not through the standardization, uniformity, and centralization in a country as large as India and diverse as India, with a population twice as that of Europe and almost as much as or more than the entire population of the continent of Africa, you still find there is one single national policy on various things, including education. And this sort of amazes me at this whole zealousness with which we talk about this one approach, a single approach for the entire diverse thing. So I can understand the bureaucracy wanting to have a standardization, uniformity, and centralization in all their public policies, but that doesn't make the policy very effective. What makes it effective is the ability of the policy to address complexity and chaos in a messy and disaggregated set of realities. It is the ability to zoom out and see the coexistence of multiple perspectives and explanations and solutions. It is in the ability to appreciate the need to temper techno-managerial solutions with considerations of equity, social justice, and environmental justice and sustainability. It is in the ability to work on multiple futures through complex exercises of scenario building, informed as much by empirical analysis and mathematical modeling as by history and anthropology. So this entire approach at public policy formulation and implementation needs to have much more than what the constricted way in which we look at techno-managerial solutions are laid out. I would now get into the next part of my presentation, and that is actually the title that was to me, which I chose, in fact, beyond disciplines and some experience in institution building. It's a bit of a jump here, and in the sense I needed this first part in order to come to the second part. But at the same time, the focus on the second part is with the assumption that we are on the same page insofar as the importance of humanities and social science are concerned in a general program like which is in a STEM ecosystem. The National Education Policy 2020, about which I'm sure Ramchandran must have spoken at length in the morning, has actually used the entire chapter on higher education is littered almost with the use of words like multidisciplinary. So what exactly does that mean is not being very clearly explained there, but they keep emphasizing on the importance of multidisciplinarity. All I'm trying to say is that that, however, is with an assumption that knowledge is a constant flux, and new knowledge sprouts from the interstices of disciplines, not so much in the core of disciplines, but in the in-between spaces between disciplines. And there are always progressive differentiations and integrative reconciliations happening between and among disciplines simultaneously in the structures of knowledge. So that this flux keeps happening. And if you look at natural sciences through the past 100 years, we'll find that this particular phenomena had really worked out in a very interesting manner. And social sciences somehow are, although they are of recent origin as university disciplines, are having greater resistance to change this basics contours along which they are located in the university spaces. Therefore, even almost all the conventional universities are multidisciplinary in India. I mean, IITs and others are less so, but conventional universities are mostly multidisciplinary in India. But that doesn't, however, that doesn't, however, create an advantage for them to create knowledge in the creation of knowledge, which are through the endeavors, collaborative endeavors of people from various disciplines. People are located in the same neighborhood, but that doesn't mean they talk to each other. A good example is in my own university, Delhi University, in the Delhi School of Economics. When the Delhi School of Economics campus was being designed by Professor V.K.R. Rao, he ensured that it had located in it were disciplines like geography, economics, sociology, commerce, and commerce then created the sister discipline called FMS, Faculty of Management Studies. But we find that there's hardly any interaction between the people in these departments, leave alone students, but even faculty. People used to share the same canteen space in Delhi School of Economics once upon a time, but now that there's a fence that has been built between the Faculty of Management Studies and Delhi School of Economics, even the people from the FMS can't even come to D School canteen and have to enjoy a very informal talk with their colleagues from the other departments. So people don't find the need for talking to one another. I think people are very happy with themselves in silos. So this creation of silos in the same neighborhood, in fact, is hardly any multidisciplinary. That doesn't constitute a multidisciplinary university. So I think probably we need to really more liberally interpret the possibilities that are inherent in the National Education Policy 2020. Disciplines show a tendency of transcending themselves, though. I mean, as the disciplines grow, they on their own transcend themselves and try to comprehend composite and complex phenomena through multiple perspectives. Students of history, cultural anthropology, psychoanalysis, literary theory have all been influenced and informed by each other's theories and methodologies. But yet, I think they work within their own disciplinary communities. And this you can find even in terms of the journals that are being published. There are very, very few journals are of an interdisciplinary nature where people from various kinds of, orientations and training participate. The Economic and Political Weekly, with which I've peripherally associated, that in fact bring together a platform for people from various disciplines to contribute and share their share a platform. But even there, my sense is that people, that each disciplinarian tend to read their own peers' contributions, and very little of cross-disciplinary communication is actually happening. The objective of creating these multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary kind of spaces is actually to facilitate training of a community of practitioners who can work in multidisciplinary teams, who are able to comprehend each other and bring their own disciplinary trainings onto the table to address composite realities that would need to be addressed and intervened at multiple levels. For instance, climate change, or for that matter, addressing a pandemic, the challenges that the pandemic has really unleashed. And in fact, this is what is expected, that this is the kind of expected profile of most of our graduates. In the years to come, our graduates will be working more and more in spaces which actually are of multidisciplinary in nature, where they will need to understand one another, people from each other's discipline. But it's interesting that I think a crisis is always a time, a war or a pandemic is always a time when I think these kinds of churning do happen within university campuses, and there are multidisciplinary teams get together to address issues and challenges that the crisis has thrown up. But I find, to my disappointment, very little of this dynamics happening within Indian campuses. Maybe I don't know fully what's happening, but from whatever little I know, I really don't think much of much interdisciplinary work is really happening. Each group must be working more concertedly in their own respective areas, but a transdisciplinary approach in these kinds of things are conspicuous by their absence, even in crisis periods such as this, which I think we need to introspect. For this to be realized, we need to create interdisciplinary institutions, and for the interdisciplinary institutional space to be created within the challenge is to have transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary spaces and not merely multidisciplinary groups. Herding people from each individual trained in an entrenched in disciplinary manner and herding them all together into a multidisciplinary groups does not work. And one needs to look for faculty with transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary orientations. While creating this Ambedkar University, we were looking for faculty who were like, we used to say jokingly that we were looking for people who are na ghar ka na ghat ka. So they don't belong to one discipline or the other discipline. They're trained in both, but they feel a sense of unease with each. So this sense of discomfiture or unease that we feel from in one's own discipline is a positive attribute, and that really is a necessary ingredient to the creation of an interdisciplinary space. Very important is creation of structures. When Ambedkar University was created, we decided to create schools with indivisible interdisciplinary space within, and which is not divided into departments, which are cast in stone. Only there are no departments, there are programs, and these programs were meant to have finite life and which are to be disrupted, deassembled, and freshly conceptualized and assembled every few years. That was the intention. And for that purpose, we thought of faculty appointments which are concurrent in nature. They don't get appointed into one program or one school, but could be into more than one school and program. So there can be primary appointments and secondary appointments there. Faculty time can be deployed across schools and across programs. And people who comprehend each other's lingua and be influenced by each other's theory systems, analytic frameworks, and methodology, those are the kinds of people whom we were at that point in time looking for. And this of course, what was easiest to do was the cross-listing of courses and pools of elective courses that program curricula share. More than one program curriculum would actually share from the same pool of elective courses, to which I think various schools contribute. And that makes it possible for a seamless movement of students across courses. A student of literature takes a course in theater, or a student in sociology takes a course in clinical psychology, and a student in literary theory takes a course in aesthetics or visual art or art history, and so on and so forth. Those kinds of things were possible. However, there have been an enormous amount of resistance as well. Things have not been hunky-dory in these things. Partly also because, although we were creating new institutions, people were constituted. The people who populated these new institutions were also people who were drawn from old institutions. So they bring with them baggage of their mindsets. The university disciplines, particularly in the social sciences, are relatively young, but there are so much fractures and fissures even within each of them. For instance, even you will find the neoclassical and Marxist schools in economics, they hardly talk to one another. Psychodynamic, clinical versus behavioral schools in psychology, the people oriented in these diverse schools don't talk to each other. Physical versus cultural anthropology, they don't talk to each other. But yet I think they would like to be within the same department, because they are totally uneasy about dismantling of departments. They feel, even at the, it's like I'm reminded of Kamala Das's one of a poem where she reminisces her late husband and say that what I miss of you is your familiar scorn. And in a similar manner, here I think they like to be in the same department fighting with each other rather than be separated out in different areas, because they feel extremely exposed without a disciplinary shield to protect them. And this is, of course, the reasons are more sociological than epistemological. Thomas Kuhn has eloquently talked about it, and I don't want to get into that. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. Institutions have an inertial tendency of getting ossified the moment they find some kind of equilibrium, even an unstable equilibrium. The example was actually schools and centers at JNU. The JNU was conceptualized as interdisciplinary schools with centers located within it, which are loose. But the centers soon solidified in solid departments, because it was because the default template according to which the disciplines were laid out in conventional universities were such that I think that influence came into new universities as well. And every new institution have people come from with these baggage mindsets, which I mentioned a little earlier, from old institutions. So even new institutions carry the DNA of the old institutions, and therefore it's very difficult to reconceptualize themselves unless there is a concerted effort to do so. Individuals find it challenging to go out of their comfort zones and familiar neighborhoods and expose themselves, giving up the protection and security that discipline provides. You know how much of security you feel when you have your own jargons to hide behind. I mean, the moment you are, you have to address an audience who do not understand your jargon, then I think you'll have to open each capsule. Each jargon is a capsule, and you take out the meaning out of it, and you have to actually compose a comprehensible way of explaining complex phenomena to people who do not understand your language, which is a very tough one. And to last of all, I think the major challenge is actually also the regulatory architecture in India, which is so conservative. Whether the University Grants Commission or the various statutory bodies are so conservative, and they allow for very little innovations by way of experimenting with new disciplinary configurations. They are themselves so very structured and entrenched in their outlook, and with the greater and greater tendency of a axis of control and power that is coming up even in the new education policy, insofar as regulatory bodies are concerned, I find that that's going to be a major challenge for any kind of interdisciplinary approaches in higher education. So I hope I have stuck to this 30 minutes which I allotted to me. If I have overshot it, my apologies.
Not at all, sir. This is, you still have 1 more minute.
Okay.
But I'd like to take that for the conclusion, because there are lots of things that I'd observed and learned from this talk. Okay, so Professor Sham, I'm reminded of the lesson plans that I used to make for the children, wherein we would concentrate on 3 aspects: knowledge, skill, and mindset. So your talk reinforced that basic integration in my mind, and the importance of basically inculcating wisdom also in students, along with knowledge and skill. This becomes, I feel, even more important when we can almost experience the future with the AI, artificial intelligence, already amplifying our civilization's biases and prejudices. So the important question is that how do we proceed from here? So your talk has given us much to think about. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I would request Dr. Amitash to take over from here for the question and answer session.
Thank you, Parush. I'm invisible, but I guess we have first question from Georgie. So Georgie, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Amitash. And many thanks to Xian for the insightful talk. And pretty much you were reading my mind with these experiences of yours. So just to a bit of a context, as I mentioned in the talk, I am coming from a liberal arts institution, which is meant to give a rounded sort of education to the students, like no strict specialization. You should take mandatory some courses which are not part of your major, and so on and so on. But we still do have this when people get out. Yes, there is some, compared to institutions where classical universities where I taught, you still have people coming out and having forgotten pretty much everything which was not in their major, which they were taking only for because it's a requirement. So you have to take it. Of course, let's say you're in some social sciences, everybody has to take, let's say, a math course, a natural science course, but these are required, general education requirements. And people, again, students, just push that until the very end, just to, or in another, the other extreme is just take those courses at the beginning to get rid of that, in a sense. So it seems, again, and this is just a hypothesis of mine, you cannot force this interdisciplinary mind on to humans. It just how it is. Again, I have nothing empirical to prove that, but it's to me so far, having spent 15 years in a liberal arts institution, we still do have departments, okay, so that's not, we try to experiment with something similar like what you described, structures without the strictly defined departments and so on. And even exactly, let's say, what the experiences you talked about the staff, professors, faculty, they do have uncomfortable simply talking about their comfort zone, their comfort vocabulary of their field. And again, this to me indicates there's something deep. This and the very fact that we have the emergence in whatever structures we have this emergence of silos and groups everywhere. It seems to indicate that this is something much deeper than a structure that we may construct to tackle the issue and make genuinely interdisciplinary education or curriculum and so on. So just, I guess it's not much of a question, it was an observation.
Observation. So Professor Shyam, would you like to comment to this?
No, this is fine. I mean, I agree completely with you. I mean, yes, of course, there are these foundational courses as well as the electives in which I think these possibilities of introducing other perspectives are there. And I also agree that I think we can't possibly have a regimentation with this. This comes naturally, and good classical universities, I do think that a good disciplinary orientation also enables someone to transcend the discipline, because a good historian understands, I mean, the need for getting into the scholarship coming from anthropology and sociology, and it's really not possible to be a good historian without a insight into the orientations of the disciplines. So that I agree. But only thing is that here in this particular context is where we are actually creating new institutions with new kinds of perspectives, where there is already a priori emphasis on STEM, and in such an ecosystem, what can be done? That's how I addressed this whole issue. I agree with you completely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one question from Apurva. So Apurva, would you like to ask the question yourself or should I read it? You can just unmute and ask. If not, then I will read the question. So the question basically is, doesn't interdisciplinary in research, especially while combining the seemingly disparate fields like, say, literature and data science, AI, etc., signal a certain dilution of the specialized knowledge of that field? What do you think areas like digital humanities and eco-criticism do to the core, fundamental character of a subject that entails meticulous study and not a generic examination of diverse disciplines? So this is the question, sir, for you.
I really don't think that these are choices. I think these are not one as opposed to the other. We hardly have any. I mentioned about two phenomena, which I called it progressive differentiation and integrative reconciliation. These are two phenomena which go hand in hand, which actually creates new kinds of bridges across disciplines and differentiates the existing corpuses of knowledge. And this keeps happening, and all kinds of connections get made. And I do agree that there is a very strong conviction amongst some that any kind of interdisciplinary approach is like an indisciplinary approach. Which bad research is bad research, whether it be within disciplines or interdisciplinary research. I'm not talking about bad research at all. I'm talking about research and knowledge building of solid nature. There are always apologia of generation and knowledge dissemination that keeps happening, but we can't really take that as a example.
Okay, I guess we have one more question by Dr. Navneet. So Navneet, you can ask question.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, sir. This is Dr. Navneet Chopra. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. I can't see you though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, sir, as you said that we have interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary programs. But yeah, and one difficulty is that we don't understand technical language of each other. So that creates a barrier. Like I'm a faculty at Delhi University and I'm in philosophy department. And at master's level, we do have interdisciplinary courses like our students take other departments courses and other department students take. So I think it's a good step. Something similar should be, I think, there at the bachelor's level as well. And one because if we understand the basic terminology of disciplines of other disciplines, only then we can have dialogue. So my suggestion is that it should be mandatory. It shouldn't be optional. It should be mandatory to have interdisciplinary courses even at the bachelor's level. One thing. Second is I'm suggesting that why can't we have a common tea time for all the departments for the whole university, at least for half an hour, because people sometimes informally they may start interacting with each other when we meet informally at tea. So that provision I think should be there in all universities. So this was just
Navneet, thank you very much for raising this issue. I mean, on the first issue, of course, I have nothing to say except to say yes. The second thing reminds me of a interesting reminiscence with Andre Bete, Professor Andre Bete made of the old times in Delhi University. He used to say that the best thing that is there in Delhi University at that point in time was the armchair, which was available in the faculty rooms, and also the canteen. Where everybody could assemble and go. And that is true with many other disciplines as well. Like, for instance, when Professor Ranbir Singh used to teach political science in the Faculty of Arts, where you are at the moment working, there used to be students thronging in his class, who do not even belong to his class, who come from other courses. They just hang around. They don't have space inside the room. They will stand outside and listen to him. And after some time, Randir Singh would say, let's all go to the canteen. And they will all move, the entire congregation, to the canteen and have tea and continue to. See, those are the kind of classical images of good universities. Unfortunately, these universities assume a certain leisurely way of urban life. I came from Baroda, a small town with a large university. That's where I used to teach, and that's where I learned. I studied, and then I came to Delhi. This is a large city, and there are universities there. Where, you know, at one point I realized that I think the anxiety to get back home was so many people that I think there had hardly any time to stay back in a leisurely manner in a late, so I do think that a university to be supported, this kind of an environment to be supported, you need to have a certain ecosystem of leisure, of value, of even a certain certain enjoyment that you get out of being in a part of an adda. You know, that is all part of good universities. But unfortunately, that kind of lifestyle has changed. In fact, Professor Upendra Bakshi was our vice chancellor at some point in time, used to call all of us as university special professors. You know why? Because we were so much used to come by university special bus and go back in the university special bus. The bus comes at 9:30 in the morning and go back at 1:30. So we all want to do all our classes between 9:30 and 1:30. And when you are so much in a hurry to club all our classes within this limited time window, then there is no time for a leisurely conversation with a colleague. So it is actually this whole liberal education has been a victim of this large metropolises coming up, and that's hardly the ideal location for higher education to happen, in my opinion.
So thank you very much. It was a.
I have a question. Hello.
Radhika. Okay,
Yeah.
just one quick question.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. I'm Radhika from Ambedkar University, Delhi.
Hello, Radhika.
Yes, sir. And sir, I would like to know that how will you locate education in this debate of multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity, and this education as discipline in its own right?
No, that's a topic for a separate seminar. But I see your point. I think this whole anxiety to define ourselves as an exclusive discipline is again sociologically oriented rather than epistemologically, because education epistemologically is an unviable proposition to stand alone, because we are in some sense supported and buttressed and scaffolded by other disciplines like philosophy and sociology and so on, political science and so on. So it's important for that interconnections between these disciplines to be respected, because otherwise education as a discipline can't really stand. But at the same time, there are something like certain core aspects of education. For instance, the normative nature of the education stands for good learning. Education stands for a certain kind of normative outcome. Those are very special. They are very different from analytical preoccupation that the conventional social sciences have. Where education has a certain disciplinary affinity towards seeing things to be success. That efficiency, the question of efficiency and so on, therefore gets managed. It's not just in education, but also in management and business studies, that is, in medicine and many other disciplines of this kind. This normative aspect also assumes a great importance. But I hope that Ambedkar or some other university would actually take the lead in organizing a conversation around this particular subject. It needs to be addressed separately.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank
you very much. We may have few more questions, but we are running out of time. Thank you very much. But just to before we close, just getting back to what Dr. Navneet was suggesting, a tea session. Just to mention that for last 4 months and 5 months, when the lockdown unlocked happened, we at IIT Jammu have been organizing this every Friday, 4:30 to 5. and there is absolutely no agenda. So faculty members of all disciplines, chemical, material, including HSS, they all come down to a place and then just drink tea and talk anything. So if they have anything to discuss, or if they have any complaint or something, in a very friendly manner, there's no agenda. And that was by design, that we should not have any agenda, no discussion, pre-designed. So it's just people come, and we call it tea buzz session. It will start at 4:30, but all HSS people will miss it because we are in the conference today. And actually today we have, after that tea buzz, there is a small Kavi Sammelan also. So this also gets extended sometime with some cultural activities and other activities. So just with this note, thank you very much, Professor Shyam, and it was amazing to listen to you, and hope we continue to collaborate and we get your guidance for us, the department.
Thank you.
And thank you all the participants for joining this session. Next session starts just now. So this is on sociology. So Aditi will host the session. Thank you very much.
French sociologist Harry Bourdieu has aptly said, and I quote, that the function of sociology, as of every science, is to reveal that which is hidden, unquote. On this note, I welcome esteemed dignitaries, professors, scholars, distinguished participants, viewers to the second thematic session of this 2 days international conference. The session is focused on sociology and social sciences in STEM. The opening thematic talk for this session is by Professor K. Pushpanandhan on the topic democratization of the technological tools for the future professionals. Followed by this talk, we will be joined by Professor Sambit Malik from IIT Guwahati. He will be speaking on placing science and technology on society. After that, Dr. Mali CM from CPRHE, NEPA, will talk on co-locating HSS in the science and technology institutions, a cultural approach. Followed by that is the last talk of this session by Aishwarya Chandran from IIT Delhi on pedagogies of critical empathy, situating sociological imagination in a science and technology classroom. Now, the faculty coordinator for this session is Dr. Shantan Mandal, and Dr. Shrutismita Roy is the rapporteur. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pushpanandhan to share his words with us. He is a senior faculty at MSU Baroda. He has research experience in national projects on education and has been developing self-learning instructional materials for training the personnel in the field of education management. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me congratulate the team IIT Jammu for creating this web platform to discuss about a very important theme on humanities and social sciences and its future, a roadmap. And the topic which is given to me is very interesting in the context of 21st century. It's about democratizing technology. And we need to understand this democratizing technology from three different perspectives. One is we need to understand this particular aspect from the educational ecosystem that we have and logical ecosystems that we have, and the digital ecosystems that we have. Friends, when we try to define 21st century is the combination of complexity, change, and paradox, which every individuals are experiencing in their day-to-day life situations. Whether you talk about social, economic, technological changes happening in and around, in one side, and the complexity in terms of the vulnerability, inequality, exclusion, violence, exploitation, corruption. These are actually happening in the other side. And when you see the technological advancements, we have the artificial intelligence, the big data, the cloud technology, augmented realities, virtual realities, Internet of Things. So we as individuals are in the middle talking about education for sustainable development. So friends, when we understand democratizing technology, the point of departure should be the sustainable development. And how technology can really contribute to the well-being of people at large. And when we talk about people, coming down to our national scenario, the diversity that we need to take in mind, the kind of the divides that we have in terms of gender, in terms of haves and have-nots, in terms of technological access. So friends, the whole idea of democratizing technology has to be understood from these different points of view. Let me remind you that especially the previous century and the beginning of the century is full of promises. The promises essentially talks about the very process of democratizing. You talk about education for all. It implies several social imperatives. You talk about no child left behind policy of United States. Or you refer the universalization of education, whether you talk about Sarva Siksha Abhiyan or Rashtriya Madhyamika Siksha Abhiyan or Rashtriya Uchitar Siksha Abhiyan. All these things essentially talks about educational access, educational equity, and educational quality. So educational quality, access, equity are important because we strongly believe that they are the determinants of human sustainable development and growth, and human, the well-being that we talk about. So technology over a period of time, when people started experiencing it, it has become the part of the human life. If I understand the technological ecosystem, we have 5.11 billion mobile users in the world. And if I talk about Indian statistics, we have 0.2 billion internet users, 243 million. So the data is increasing and increasing. And we started believing that digital technologies can help in expanding and democratizing knowledge, spreading it from the developed core and the developing peripherals. So when we see the potential of technology and how it is penetrating into human life and living, that has to be understood and make it accessible to large number of people, and thereby the technological applications can be better used for the sustainable development. So here there are two things which we need to understand. One is the digital divide and the knowledge divide. When you talk about digital divide, it is the access to digital devices. We have internets. Probably we have more internet users than we have public toilets available to people. And somebody quoted in a research article. So what I mean to say is that technology has penetrated into the remote areas, even the internet and the mobiles and the people using the social media like Facebook. But the question here is, to what extent this digital divide or having more access to technology is really helping for the knowledge transformations. So several researchers have said the knowledge divide is still existing in spite of the minimization of digital divide. Therefore, what is required to make technology accessible to people is number one. Probably we have reached to some extent. Now, the second one is to see how these digital technologies can really use for transformation of human life and living. That's the point now. So when you talk in terms of democratization, there are certain things which usually we come across. One is it is the freedom of choice that we talk about. The second one is the participation. And the third one is the information. So friends, how these three important things, whether we talk in terms of the freedom to choose, whether we talk about the equity, whether we talk about participation, how individuals are empowered to take part into such a system where technology assists them to put their ideas forward. So here, the democratization that's actually happening in different spheres could be understood in three ways. One is for funding, and the second one is for the ownership, and the third one is for manufacturing. When you talk about funding, we have a crowded funding which is taking place. There were instances where in no time people started generating few thousand billion, few thousand the US dollars for a social cause, for a donation, for any kind of a social responsibility activities or even business. And you also could see the technology in terms of ownership. You know, we have been experiencing the collaborative consumption of the goods and services. That means we don't own the assets, but we try to share the assets and organize in a sharing society, a society which is a commonly shared. Therefore, access to assets is something which is very important in technology, where you don't own it, but you have it and you use it. And we have wonderful examples of this kind, like Uber models. You don't own a car, but use it, you share it. And also the Airbnb, which is a chain of organizations, provide the first class, the residential opportunities to people, those who travel and enjoy. And the third one is the manufacturing. The manufacturing essentially talks about how the technology, which can be used systematically, can make it into more meaningful, more cheaper, and also the accessible to people. Therefore, there are two things that can be understood. When we talk about internet, digital technology is leading to democratization. Friends, please remember that it is not the internet alone which is the first technology of this kind associated with freedom. When we had the technological innovations in terms of print media, the television and the radios, they also contributed to the lot to protect the human rights and human values and human development. So there are three levels that happens in the democratizing technological world. One is the replacement, because the system has collapsed and you replace the system into technological inputs. Probably that will not happen, and it happens, if it happens, it happens in a remote context. The second important aspect is the transplacement, where you negotiate with the technological devices in terms of their productive partnership, to what extent they can really contribute to the development of different areas of human survival. And the third one, which is very, very important, when we talk in terms of democratizing technology, it is nothing but transforming individuals and societies. And the transformation of individuals and societies basically happens through various aspects. One is the transformation happens when individuals are empowered. When individuals are empowered to take their own decisions in terms of what they like, what they want, and how they can make things happen in a society that you are talking about. And to most of the times, the technology you used for the individual gains to great extent. And we also could experience certain negative aspects of this, the overuses of technology. Somebody discussed in the morning how that computer-human interaction, which is very, very important, where the technology that you are developing is human-centric technology, which is a very, very important thing that we need to consider. If we want to use technology for human sustainable development, a development that you are talking in terms of people, prosperity, the planet, and the partnerships. This is what the education for sustainable development talks about. Our development of technology must focus about people, because you are talking about technology of people, for people, and by the people. As you define democracy is for the people, by the people, and of the people, the technology that we could see in future necessarily be a technology of the people, a technology by the people, and technology for the people. And this technology must help in leading to prosperity. Prosperity in terms of wealth, and also prosperity in terms of the individual well-being. And the technology that need to focus about the planet. We have been facing several challenges in terms of the global warming and the health and hygienic conditions, and even the water, which is a very, very important thing, which is going to be scarce in the coming years to come. Therefore, the technology must really focus not only the individual needs at the local level, not only the regional needs, but also it should focus about the global needs. And the global needs are possible because technology has a potential to contribute to the planet as well. And the third one, the fourth one is the partnerships. You know, the networked societies, common understanding, creating social capital, developing trust and faith and acceptance, which are very, very essential, and the technology that really need to focus about these things can really lead to democratizing technology in the future to come. And this is possible because technology is flexible, technology is scalable, and technology is survivable. So making use of these three important characteristics, how technology can aim for human well-being and sustenance, leading to sustainable development by focusing about people, prosperity, planet, and partnership. Friends, when you talk about democratizing, please understand that we are in the transition. We are in the transition because we could see the ecosystem that people using and penetrating into their life and associated with technological advancements. Now it is the time to come out of this transition and reach to transformation, I think that transformation is really needed in developing the technology. So what kind of technology that really need to have it? We need to have a technology which is simple, a technology which is transparent, and a technology which is universally accessible. If we want to democratize technology, democratize knowledge, we need to come out with the indigenous technology. And that technology need to be simple, transparent, and universally accessible. And the second important aspect for democratizing technology is to engaging citizens to increase their participation and fostering transparency, accountability, and the trust. So friends, to end up my presentation, democratizing technology, whether you agree, you disagree, we are moving in the same direction. But when we are moving in the direction, we also need to keep these things in mind. The indigenous technology, which can be simple, affordable, transparent, and the technology where the engagement of people are increased and their participation and the transparency. I think if we create an ecosystem through our education, through our the policies, certainly we can take the best benefit of technology and build our the nation. As National Education Policy 2020 says, we would like to be the knowledge superpower. I think that knowledge superpower is possible when we appropriately make use of technology into our developmental plans. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on democratization of technology through the lens of sustainability and your thought-provoking deliberations on digital and knowledge divide. Now, may I please request Dr. Sambit Malik to present his talk.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, yes, you're audible.
Yeah. At the outset, let me thank Professor Mandal for inviting me to deliver on this topic of STS, I mean, placing science and technology in society. In this conference, STEM. Frankly speaking, I'm not an expert on STEM, but my intellectual and political persuasion in STS studies in general and history, philosophy, and sociology of science in particular rather persuaded me to accept the very kind invitation of Professor Mandal and the organizing team at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Jammu. What I'll do in a span of 10 to 15 minutes, what I'll do very quickly, I'll try to present it this way. If you look at philosophy prior to the 19th century, you will find that philosophy in its pre-19th century incarnation was divided into two parts. One, natural philosophy, and the other, social and moral philosophy. Natural philosophy is nothing but science in the present sense of the term. In fact, William Whewell coined the term science in the 19th century. Earlier, it was known as natural philosophy. And moral philosophy is nothing but ethics in the present sense of the term. And natural philosophers or scientists, they were engaged in epistemological questions, whereas moral philosophers or the scholars of ethics were engaged in ethical questions. Epistemology, as you know, is a body or theory of knowledge, precisely because of the central philosophical and political questions that epistemology addresses. I mean, what is knowledge? What counts as knowledge? How is knowledge produced, generated, and so on? And ethics is known as a study of nature of conduct, precisely because of the central philosophical and political questions that ethics addresses. I mean, what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, and so on. Okay. Once you tend to combine epistemology with ethics, you tend to arrive at modern philosophy of science. Science, I mean, I'm not using it in a very conventional sense that people very often say that no, science is a systematized body of knowledge and so on. For me, as a student of sociology of science, I would say science is an inquiry into the nature and limits of a particular knowledge. When I say limits, by limits, I do not mean limitations. Rather, by limits, I mean under what limiting conditions science is practiced or pursued. In this sense, I'm using science. Science may be an inquiry, maybe a method, maybe an institution, maybe an ideology, and so on. And the way we look at technology, technology is the medium through which human beings have been interacting with nature. When I say nature, it includes both natural as well as social phenomena. Thereby, I tend to widen the scope and ambit of nature. Okay. And when I say technology is the medium through which human beings have been interacting with nature, then I tend to look at different perspectives on the relationship between technology, science, and society. Prima facie, what is a perspective? A perspective refers to a set of symbols which human beings have been engaged in selecting, I mean, from all potential observable aspects of nature. Okay. It's above all a viewpoint that helps us in selecting, organizing our perceptions, and guiding our actions. There are three perspectives. It doesn't imply that it is reduced to only three perspectives, but it can be more than three perspectives. But for the time being, okay, just for this lecture, if I say that there are three perspectives on the relationship between science, technology, and society. One is the linear model, which suggests that science leads to the development of technology and technology leads to the development of society. And the other model that suggests that no, science leads to the development of technology, technology leads to the development of science, and also society, and society in turn also ensures what kind of science and technology we are going to have. The similarity between the linear and the interactionist models of the relationship between science, technology, and society suggests that they are separate entities. I mean, science, technology, and society are separate entities. They are not in unison. I mean, that's why people very often say that no, science is objective, science is neutral, science is atemporal, science is ahistorical, science is universal, science is invariant, and so on. That's why Karl Mannheim, one of the founders of the sociology of knowledge perspective in Ideology and Utopia, suggested that all knowledge except scientific knowledge is socially and culturally conditioned. On the contrary, what we generally find that the relationship between science and technology is symbiotic in nature. The embedded model suggests that no, science, technology, and society are not separate entities. Rather, science and technology are very much a part of our social formation, our economy, our culture, our polity, and so on. Okay, they should not be treated in isolation. In this sense, Kuhn is extremely important. Thomas Kuhn, who wrote The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, when he said science should be seen in terms of its historical integrity, David Bloor said in Knowledge and Social Imagery that all knowledge, including scientific knowledge, is socially caused. And perhaps in the 19th century itself, Marx, while writing the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, he mentioned, what is science? Science is a social creation. Okay, and that's how we have tried to look at the relationship between science, technology, and society. But very often people say that no, technology, technology determines our social, political, economic life. That technological determinist view that suggests that the idea that technology develops as the sole result of an internal dynamic and then unmediated by any other influence molds society to fit its patterns. Okay, then there is an implicit disjunction between technology and society, slurring over questions of political power, public policy, and so on. Okay, and if you look at this, if you look at the works of the ways in which the state, the government, the political institutions, they tend to work with technology and science, they always suggest that no, technology is neutral. But whether a technology is neutral or not, it depends on the ways in which a specific technology is designed, and also a specific technology is controlled. Then design and control are the basis of determining whether a specific technology is neutral or not. But if you look at the ways in which specific technological systems have been designed, you will find that let me give you an example. If you look at the public roads in India, I always feel that the design of public roads in India is anti-pedestrian. Okay, if you look at the construction of the New York Bridge, which was constructed in the 1960s and 70s, especially 70s, by Robert Moses, who was a famous engineer from the 1930s to 1970s. What he did, Moses, what he did, he constructed the bridge, the New York Bridge, of 9 feet height. And at that time, public buses were of 12 feet height. And public buses were used by the blacks and the poor. And it was his intention, it was the intention of Moses to ensure that blacks and the poor cannot enter the New York Bridge. That's why the construction of the New York Bridge by Robert Moses indicates his racial prejudice and class bias. Okay. Now, moving out of these two extremes of the internalist characterization of science, which suggests that that all knowledge except scientific knowledge is socially and culturally conditioned, to the externalist characterization of science, which suggests that all knowledge, including scientific knowledge, is socially caused. Okay, what Bourdieu, just before his death in 2004, in 2003, in the Royal, in the Huxley Memorial Lecture, ultimately it was published in, his lecture was published in the Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute in 2003 or so, when he said that science as a force must go beyond the absolutist idealist conception of the immanent development on the one hand, and historical relativism of those who construe science as a purely conventional social construct on the other. That's why we always say that the distinction between the internal and the external worlds of science is not rigid but porous. Okay. Technologies have political properties. What matters is not technology itself, but the social and economic system in which it is embedded, machines, structures, systems of modern material culture, they are often evaluated in terms of efficiency and productivity, positive and negative environmental side effects. But more importantly, they should be evaluated in terms of the ways in which power and authority are uncritically embedded in the design of a technology. Okay, and that's how, if you look at the words of Louis Mumford, who suggested that two technologies have recurrently existed side by side, one is authoritarian and the other democratic. Science, which has been which has been considered a curiosity-driven research, now it has turned out to be a part of contract obligations. Science, which was considered a public resource earlier, now it has become a part of intellectual property. I mean, there are cognitive and political changes at the level of political economy, labor, agriculture, health, and environment. And when I say cognitive changes, I mean the shift that has occurred from the monovalent to polyvalent knowledge. Triple helix model of innovation supersedes both traditional disciplinary boundaries and mode to knowledge production created in the context of application. And when I say political changes, the shift is towards a fracturing of the authority of nation states with subsequent pressures to rethink the forms of democratic governance. And in this sense, what I would like to highlight here that it is important to engage with different dimensions of such changes and to reflexively turn upon and examine the realms of changing relationship between science and technology on the one hand and our economic, culture, and polity on the other. Disenchantment with demarcation between science and non-science, autonomy and cognitive authority of science has led many scholars to examine science in its historical integrity, and science must overcome such tendency of siding with extremes and situating science and technology in our economic, culture, and polity helps us build alternative imaginations contrary to the science designed to serve the developed world, advanced capitalist world. That's why I wrote Northern Hemisphere. I mean, it's important to highlight how science in the capitalist world has entered into a state of crisis due primarily to the subjugation of scientific research to the capitalist monopolies and to military purposes, and the conflict between new discoveries and old idealist and metaphysical ideas. As the general crisis of capitalism has developed and become more acute, so has the confusion in scientific theory and distortion of scientific practices developed and increased with it. And in this context, it is important to deploy science as a weapon for the self-introspection and advancement as a social and philosophical investigation. The more scientific research has expanded and the greater these requirements has become, the more it has fallen under the control of the monopolies and their governments, and particularly the military. And science is expected to contribute to profits and wars and answer just those particular problems in which the capitalist monopolies are interested, which is by no means the same as answering the problems bound up with the further development of science and with the interests of people, and thus science becomes more commercialized, militarized, disorganized, and distorted. That's why you will find that there is a huge gap between building scientific institutions on the one hand and building scientific temper on the other. And perhaps India has been successful in building scientific institutions, but not building scientific temper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this enriching talk focused on stringing together the interconnected aspects of science, technology, and society. Now, I invite Dr. Malish to begin with his talk. Sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. You're audible.
Yeah, okay. In an era of attention economy, it is extremely difficult to keep your attention after such a long keynote address and to exemplary lectures by Professor Pushpanathan and Samprit Malik. So I'm trying to finish my talk in the time period allotted to me. Let me first take this opportunity to appreciate the effort of Dr. Sayantan and entire IIT Jammu academic community for taking up this important issue, and particularly when the national education policy is entered into the stage of implementation. So my title of my presentation is Co-locating Humanities and Social Sciences in Professional and Technical Higher Education, a Cultural Approach. So I'm making a humble attempt here to expand what Professor Shamanon has discussed in his keynote address. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to establish or trying to discuss about the linkages between the techno-managerial approach and dominant ideologies of the nation state in the context of the science and technology institutions like IITs. If you consider the history of the IITs in the country, it dates back to the British period. It was actually in actually the university system began in 1857. And that universities were in University of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. That was modeled on the British university system, particularly the London University model. But in this premier science and technology institution did not follow the British model of the university system. Rather, they followed an American model. In fact, in 1945, a British government appointed a committee under the chairmanship of the NR Sarkar to review the technical education in the country. So that committee recommended a centrally administered higher technical institutions in the country. They suggested 4 institutions in the country located in east, west, north, and the south. But soon after the independence, the committee submitted the report in 1948. When Nehru government in 1951 actually materialized that idea of centrally administered higher technical institution, but name has been changed to Indian Institute of Technology. And it is very interesting to know that the IIT system actually followed the MIT model. The committee by the internal report of the committee suggested we need to have higher technical institution modeled on the MIT system. It's a very important point why the committee has recommended the MIT model than the British model we had followed for the university system. Perhaps it could be due to the important role played by the MIT during the Second World War, because the MIT as an institution has collaborated with the US defense system during the Second World War time. So that is why that may be the one reason for Indian nationalists to suggest MIT model for our higher technical institution. And one point it is very important. Now, it was a 22-member committee. Only one person opposed the idea of establishing new institution, an entirely new type of institution. It was by Dr. Nasir Ahmed. So in his dissent note was also attached with the report of the internal report of the NR Sarkar. Let me read one sentence, 2 sentences from the dissent note from Dr. Nasir. He stated, in real planning for the future, we must take into account the existing resources and must try to build upon them. If the process is not followed, the existing institutions are likely to stagnate and decay, while the newer institution will work in an atmosphere of isolation. This is what the statement given by the Nasir Ahmed in his dissent note. But if you look back the history of the IIT system, what Ahmad Nasser talked about the decay of the existing system and an emergence of an isolated system of IIT, that came true. So that is the question. And when we talk about this is a context of the IIT. When we talk about the issues of how to locate, whether to locate or relocate or co-locate, it's an important question. But when we discuss about the role of humanities and social sciences in general in HSS, we may go back to the one of the major call by in 1959 by the C.P. Snow. He talks about the two cultures. So universities are the oldest surviving institution in the world after the Roman Catholic Church. But at the same time, the C.P. Snow says there exists a huge gulf of mutual incomprehension between the science and literary intellectuals. In fact, C.P. Snow was not talking about the HSS per se, but in fact he was referring to the literary intellectual, the rivalry between the literary intellectuals and the hardcore scientists. So following the call for that, there is a need to integrate these two streams, the literary tradition and the scientific tradition. And there is an idea of the humanizing the scientist. That is one thing. Secondly, we need to scienticize our humanities scholars. This is a very important dimension regarding the HSS. In other words, we can say that there was a call for the more professionalization of humanities and more liberal content in science discipline. But this model of locating HSS is no longer an important idea in the current scenario of knowledge economy, because in a new economy, in a knowledge economy, the innovations and knowledge are taking place at the intersections of the subject. So when we try to co-locate humanities and social sciences now, we need to go beyond that the two culture debate put forwarded by the C.P. Snow and the mid of the 20th century argument regarding the location of the humanities and social sciences. So here I am trying to look at this issue through a cultural perspective. So what I mean by cultural perspective is to look at the historically transmitted the pattern of meaning and values and ideology of institution in order to understand the dynamics of the higher education institution. So higher education, the cultural perspective also is concerned with the set of taken for granted values, attitudes, and ways of behaving, which are articulated through and reinforced by recurrent practices among the group of people in a given context. So by this context cultural perspective, if you look at the existing IIT system, you can see that there are many barriers for co-locating humanities and social science. As Professor Shyam has rightly mentioned, the existence of a multiple disciplinary faculty is not at all a multidisciplinary or a transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary institution or practices. In most of the IITs, in general, there exist multiple faculties among the HSS, but there is no much taken give and take between the discipline. So there are three major barriers for co-locating the HSS in the premier science and technology institution like IIT. The first is the barrier of the culture of the discipline. Each discipline has its own cultural identity and cultural ways of the practices. So, for instance, the historians do not engage with the collaborative research in general. They will be mostly writing work in isolation. They will be writing individually. But similarly, among the humanities and social science, there are distinctive characteristics for each of the disciplines. That is an important barrier within the HSS that is to be overcome in order to co-locate HSS. Otherwise, if a philosopher and a sociologist or philosopher and literary scholars are unable to sit together and conduct research and offer study programs for the UG or PG, then there is no point in co-locating the humanities resources. So the first and foremost barrier is within the discipline of HSS, that is the disciplinary culture. And second is the issue of the culture of faculty, that I totally agree with the C.P. Snow's ideas of the difference between the the physical, the science and the faculty of social science. And the third and most important thing is the institutional culture of meritocracy and elitism. If you look at the IIT system from the beginning to the current scenario, the IITs in the country always try to maintain the elitist status by keeping away the larger share of the socially disadvantaged group from entering into the higher education, and the student as a student or as a faculty. So they always try to exist as an isolated institution, but with all the funding from the MHRD. They did not generate any funding in the earlier period. All the funding came from the MHRD. But if you look at one central university and IIT, the public money is largely pumped for the IIT. But the IITs did not follow, for instance, the reservation in the students. Although India adopted the reservation of policy since the independence, but IIT system never enrolled and never followed the reservation system till 1970s. So only in 1972, after the recommendation of the Chandy Committee, the IIT system began to recruit the students. So I will come to that later. So the point is that how to then co-locate HSS in a science and technology institution. So there is a need for a unifying value across the discipline, across the faculty, and inside each science and technology premier institution. What would be that value? So we can consider many values for that, but as rightly discussed by the Professor Pushpanathan, I also believe that the constitutional values of social justice and diversity can be an important value that can unite all the disciplines, all the faculties inside science and technology institution to work as a unifying body for the betterment of the society and the economy. So there is a need to, as I mentioned, first is a disciplinary barriers and culture is an important barrier. Second is the culture of the faculties, and third is we need to have a new culture of institution, an institutional culture of inclusion, diversity, and social justice. So this idea of inclusive culture or inclusion or diversity should be reflected in the three major missions of the higher education institution, such as the research, teaching, and extension activities. The congruence between these three major missions, based or rooted on the idea of constitutional values of equity and social justice, definitely can greatly contribute to countries' march towards an inclusive society and a global economic power. So, I would like to end with one example. As I mentioned earlier, the IIT system followed the MIT model, but I do not think none of our IIT professors looked at the structure of the MIT and what is the policy they have followed in the student recruitment and the faculty recruitment. For instance, if you look at the Forbes 2020 survey, America's best employer for the diversity in education, you can take the best top 10 institution. Out of top 10, 5 are private and 5 are public institution. Out of the private institution, the one is the Caltech, and second is Duke. First is the Duke and second is the Caltech. So if you look at the best universities in the world, whether it is Harvard or the whatever the MIT or the Boston, whichever, you can see that the inclusion and diversity is a core value of that institution. But an Indian IITs which claim to have followed an MIT model did not turn their face to at least to understand what has happened. This actually reflects the exclusive character of the IIT system. So this system of exclusivity or this kind of exclusionary practices no longer support the liberal ideas or progressive ideas of the humanities or the liberal arts. So we will not be able to locate ourselves within the and science and technology rooted in an elitism or exclusion. So that's why let me conclude with we need to we need to collocate humanities and social science in IIT system, but IIT system need to be inclusive and more open, and an institution which upholding the values of the constitutional values of diversity and inclusion. That is the need of the time. By this, I stop here.
Thank you, sir, for intensively tracing cultural approaches for co-locating HSS in sciences and technology. Now, we'll move forward to the last speaker for today's session, Aishwarya Chandran. Aishwarya, you may kindly begin with your talk.
Am I visible and audible?
Yeah, you're visible and audible.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers, the panelists, and the faculty, and all the students for organizing this. My talk, I'm a PhD, I'm a graduate teaching assistant in IIT Delhi, and my talk today will try to look at some of the experiences of teaching sociology to a predominantly STEM classroom, and how do we find points of intersection. How do we include politics in our conversations? How do we talk about ideas of objectivity, verifiability, reliability in the classroom, while also being cognizant of systemic discrimination, gender, caste, ethnicity? How do we sort of try to look at those conversations? So the talk is tentatively titled Pedagogies of Critical Empathy, Situating Sociological Imagination in a Science and Technology Classroom. C.W. Mills, in his classical text on the sociological imagination, had made two important observations. One was that empathy was an intrinsic part of cultivating a sociological imagination. And the second was that what the sociological imagination fundamentally enabled was to invite one to think about private troubles in terms of public issues. As part of an introductory course to sociology that I co-teach as part of my teaching assistantship, the text by C.W. Mills was the first text that I taught my class, and it is these two aspects that we predominantly focused on, that most of our conversations and discussions converged upon. So a couple of sort of thoughts on how can we think about empathy in a science and technology classroom. So to begin, why is empathy important, and why is empathy especially important in a STEM classroom? A 2013 report based on a survey conducted among 200 students at Linköping University concluded that empathy among students of engineering was significantly lower than that recorded among students in other professions. The report defined empathy as the degree of imagination, the ability to assume the perspective of others, and whether the subject cares about them, along with the subject's own worries and anxieties. However, the report also noted that these recorded differences in levels of empathy diminished when they compared only women across disciplines. As a PhD candidate pursuing a degree in sociology in what is a leading science and what is primarily a science and technology institute, I have often wondered how the pedagogies of the humanities might engage with the methodologies of scientific practice. The university has on occasion addressed the need to engage cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary scholarship on the philosophy of science, on developing ethical use of technologies, and thinking about possibilities for collaboration between what may often seem like irreconcilable epistemological positions. Courses on science and technology studies, the role of policy in regulating science practice, and the effects of globalized economies on labor paradigms are popular courses offered at the undergraduate level to young students pursuing their bachelor's in technology. Students often find themselves in these classrooms not entirely out of choice, but because the university curriculum demands students pursuing their degrees in engineering to have completed a designated number of courses at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. It was always a subject of curiosity for me to wonder how students aspiring to careers in artificial intelligence, coding, machine learning, among others, thought of these courses. Did they see value in thinking about the partition in a course on Indian sociology? Did learning about Popperian and Mertonian epistemological paradigms in a course about the philosophy of science engage them to think about the hours they spent in their laboratories? My experience of thinking about critical empathy was shaped by my interaction with students who would often respond to questions of race, gender, caste, and systemic discrimination by by noting how inequality was often the cause of a lack of empathy. They would ask me, can't kindness and compassion sort of be ways out of systemic and generational forms of generationally persisting forms of oppression? The role of critical empathy as a pedagogical tool within the classroom has received attention from scholars of sociology and education. Most notable of this would be Sam Richards, who in his evocative talk titled Radical Empathy says that when students ask him how to be better sociologists, he tells them that to practice sociology is to practice empathy. Richards even goes on to say that systemic injustices, a war, racism, and he especially talks about Islamophobia in the context of the American-Iraqi war. He says that you can think of that these can be rethought through an ethic of empathy. And the project of empathy, according to him, is one of dismantling the idea of a singular narrative. What he says is to put yourself in someone else's shoes. It is to problematize not the violence and the dispossession, but the narratives that surround them, through the attempt to pluralize the ways in which we engage with violence and injustice. The way we talk about empathy sort of differs across scholarship. Empathy is sometimes defined by the ability to focus purely on perspectives that centers the other. Someone like Amy Copeland would say that, while some others like Hoffman say that empathy also more broadly includes perspectives that center the self. And the intersubjective relationship between the self and the other is therefore crucial to the ethics and the epistemology of critical empathy. So one of the questions that would arise then in class was, do you empathize with everyone? Is there a moral obligation sometimes to not empathize? Students would especially ask these questions such as, why should we empathize with, say, men committing violent crimes against women or convicted criminals and the like? Is there an empathetic position that then could be morally indefensible? This is a fairly common debate among scholars who engage with critical empathy. The argument is framed in terms of identification and how empathy presupposes a prior identification with who we empathize with. Empathy is therefore both inspired by and also limited by the ability to identify with the other. The other concern that follows this one is then, what is empathy supposed to achieve, or who is empathy supposed to benefit? So if our concern is that unfettered empathy might be damaging, then there is a presumption of our moral universes taking precedence within an ethic of empathy. Scholars have noted that the way empathy is often imagined is to offer moral comfort to the empathizer and not the empathized. And we have discussed the problems of empathy through identification. For example, Durkheim, which is also a part of the course that I take, his idea of solidarity and what conditions these ideas of solidarity have been essential in engaging with conversations about the politics of identification and projection that mediate the affects of empathy. Jade Davis, who works with, who's a critical race theorist, she says that the ethics of the philosophy of empathy are often predicated on our ability to reach out to the other and to imagine and feel the other through our own selves. And she says that this becomes an exercise in narcissism, because empathy then becomes a project of self-affirmation. Todd Destichter, who's often credited with conceptualizing critical empathy, he says that empathy is always open to critique as serving the interests of the empathizer rather than the empathized, and notes that one of the problems with empathy can be then that it ignores the complex socio-historical forces that condition the relationship between the empathizer and the empathized. Eric Leake, who works with non-rational rhetorics, says that empathy is an ethic that then mediates the relationship between knowledges of the self and knowledges about the other. And so critical empathy then calls for a critical voice that questions the circumstances of its own speaking. And the significance of empathy, therefore, is to question the ways in which the conditions of intersubjectivity are shaped and produced. The purpose of critical empathy then would be to interrogate how the relationship between the self and the other is organized in intersubjective relations. Paul Bloom, who teaches psychology at Yale and has written extensively on empathy, says that it is often people who pay for the blood of perpetrators, criminals, etc., often cite their heightened empathy for their victims for their desire for punitive action. Individuals who often feel particularly moved by violent crimes, especially against women and children, often become vociferous advocates for the death penalty and torturous incarceration. The issue with such a framing of empathy then is to think of empathy in absolute and unconditional terms. The inability to insert empathy within a trajectory of more quote unquote rational responses such as justice or liberty, therefore, produces empathy as a response of pure affect. Empathy is therefore then presumed to follow an existing ethical moral binary of right and wrong. Taken for granted categories of victims and perpetrators, therefore, are seen as essential to the practice of a morally conscionable empathy. What such a notion of empathy does is therefore deters us from interrogating aspects of race, gender, ethnicity that are intrinsic to the ways in which narratives of crime are constructed. Empathy therefore needs to be rationalized, he argues, and aligned with the empirics of racial, gender, and ethnic histories. And it's also important to think of how the politics of identification of are inherently racialized and gendered to begin with. Thinking about empathy purely in terms of effacing difference or an imagined identification or projection, therefore, can be detrimental to the perceived goal of empathy. An ethic of identification or projection can be futile, but may also reinforce the need to organize categories of the self and other in terms of stable differences, which again then brings us back to the same questions of how do we empathize without necessarily identifying with the other. So the other question then that comes up in class is, what is the basis of empathy then? How do we engage in critical empathy? Or how do you decide whether or not to empathize? Or how can we conceptualize empathy that does not rely on a particularistic idea of identification? A recurring response from students has been to develop a universal standard of ethical practices, such as the conception of human rights or constitutional moralities of liberty and equality, and use these legal, moral, and ethical matrices to decide whether one chooses to empathize or not. But again, this ideal of a singular vision of morality is a problematic one, as our history of colonialism would remind us. Moral and political philosophies of liberalism, which believed that certain individuals embodied what was considered the virtues of civility, modernity, and compassion, was central to the civilizing mission of imperialism. Tariq Ali, in his book The Extreme Center, cautions us that just as civility has been appropriated to imply docility by the ruling elite, an uncritical approach to empathy might merely signal a heightened tolerance for oppression. Ronajit Guha calls this the trope of the principal contradiction, where a singular vision of morality is pitted against a singular vision of injustice or violence, thereby essentializing these categories. This trope is often well-intentioned, attempting to center the idea of a subaltern perspective, but attributing an epistemological singularity to ideas of subjective consciousness that inform the ethic of empathy, though seemingly intuitive in itself, becomes counterproductive then. And then the discussion sort of moved towards us thinking how there was a peculiar epistemological malleability associated with empathy, which made it all the more poignant as a sociological tool, but also more difficult to inculcate as pedagogy. And it is in this context of morality and empathy, what we consider extremely individualistic responses to crisis, that brings us back to the second crucial observation that Mills makes, which is to think about private prejudices. Hello?
I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but you have 1 minute, so it will be great if you can conclude your talk.
Yeah, this is just the last paragraph. Yeah, if you done. Yeah, and it is in this and it is in this context of morality and empathy, what we consider extremely individualistic responses to crisis, that brings us back to the second crucial observation from Mills, which is to think about private prejudices through public issues. Marcia Gedina, who is an educator, she talks about the need to pedagogically de-emphasize individual level analysis in order to open doors to wider structural analysis and the relationship between the individual and society. To engage in empathy then would mean to necessarily historicize, contextualize, and politicize our subjects. Kevin Gannon, who teaches history, he notes the usefulness of empathy as a crucial pedagogical tool while studying history, for it enables students to navigate ideological ambiguities and refrain from conflating empathy with agreement. If it isn't agreement, then what is it? How do we think of interactive, conditional, affective engagement is not necessarily defined by the need to concur. Nell Noddings, in her theorization of empathy, notes that the perception of empathy as an act of projection that reduces the other to an object of contemplation belies a masculinist appropriation of the affect of empathy. She reimagines empathy as a process of feeling with, where empathy is produced through an affective co-presence that temporalizes the process of engaging with the other. The seeing and feeling are mine, but only partly and temporarily mine, as a loan to me, she says, noting the temporal and tentative nature of embodying an ethic of empathy. So just in conclusion, so such a conditional, tentative, almost fragile notion of empathy emphasizes the transformative dimensions of practicing empathy, but also focuses on a sense of self-preservation. Literature on care work informs us that the cost of care can be self-effacement, but by thinking about empathy as an ethic of co-presence, although fleeting, can be helpful in thinking about empathy in ways that also think of empathy through ideas of justice and fairness. There's also a suggestion in this, at least according to me, to think of empathy in terms of negotiations between appropriating agency and conceding agency. And it is in this iterative practice of negotiating agency that can help us to think of the complex relationship between the empathizer and the empathized, and conceptualize autonomy and agency in terms of sort of interactive and more contingent ideas of empathy. And just to conclude, thinking about empathy can be intimidating and can also seem futile or even naive, but it invites us to think about how we conceptualize difference and how we think of our obligation to the other. One student once told me after class that if everyone agreed to the same thing, we would not need sociology. And I think that might be a good epistemological position to approach the disjunctures that we see between STEM and HSS departments in integrated institutes such as ours. I'm sorry for overshooting the time, but yeah, thank you. That's my conclusion.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for such a resourceful and insightful talk concerning pedagogies of critical empathy. Now, may I please request Dr. Shayantan Mandal, the convener of this conference and the faculty in charge for this particular session, to moderate the Q&A session.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and especially the listeners, the participants who are still there hanging on. I believe it was a very interesting discussion. That's why you are still there. And of course, I can't thank enough the speakers, Professor Pushpanatham, Dr. Shambit Malik, Malish, my friend and my colleague from NIPA, and Aishwarya from IIT Delhi. Your talk and your presentation was truly amazing. Different aspects, they have highlighted different positions and looked at the issue from different standpoints and with different analytical insights. So thank you all, and thank you for your presentation. Now we have a few questions, of course, because we asked to provide the questions from the chat box. So let me just read it out. And then once we are done, and once if you have time, we'll open it for another round of question and answer. Let me just have a look at it. And then, yes. So one question to Professor Pushpanatham by Nurjan is that how do you see or assess the capacity of our education, especially the higher education institutions, and the preparedness of academic persons to maintain the quality and equity with the help of modern technology to ensure the sustainable development? That is to you, Professor Pushpanatham, if you can answer it very briefly.
That's a very interesting question, and the answer of this question is something that we have been experiencing, especially in the COVID time. When there was a social distancing, we were physically distanced but digitally connected. The institutions were shut down, but not the learning. Not you talk about higher education, even in the school education. So the entire system of teaching and learning has moved to online with limited knowledge, limited resources, not really the well accessible internet facilities. But we could continue the teaching, learning, and sustain motivation in our learners. And the same thing even in higher education as well. So what I mean to say, when we could do so much in unprepared situations, you imagine what we can really do when we really prepare to quality improvement of our institutions. I think I understand that we have diversities, we have issues, we have challenges. But in spite of all these things, the human commitment and intelligence can really take the system to new heights. And I'm very hopeful that you talk about equity, you talk about quality, are not the distant dreams. And we will be seeing those in very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pushpanathan. There is another question by Amitash. Oh, our HOD Amitash. Yeah. So, and the question follows. And question is directed to Aishwarya. And it is by Georgie, posted by Amitash. So just a clarification in that end. The question is to you, Aishwarya, is that can empathy be taught? Also, can you decide at will empathy or not? Yeah, can empathy be taught? Yes, that is the question to you, Aishwarya. If you can share your thoughts.
That's something that we're still in the process of figuring out. But I think what's been important so far is to think about to sort of politicize the idea of empathy, if that makes sense, to think about empathy why through the ideas of race, gender, ethnicity, and to not think about empathy just in terms of sort of kindness or being nice to each other, to because that appears to be often a simplistic sort of dilution of when we think about critical empathy. And the importance is so we were discussing the farmers' protests, and someone started talking about empathy then, and this one student asked, why shouldn't the farmers also empathize with the government? And another student said that, but that's because the protest is also the culmination of a longer history of disenchantment, and so you also need to historicize the obligation to empathy. And then we started thinking about, is there an obligation to empathy? And that's when sort of conversations veered more towards caste and class and sort of historical positions within the nation state. So yeah, I think the idea has been predominantly to think about empathy in decidedly political terms, to think about empathy as necessarily informed by ideas of caste and class and gender and historical relationships of power, and to sort of how to think of the sort of these ethical obligations that we may feel about towards each other through a lens of sort of historicity and larger sort of embeddedness within the systems of power that we inhabit.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Yes. Also, now the floor is open for questioning. So if you have a question, you can switch on your mic, you can unmute yourself and ask the question. Please also tell to whom the question is directed to. So please go ahead and ask questions if you have any questions. Especially I had a question, so others may think about it, and then after my question, maybe they will also ask questions. I hope so. My question is to you, Malish, because I know about your study on diversity and inclusion, especially in IIT context. Now, what you're trying to say in your presentation is that IITs are essentially, although the whole idea was initially adopted by from MIT model, but essentially what translated was a very elitist model of education, which is exclusionary by its very structure and practice. If not structure, but definitely by practice. So what what I think can infer from that model as well, because it was based on a very elitist model of education or higher education, the departments such as HSS or other department, liberal arts department or music or any other kind of department which is non-technical and non-science, we would be excluded just by practice, because it is in the inherent structure or practice of IIT. Is it so that you're suggesting, or that the discrimination is mostly in terms of recruitment or including people from different social stratas? What is your thought on that, on reflection based on the study that you have done? Or yeah, basically wanted to know your opinion on that.
Thank you, Sain. I think I am audible.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. No, my point is the 3 points I have made. The co-locating humanities and social sciences faces 3 kind of challenges or barriers. So the first challenge is the disciplinary barriers, that the culture of discipline. So if very recently the discipline inside the HSS started collaborating to each other and offering programs. But until recently, I think still there are lots of things to be done to have an integrated manner of HSS. Although IIT has a Department of Humanities and Social Science, it existed in the history, throughout the history of the IIT, like a philosophy on philosophy mostly. I'm talking about in general. So that is an important challenge that is an insider challenge. The second is the challenge between the communicate with the non-humanities kind of science and technology discipline. That I totally agree with the CP knows that the cultural divide still exists in IIT system. That's why an IIT HSS professor will never become a senior leader in any of the IITs. That itself says everything about what is the characteristics of the science and technology institution. So there is a need to have some dialogue between the HSS and the other science and technology discipline. Currently, it is not adequate. And third, as an overarching idea of there is a need to move towards an inclusive culture, a culture of an inclusive excellence. This inclusion needs to be in the case of student access. It should be there. The access to the student admission. Secondly, the faculty recruitment. It should be there. And thirdly, then extension activities also. That's the 3 major research activity, teaching activities, and the extension activities. These 3 activities should be rooted in the constitutional value of diversity and social justice, because the IITs are drawing a public money, huge amount of public money, and we have, as you know, we have around 37 million student enrollment, and 86% of the students are in our affiliated colleges. But our public money is mostly spent on IITs and the central universities. So that's why there is a more social accountability needs to be come from the side of the IIT system. And if the IIT system still wanted to model on MIT, I'm suggesting is you should follow MIT and look at the MIT website and see what is their diversity and inclusion policy. All the best institutions in the world, whether it is Harvard, MIT, Boston, the California University of Southern California, all the, but let it be American or the UK, you can see that all the universities have a diversity and inclusion policy in their student recruitment and faculty recruitment. But it is unfortunate that IIT still do not have a inclusion policy in there. Although they are mandatory to follow the reservation system, they are not following. That's the one thing. Second, that's a legal issue. Second is we do not have, IIT do not have a culture of inclusion. Nobody is vocal except a few professors in the HSS. Nobody is talking about the idea of inclusion in IIT. This we cannot continue for longer if you want to co-locate HSS, because HSS ideally talking about the liberal values and progressive values, and we are putting the human at the center of the discourse. This requires the recognition and acknowledgement of the social hierarchy, social inequalities, and addressing those kind of challenges.
Thank you, Malish. And just very briefly, the last question to Professor Sambit Malik. In continuation to what Dr. Malish has said, Malish mentioned that about the importance of dialogue. And also in the morning session, in the inaugural session, Professor Sharkar, who was also the director of BITS Pilani, and now he is working as a dean in our institution, he has also mentioned that the dialogue is happening, but happening between science and technology. There is a well-established dialogue and link between science and technology subjects, but the connection with science and technology and HSS is somewhat missing or not happening as much as expected. So what is your views on that? Now you have talked about science and locating science and technology in society, but what about locating society and sociology subject or HSS subject in science and technology? What is your views on that? Your mic is on mute.
Yeah, thanks, Anton. When you look at such hierarchization of the disciplines, as Mallis also pointed out, but from the very beginning, I liked your intervention when you said that IITs were created on the basis of the model of MIT and so on. Perhaps India also went ahead with the theories of capitalist development, theories of modernization, that which postulates that the less developed countries would eventually catch up with Western capitalism, provided they emulated the economic and social systems of Western capitalism. Right? And on the contrary, what Gandhi wrote in Hind Swaraj, that if India copies England, it is my firm conviction that she will be ruined. Perhaps this copying other models and without building your own base of infrastructure by accommodating different views. India is the largest democracy, we always say, but I think it's reduced to numerical democracy. And when you say democracy, there is also a sense of freedom to dissent must be there, right? I mean, without freedom to dissent, democracy loses its meaning. Okay? At a more academic level, at also a more participatory political level. But what Sayantan is posing, interestingly to me, that perhaps I was not there in your inaugural session. I had a class at that time, and what he is posing, that no, science and technology, they make a dialogue with each other, but not with economic, culture, and polity. That is also one-sided. If you look at this, perhaps I think even science and technology, they are also not at dialogue with each other. Had they been at dialogue with each other, then there would not have been any hierarchization of even scientific disciplines. Even in IIT setup, you will find that engineering is placed on a higher pedestal vis-a-vis sciences, right? Then within engineering, you will find that computer science and engineering or electronics and electrical engineering, they are placed on a higher pedestal vis-a-vis civil engineering, for example. Within sciences, physics or chemistry, they are placed on a higher pedestal vis-a-vis mathematics. Within humanities and social sciences, those disciplines which attract more funding, maybe economics or sociology, they are placed on a higher pedestal vis-a-vis literature and philosophy. It's not like that only science and technology, they are discriminatory in nature. I think humanities and social sciences, as practitioners of humanities and social sciences, we are also discriminatory in nature. To be very objective in our analysis. You see, I want to make it more manifest precisely because I want to make it happen this way. This argument goes this way. If I look at Mertonian manifest and latent functions, that subjective dispositions and objective consequences must coincide. When they coincide, then we tend to arrive at manifest functions. But if subjective dispositions and objective consequences do not coincide, then we encounter latent functions. And I think we are living in a world of latent functions because our subjective dispositions and objective consequences do not coincide. It is not simply about being critical about science and technology, but also we must be self-reflexive about our own disciplines, our own practices. That's why this such hierarchization that we have created. Okay, even when I was doing my master's, MPhil, PhD in Hyderabad University, there used to be a hierarchization. Those who used to do PhD in economics, they used to be given more importance to those who used to do PhD in sociology, or anthropology was even worse. Okay, try. I'm not trying to look at, but it is the marketability, it is the kind of employability which has created this kind of hierarchization. See, for a long time, physics, even prior to physics, you will find astronomy used to rule the roost. Astronomy was the first discipline which created a paradigm through Copernican revolution. Physics came much later, I mean, when Newton did that. Then biological sciences through Darwin. But perhaps we don't have any kind, and then we should not have any kind of consensus within humanities and social sciences. It is not simply not possible to have a consensus within HSS, but also not desirable to have any consensus within HSS. Precisely because consensus, building consensus is very often manufactured, I mean manipulated, as you can see in decision making, and in sciences also consensus is manipulated. You look at nuclear tests in Pokhran or elsewhere, you look at a creation of atomic bomb during the Second World War, Manhattan Project, there was no consensus. That consensus was manufactured, and especially by the United States of America, by not looking at the interests of the scientific community, by not looking at the interests of the indigenous population, and so on. I think I have said enough. I mean, if I go on and on, I mean, like.
Yes, can I add one point, because only one point. No, recently the national education policy now looking for models for a multidisciplinary education. It's very paradoxical for me, because, but I have some limitations. Still, I am telling, because we have a very good models in our country, like the Shantiniketan model of by the Tagore. They talked about the global citizenship, but we never ever taken any insight from the model proposed by the Shantiniketan. But still, we are looking for something else. So this is an area issue to be discussed, maybe in the context of the.
Yeah, true. What once Tagore said, if you really want to kill an institution, if you want to destroy an institution, you first make its administrative building the largest building of that institution. That's what he said. He said you make the smallest possible building as administrative building in an academic institution, then that academic institution will grow. Yeah, I think Pushpana wants to.
But before you start, I would like to say Jobin wanted to ask a question, but time is short. So Jobin, after Professor Pushpanathan, you ask a question very briefly. And also I expect the speakers to reply it very briefly. That would be the last question we'll be taking. And after that, I'll hand it over to Shreya for the closure of today. So Professor Pushpanathan and Jobin.
Yeah, I just want to give my observation about what Dr. Malik has presented. He presented the reality of the higher education institutions today, which are basically functioning on the lines of the market-driven forces, employability, and the kind of economic the gains that individuals and the institutions will have over a period of time. But the question that comes to every educator in higher education system is to ask to what extent such a practice is useful in the future. Therefore, we must hold the responsibility as educators in higher education to understand the disciplinary value of these and try to integrate with the whole body of knowledge, where you talk in terms of the people-centric, the progress-centric, the development-centric. So every body of knowledge, every discipline has its own role to contribute. And that essence need to be brought into our professional practices in higher education system. Unfortunately, we are bounded with the disciplinary fences, and we are so much fascinated with our own kind of research in our own areas without understanding the interconnectedness. I could see a hope in the national policy recommendations where they are talking about interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and breaking the boundaries and putting the step forward to understand how this knowledge, which is there in the disciplinary boundaries, can really contribute to human growth and development. I think the new era is going to come where all the disciplines are understood from the point of human survival and human sustainable development.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jobin, very quickly, if you can ask a question and also very
okay. Thank you. Actually, I'll try to make it super quick. In fact, I had 2 points to make. One is a question to Dr. Sambit Malik. That is
just one.
Yeah, one quick question, and I also want to ask one quick question to Dr. Malik. That's very important. Sorry. So this is like first question is about scientific temper. It's a kind of loosely defined expression. Like if we alleviation of sort of superstitions and all that is the basic goal of setting up scientific temper. We haven't succeeded in it, right? Rationality, we haven't really succeeded in it. So is there a
Can you
problem
be
with
please louder?
Yeah, it's very difficult to listen to you. There are some disturbances, Jobin.
Is there a problem with the word, the expression scientific temper?
Now it's better if you speak little slowly, and then we will understand. Just one question. Please limit because.
I have to ask one question to Malish. Maybe Dr. Malish, I might email him, right? Please, I'll email you directly because I have a very serious question to ask you. So this is to Dr. Sambit Malik. And Dr. Sambit Malik, so this is about scientific temper. Okay, so if we think of scientific temper as it is given in the Constitution as something that is aimed at cultivating rationality and making sure that we get rid of superstitions and all that, we have failed at it, right? We have failed at it. We still have Godman and a lot of irrational practices and irrational statements and all that from responsible positions. So how do we sort of understand this idea of scientific temper itself? Because it's something that you mentioned at the end. So I'll make it brief, really brief. But the other one I have to email to Dr. Malish. Thank you.
Very quickly, Professor Dr. Sambit.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what Professor Jobin is saying, you see, we have utterly failed, no doubt about it. Not simply as an individual or as a collective, but as a social, cultural, political entity, we have failed to protect the spirit of scientific temper. Okay, building scientific institutions is important. I'm not denying that. Building scientific institutions obviously is very important. But if we do not build scientific temper, and keep on building scientific, I mean, we have scientific institutions in India. Then if we don't build scientific temper, perhaps then the kind of world that we are going to witness, and we are witnessing now, perhaps sort of fundamentalism, sort of anarchy that you tend to witness. Anarchy not in philosophical terms I'm using, but in a very raw manner I'm using anarchy. And you will find that perhaps Comtean notion of law of stages, that theological stage to metaphysical stage to positivistic or scientific stage, perhaps will take a reverse trip from positivistic stage to, or scientific stage to metaphysical stage to theological stage. Okay, that is going to happen. I mean, that is happening now, right? But how to deal with this? I think it must be a collective effort. I always say that as a student of sociology, that I always say there is a difference between majority and collective. I think we live in a world of majoritarian politics, not collective politics. Majoritarianism is politically manipulated, whereas collective is socially, politically, economically, culturally, legally, ethically, institutionally constructed. Collective is collective. The term collective assumes greater significance today in the context of parliamentary democracy.
Thank you.
In this sense, if this collective can be construed in the context of building scientific temper, I think that might help, but not this majoritarianism. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before I hand it over to Shreya, thank you everybody. And Shreya has an important announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow again, the second and the final day of the conference. And I can see the Stavros is here, who is one of the keynote speaker tomorrow. So welcome Stavros, and we will be welcoming you tomorrow once again. Over to you, Shreya, for the concluding speech and the announcement for tomorrow.
The time has come to draw a curtain to day one of the 2 days international conference, Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education, organized by the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Jammu. It has been a pleasure to host all the participants of the conference. Thank you for showing an active participation. Tomorrow will be live at 9:30 a.m. We'll be joined by the keynote speakers, Professor Samdu Chetri, Bhutan from IIT Kharagpur, and Professor Stavros Motias from Aarhus University, Denmark. The opening thematic talks will be presented by Dr. Anirban Das from Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Kolkata, Professor Surajit Sinha, IIT Kanpur, and Professor Bijoy H. Barua, IIT Ropar. Further, we'll have theme-specific, enriching, and mind-boggling deliberations in the area of literature, economics, philosophy by the speakers from University of British Columbia, University of Windsor, Canada, Montana State University, USA, VIT, JNU, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, University of Hyderabad, and so on. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. This is the Department of HSS IIT Jammu signing off. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you all. Professor, namaste.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, Said. Bye, Malik.
Bye. Bye, Molis.
Thank you all.
Bye,
Bye.
Said.
Bye. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.